Anyway, it's like 104 here. What time is it your time?
11:04.
I tell you what, Nate, I felt so bad for you in G-Man's room. I kept on seeing your face jolt forward like you're trying to get in there, like you were dodging cars, and it just wasn't happening. I felt so bad for you.
Huh, weird.
Yeah, sometimes it's tough to talk. I don't want to yell over people, so I'll make a few good efforts and then I'll just take a break for a while.
Well, you know it's a tough crowd when Nate can't say anything, right, Nate? When Nate has a tough time getting a word in edgewise, you know it's a tough crowd.
Unfortunately, Nate, and most of those types of rude, I know to you you consider it rude, but if you really want to say something and you feel you got something, you got to just say, hey, let me in here.
No, I think we've all developed our own ways of getting a word in edgewise, you know what I'm saying? And it's like some of us raise hands if we're on the screen, or we go next on the side chat or something like that. And if it's moderated to some extent, somebody will acknowledge you, hopefully.
I've noticed that a 2x4 and duct tape seems to help.
Does that work, Brett?
Okay, so you have some kind of issue with my video, and try restarting the browser.
Well, it says it's going live, so.
Well, it's live, but my video is not broadcasting or whatever. Or rather, recording. Who knows? Okay, I'll just try it this way.
Now, let me ask, just because I don't know, and since we're here. So, Hazy, are you a believer?
No, I was raised Catholic, and I consider myself an atheist. And I don't know, people discuss the idea of agnostic atheist, and I suppose I would fit into that camp.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. I'm not big on labels, but yeah, I'd like to know who I'm speaking with. I mean, you're very much my kind of peep, so to speak. So yeah, very civil. Very articulate, good conversationalist. Thumbs up to you, my friend. So, yeah, appreciate that. And how about you, Lyrics? How do you identify?
Atheist.
Atheist. Okay, cool. Yeah. So, in case you guys didn't figure it out, I am a believer. I identify as born again. A lot of people say I'm, an evangelical Christian. I mean, it depends on who I'm, sharing that with, because, yeah, it's like, even the word Christian, it's probably got 12,000 meanings. So I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea. So I don't think anybody gets the wrong idea when you hear somebody that's born again, right? As an atheist, when you hear born again, you kind of know what we're talking about, yes?
Well, yeah, basically, but only in a very basic way. Camera didn't come back. I'll have to try again, or try different strategy, like full reboot. Okay.
Well, folks, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some coffee.
Okay, here goes full reboot. Sorry for the, absence or whatever.
What are you doing?
I had to do a full reboot because
Okay.
figuring out the device locking issues is impossible.
Okay, cool deal. So, yeah, you guys want to start a topic or something? I mean, I'm going to go to bed real soon here, but yeah, if there's something good that's on your mind or whatever, let's throw it out. We got a good crowd here, it looks like. Nate, you're always good for a topic. What's on your mind, young man?
Oh, I'm not. I turn to you for topics.
Your turn. Come on.
You're going.
You know what we need a deck of cards for topics. It's like I don't know. We need one of these. You guys remember Pictionary? I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember Pictionary. I think that was a game in the 80s, and it was a great board game, kind of like charades, but with pictures.
Yeah, I remember it. I'm old.
You're old. Oh, well, if you don't mind me asking, I'm 57, so I know you got a 17-year-old daughter, so I'm thinking you're at least in your 40s, yeah?
I'm not that old.
Oh, Then you were very young. Okay, so you're in your late 30s.
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that. Okay, cool. Didn't mean to offend you. I just, I'm not very good with ages, so I just, I stick my foot in my mouth a lot, if one has not noticed. That's why I wear mint-flavored shoes, virtual mint-flavored shoes.
I wonder what you look like. I don't think I've ever. I mean, I know your picture's pretty accurate. Maybe I've been on cam with you once or twice, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
probably in the early days. I don't remember either if I was on with you or not. I was on for the first 2 years, and then after that, it was like everybody's like, "Where'd he go? Where'd he go?" It's like, oh my goodness, because when I talk, I'm all over the place. I'm all over the office. I can't sit still. And people are like, "Where'd he go? Where'd he go? He said this and he said that, and where is he at?" And it's like it just makes for a lot more chaos than need be.
Sure. Well, I don't care what we talk about as long as it's not free will.
That's a bit overdone.
I found faith to be a hot button topic too, so let's take those two off the table and
I
let's
got
everybody's poison.
I got a few things. I just got back to me.
All right.
I
Try
already
us, Brett.
Okay. Now, this is for non-believers as well as theists out there. Now, you believe that a bunch of elements came together and created sentience and consciousness. Do you believe that everything that we have in the universe was at one point in time within the singularity? Yes or no?
Could you repeat that slowly?
Oh, man. Do you believe that all of the elements were once in a single source?
Okay, for me,
Well, you are a part of the Big Bang model, right?
yeah, they weren't quite elements at the point of that, though.
Okay, but now you believe that every bit of our universe came from that singularity, right?
Yeah, all matter and energy, yeah.
Okay, here's my point, and I know this is going to cause some controversy, but if all the elements were able to create sentience and a mind here on Earth, then why, when the elements were all combined in the singularity, could a greater mind not be a part of it?
The kind of organization possible during that time and such was not adequate to carry out cognition.
How do you know that the singularity was not adequate for a mind to exist?
Well, the sense of adequacy is being adequately organized.
So you believe that on this little bitty blue ball, things were enough to be able to create minds, billions of them, but whenever it was all one single universal thing, nothing couldn't possibly have a consciousness there.
Yes, the sort of complexity of organization and such was lesser during that time.
And by the way, folks, if anyone is bored of the particular topic I threw out there, I can switch.
Yeah, the way the greater entropy of, say, biological organisms arises is by exchanging entropy with the environment. So it was essentially having it all equalized by that lack of organization didn't allow for neg entropy to accumulate anywhere.
What about the arrow of time theory? Have you seen this over here, guys? I don't know if you've seen, but they're actually claiming now that we have a parallel universe that is actually going backwards in time towards a singularity.
Well, except in that other universe, they're experiencing time forward, so it's kind of confusing.
Do you believe that there is life in the other universe?
Yeah, I think of this stuff as gobbledygook. it's fun to speculate about. It's there was a little bit of a conversation earlier about like pop science, right? So it's if they can prove it, if they can provide more evidence of it, that's fine. This is all theoretical. There's a lot of other models that they've come out with as well that I'm sure you're familiar with that are just as convoluted and hurt your brain.
But Hazy, don't you get my point? If some chemicals on this little bitty planet can combine together and create a sentient being, then why, with an entire universe's worth of power and energy all combined into one, would we not have a very advanced mind?
Well, I understand your point, and I tend to agree with you. I don't think there's any evidence to suppose that. We can speculate about it. So there's the idea of what is consciousness? Is the mind or consciousness, can it exist in some transcendental way and outside of time and space? Those are all interesting questions. So there's no evidence to suppose that they can, but it may be possible, especially if what you're talking about isn't necessarily non-physicalism. So, potentially you're talking about some kind of state of matter that, may have. It's difficult to describe. The other element that I would add is that I do think that there's evidence to suggest that there is still material that is being that is essentially entering into space-time from what they call the quantum foam is one description of it. So in a sense that it seems like some matter is being created in space-time in our universe. I mean, that's coming. Go ahead.
I briefly point out that the way the increased organization of, say, biological systems ends up rising by disequilibrium or imbalances and so on. Imbalance isn't quite the right word, but the concentration of negentropy or similar to allow for the organization, right? There's no possibility of having that in the early universe because it's essentially homogeneous, right?
Right, exactly. It's the forces weren't extant at that point, and material, physical matter in space-time didn't exist yet. But who knows what that state was? So now there's a lot of conjecture that the Big Bang Theory and the expansionist model may not be correct. So who's to say?
Gracious, Hazy, that is fantastic. Usually whenever I talk to some non-believers about it, they're like, no, the Big Bang is the real deal. But you're like, nah, I got my questions. I like that. You're a seeker, huh?
The Big Bang makes more limited claims than most people give it credit for. The trick is that, of course, once you carry out like further extrapolations from what you just go on about and so on, you have other theories that are pertinent to it.
All right, Hazy, I got another one for you. And Nadia, I'd love to hear your opinion as well. Can the universe be rationalized without a mind?
No. I mean, I guess it depends on your definition of rationalization.
This one sounds like a slippery slope. I like this question. Ooh, this sounds like a slippery slope.
Well, it's a calculative process to rationalize something. So it's an intellectual or an intelligible kind of calculation.
Well,
I suppose we could say that if the universe is a computer that's computing itself, it could do that without having what we consider consciousness or a mind.
all right. Can you be rationalized without a mind within the universe?
Well, again, it would get to your definition of rationalized. So, for example, if there are paradoxic elements that exist in the universe, can we rationalize those?
also don't seem like either thing can work in the universe unless you have a mind behind it.
Well, yeah, there's no evidence of that. I mean, unless you want to suppose that human consciousness is responsible for the universe as it is, because we don't see that kind of mind existing anywhere else, unless, as I mentioned earlier, the universe itself is a kind of computer program. And there are people that speculate on information theory and digital physics that indeed that is what it is.
Hazy, I feel like I just opened up a conversation about World of Warcraft and people are wanting to leave now. Is it? We want to talk?
Yeah, we can move on, no problem. I think it's an interesting question, though.
Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping that I can start some kind of topic that'll get everybody, you know, trying to participate. And I don't want to turn anybody off. But I do have to ask you one more thing. Do you think that the universe itself is rational and logical?
Well, it depends on what you include in the universe. So in terms of physical systems that we see, it seems to be intelligible in a rational way, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's intelligently designed. However, there are elements, for example, of mathematics, as I mentioned with paradox earlier, that where we still have questions that seem almost unresolvable. You know, there's a lot of mysteries that seem paradoxical to us right now. So those are still elements of the universe, I would suggest.
All right, fair enough. Nate, Carl Sagan said that we are the universe experiencing the universe. What do you think he meant by that?
You know?
Yeah.
I don't know if I have a lot of thoughts on that. Whatever.
I think Nate is the universe speaking right now. That was the universe we just heard from.
Yeah, like I do have a position. I don't know how to articulate it other than to say it's in the realm of you're the universe, we're gods, she's a god, we're she gods. Like I kind of would put it in that line of thinking, which I don't really care to dip my toe in that water too often.
Yeah, I wouldn't conflate, you know, being a manifestation of the universe with being a god. But we could say that if the universe is a holistic process that we're all a part of, essentially we're all an expression of the same unified universe, you know? So we are this is the voice of the universe. These are the eyes of the universe. Or of the planet, or of humanity. We could say other things to that end. But that doesn't connote godhood.
No, I was being super hyperbolic or facetious. Yeah, I was just saying I put it in that realm. Like I don't really care. Like it's too like too much opinion with not enough, you know, backing it.
I'm
Does
just
that make any sense? Like I kind of have a tether to myself. Like I can only go down like rabbit holes so far before it's like we're just talking about a handful of opinions that no one has a better grasp on than we did like 4 hours ago when we began talking about this. I don't want it. Like it just seems like a lot of, you know, going nowhere fast.
I hear you. All right, Hazy, I got another question for you. Ready?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, I was typing.
Sorry I asked about the ready thing, but there's so many times people walk away from their computer and I'm talking to myself and I feel weird about it. Here's the question. Can arrangement, processes, and patterns be comprehended and assembled without a mind?
Without a mind, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, so the problem would be if you're going to label them, that would require a mind. But if you're going to say that matter can be self-organizing without a mind being present, I mean, it seems that that is true. That is the case because we see evidence of that before, for example, before hominids existed.
But what gives it meaning without a mind?
Well, that's it. It would only be self-aware, reflective consciousness that would basically impose meaning and language upon that. So look, the moon existed before humans were there to admire it and scientifically analyze it and put the name moon on it.
Okay. Is a mind required for language, logic, and rationality?
Yeah.
Do you believe that the universe has a language to it and process?
I think that's an unanswered question, a very interesting one. It seems so. So you've got people like Max Tegmark suggesting that the universe is made of mathematics. I don't know if that's the case or not. I couldn't say. It's a very, very interesting question.
I notice when listening to biologists, even individuals like Richard Dawkins, he describes our system as being like that of software with just literally billions of bits of information that process and interpret and understand each other in a way. These are the words he uses. Of course, he claims to be a...
What were you going to say, Nadia?
I was going to say that it sounds like transcendental idealism.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that there's kind of a new and burgeoning field, as I mentioned before, the idea of information and digital physics and information philosophy, where they really do think that the entire physical universe, down to the Planck scale, is essentially deterministic and binary. And in fact, actually doesn't even exist in a three-dimensional space, but is, you know, contained within a two-dimensional reality. Have you heard that one? You know, the whole holographic principle theory. You've got people, you know, like, oh, what's the guy from Stanford?
Is this the whole universe is the Matrix thing, and I'm Keanu Reeves?
Well, it's not exactly the Matrix, but I mean they use the term holographic principle. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's like been programmed by aliens or a supercomputer or anything like that. But it's that discrete phenomenal reality could be described digitally.
You ready for a mushy question?
Sure.
All right. Is love rational and logical and require a mind to be experienced as well as given?
Yes.
Well, that's a mix. Go ahead.
Hey, man. Did you guys hear my question? If you need, I can repeat it.
Yeah, would somebody else like to pick up?
It's a loaded question.
Well, they all are.
Well, I'll tell you what. You have to remember, any question I ask is going to be loaded. That's what I always hear, so we'll just go with it. I don't know what that even means, loaded on love, asking a question about it.
Ask the question again, Brent.
Well, it's actually 3 questions that you're asking. So is love emotional? Is love? Sorry, I'll shut up.
Oh, it's all good. I'll throw it out there again. Are you ready? Are you ready? Is love rational and logical and require a mind to be experienced and given?
Yes. Next question. Yes, Brett. Next question.
Okay, well, I understand that you think that you're the only individual in the room, but I'd like to give other people a chance.
It's not rational, I'd say.
Nadia, you don't feel like love is rational, huh?
Nope.
Have you ever been rational under the effects of love?
Yes.
I'd say there's different kinds of love, and that. So, for example, we could use the description of amor, eros, and what's the other one? You know, the filial, brotherly love.
Philos, eros, and agape.
Agape. So,
Yeah.
and that they are rational and logical insofar as they're part of our makeup and pro-social behavior. So we know that humans, and not just humans, other primates, have a sense of like innate justice. but we're also social animals, so these things are cultivated in a social environment. So if you have a feral child, they may not ever learn to play nice with others or develop those kinds of feelings. They will literally atrophy parts of the brain that are capable of producing them. So in terms of an evolutionary, element, they have a rational and logical place in us, but they're not experienced that way. They're experienced in an irrational way.
All right, I got another one for you, Hazy. You ready?
Sure.
Can chemicals reason?
Yes. In fact,
Yes.
we see computers do it. We do it personally. So on.
Yes, I would say that essentially is as a sense in the sense of a neurally networked process, chemicals can reason.
Well, computers are made out of chemicals.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So whether biological or non-biological.
Do we get
Well,
to ask
I wouldn't
you
call computers
questions
neurally
too
networked.
here, Brett? Do we get to ask you questions too here, Brett?
No.
Oh, where are you getting these questions from, Brett? Are you reading from something, or are you just
Yes,
making them?
I am. I actually have a text document where I write down questions all the time that I think about.
Well, why does your God allow so much evil? That's my question, baby.
Hey, Blue, can we do that on another day? You do
No,
this.
you can go fuck your mother.
I can do what to my what?
Damn, Blue.
Wow, it didn't take long. Mind, I didn't say
It's like guerrilla warfare.
what.
I would say that computers are not neurally networked. They are, binary architecture instead of, data flow.
So you compare a computer to a human being, right, Nadia? Reasoning and all.
In the sense that they're both comprised of chemicals and both carry out computations, at least in, some component or part of them.
Okay, this is going to be fascinating. Nadia, if I were to take my laptop right now and do a wrestling move on it, like backbreak it over my knee, would that be wrong?
Hi, Matt. I would say so. I'd say it's, frivolously or unnecessarily or gratuitously destroying, I guess, valuable property.
Well, basically, Nadia, what I'm getting at is if we are nothing but chemicals, why would it matter? What would be the point?
Well, the point generally has to do with essentially what the values of the sentient parties to the affair are affected. So,
Matt, there's something wrong with your microphone. It sounds like you're shaving your face over there. Is there any way you can give it a good slap?
oh, sorry about that. Small technical problem. Hopefully to be resolved soon.
Well, if we're nothing but chemicals, what does this value system, the scale of values that you speak of?
Well, essentially, it represents how sentience is affected, right? So the I guess factors under or that go into the rational deliberation that would I guess determine outside of the mere circumstance whether something is harmful or induces suffering or brings about well-being and joy.
Well, what if my chemicals have the urge of obliteration and pure annihilation? What would make my chemicals wrong or right?
Well, strictly speaking, it would take a sort of action or interaction with the sentience to be wrong or right, not sort of a mere object. All right, have a good night, Nate.
See you guys. Talk to you later. Night.
See you later there, Nate.
Night, night.
So if my chemicals have a really high authoritative position, and I decide that I have urges of pure obliteration and annihilation, who's to say I'm wrong or right?
Well, typically would involve, I suppose, one's sort of sovereign sphere, which typically includes at least one's own body and things such as informed consent. So you may be able to decide that for yourself, but imposing it on anyone else, or things like property, possessions, I guess things in which they hold a stake and so on, would be possible transgressions.
Transgressions? That's an interesting way to put it.
Well, ethical breaches, whatever. Hi, Rancam.
Hermanine, what do you think? Do chemicals have a value system? And if I'm mispronouncing your name, I apologize.
It's Hermine, and in my opinion, yes, chemicals have a value system.
I can't really hear you. You're a little quiet right now.
It's Hermine,
Hermine, okay.
and yes, I believe chemicals have a value system.
You do?
Yeah.
Why do you believe that for?
Just studying organic chemistry. There's 8 valence electrons for the most part in the outermost shell. Their whole goal is to stay the furthest away from each other as possible, so they make these cool shapes like trigonal, planar, and tetrahedral, whatever the situation is. And they can tell by, like, they could just push themselves away from each other to give themselves the most space and to give themselves balance.
Well, I'm not talking about like a compound or something that's heavier or thinner in substance. I'm talking about like the value of morals, of right and wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention totally. I was starting to
I understand there's some chemicals out there that be heavy as can be in a bucket, but I'm talking about like the moral system. If someone is nothing more than chemicals and that's all we are, then why should I be concerned if another chemical gets wiped out? Why should I care if the other chemicals get used for Windex? I just, whatever benefits me kind of thing.
Okay. I don't see how they have morals. I don't see how they have values. In that sense, I just think
It's a weird question.
Yeah,
Are you asking a question about the individual chemicals or as a group of chemicals? Just for clarification.
Not. I mean,
I don't understand.
Yeah, well, Brett is kind of trying to equivocate on the the cells in the body. He's trying to suggest that we are just our minds are just chemicals, so they have no values because.
Well, I'm not suggesting that. I'm actually going on with what atheists usually speak to me on: materialism, naturalism, where you guys believe that you're a bucket of extremely advanced chemicals.
Right, and name me one. Wait. Name me one.
Please, you absolutely just cut me off in what I was saying.
Sorry.
Based on what you were saying about values, I don't see how an element, a compound, or anything else can have a value system.
Right.
And I agree, by the way.
Only when it's organized as life.
Exactly.
Okay, why?
Well, not just that. Yeah, a brute object or just a fact of an object existing doesn't really have an impact one way or the other. It's the interaction.
A chicken and a cow is a life as well. It's a living entity, but we don't seem to care when we're making burgers out of them or putting them in buckets and eating them. So where's the value system? And it's pretty much whatever society says we can do to chemicals, right?
Is eating moral? Is the consumption of food, is that like immoral? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm asking you if it's important, a chemical's important because it's life, then why are we eating living things? Is that wrong or is it right?
Schopenhauer said that it was wrong, that it was immoral for life to feed on life. It was an inherently immoral system.
Right.
Yeah, hence veganism.
I would agree to an extent it's a bad thing to eat other life forms. That's why I am supporting science. I want science to develop a method to grow food, to grow meat without, having to cut an animal open and kill it.
Yeah, the
and
reason.
make it suffer.
So the reason it's wrong is because it incurs suffering and it's an imposition.
Yes, essentially. But it's a kind of necessity at this point. We need meat.
Okay, but the issue is, Hazy, is why? If we're nothing but chemicals with no soul, we're soulless hamburgers, basically, and who gives a damn who gets eaten? What's the point?
Well, if I may, Hazy. Well, okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Brett. The thing that you're calling a soul, it's that the baggage that you assign to it, this this transcendental material thing that it lives on, that doesn't exist. But otherwise, when you ask me, Art, do you have a soul? You're referring to my ability to think, to have compassion, to be a moral agent. And yes, I do have that. In that sense, we all have a soul.
Wait a second.
Hey, Ram.
Hey, what's going on? Did you just say we don't have a soul?
Well, depends on which sense you're talking about. I
Well,
clarify.
the sense where you're going to put a link in that little chat area there to our right, so I can verify your evidence.
Say what?
I would.
Well, you said
Well, I
we
would say
don't have a
the-
soul. You didn't say in your opinion you don't believe we have one. You said point blank we don't have one.
I don't
Well,
see
I
any
would
reason
argue,
or evidence.
I know I have one. If you think you don't, I might not disagree with you.
Evidence of
You need to
absence.
go ahead and put some information in that little section over there for me.
Hey, Rand, that is fine. If you have any evidence or reasons for why should I believe that we have this transcendental, immaterial thing
All right.
inside of us?
Don't pretty it up, man. Don't pretty it up, man. I'm not your girlfriend. Let me just put it to you like this. Do you have a nose?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Do you have an ear?
Yes.
Do you have a soul?
What do you mean by soul?
Can you feel within you your inner you, and do you feel as though it's connected to something outside of this physical life that we are experiencing?
I have. Okay, this is very vague kind of language. I don't even know how to begin to
Okay, let
unpack
me just
it.
make it simple for you. You know what I mean. You know exactly what I mean.
I know roughly to what are you referring to, but it's nothing
So
that I can
you're
sort of
pretty-
fight.
You're a pretty sharp guy, Art. You're a pretty sharp guy.
Art,
You
if
know,
you don't mind me,
when I say I have a soul, you know exactly what I'm referring to, even if you believe that it doesn't exist.
Well,
When
I know.
I say I believe in God, you know what I'm referring to, even though you don't believe He exists. True.
Well, I know what usually Christians and theists refer to as a soul, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. I would much rather ask you, what do you mean by soul? Because there is a plethora of definitions.
Okay, my definition is it is that of which connects me to my Creator on a spiritual level.
Well, I don't see any evidence for that.
I am made in the image, okay, it's a spirit. So I am made in the image of God. John 4 says that I'm made in the image of God, and He's a spiritual being. So
Well, I
I'm
don't
referring
see-
to that inner us, that spirit part of us.
Well,
So,
I don't
Rand,
see
would
any.
you say that a soul has a gender identity?
Art and Hazy, if you don't mind me asking you, if neither one of you have a soul, the breath of life within you of God, and you're nothing but a chemical, why should I care any more about your chemicals than that of a cow or a chicken? Go ahead.
Why should you care? Okay.
Why should I care? If you were to go to Walmart tomorrow and get hit by a banana truck up there, you're nothing but chemicals without a soul, why should I care?
Because
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Why?
Yeah, because again, that's why I asked you the question: are you referring to the chemical as an individual part or as the whole? Because as a whole, emerges.
When you start referring to yourself as part of a material world and you're nothing but chemicals, this complex crap thrown together, why should I care?
I am
Because
chemically robotic.
because out of chemicals arises other properties. Just as metal, when combined together, you can build a car or you can build a plane. So you're looking at the individual parts and saying the individual parts.
I don't care for it. I don't care if
Hey, Brett, why should I care about someone who believes in this fuzzy, transcendent thing that no one has any reliable evidence of? Why should I care for anything material? Why should I care about it?
Okay, what if I said this, Art? What if I said, I believe you're 100% correct and you don't have a soul?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Would you be okay with it?
Sure. Well, depends on what you mean by soul, but
well,
I'm assuming that
a connection to God, a spiritual entity within you. Because I believe that the physical body is just a vehicle that we're riding in. The physical body dies and turns to dust, and you're right. I mean, at the end of the day, who cares? It's just a physical body. But what's within us that continues after this life and that will stand in judgment, that is what I'm talking about. Okay. And you claim you don't have that. So what if I agree with you?
Nothing.
So what if I believe you might be one of those people here in the world that's just a vessel and an empty vessel, and you're just like filler at the the filler seats at the Oscars, so that it doesn't look like the seats are empty? What if you're just one of those people?
Well, then you're wrong, because filler seats at the Oscars cannot think, cannot ponder, cannot have compassion.
I'm using it as a metaphor. You know what I'm saying? What if in this thing called life, you're just filler? You're just one of those bodies walking around providing an argument for those with souls.
Well, you could. Oh yeah, that was hilarious. Well,
I am a chemically robotic wind-up toy.
I'm really beginning to think that there are people in this world that I need to believe are telling the truth when they say they don't have a soul.
I just looked at the text here, and Venus says, you're committing a fallacy. No, I'm not. Atheists refer to themselves as complex chemicals that just have the unique ability to run their mouth. Why should I care? That's the point.
Okay, it's not complex chemicals.
Because that's what arises out of it.
It's called emergence.
Experience arises out of it.
What does it matter, though? That's the point.
Well, okay, Brett, why does it matter that there is a God? Tell me, why does it matter that there is a God?
What matters is the truth.
Okay, so it's the truth that we are... It is also the truth that we are moral agents who are capable of compassion and emotions, and we do value... Wait. And we do... No, Brett. Brett, no. It is also truth that we do value life. Completely outside of God. We just do.
Why?
As human beings, we do.
Wait.
I can say the same thing.
Art. You're getting stopped right there. You say that we value life?
Yes.
Whose life? The cows or the human life?
In general, we value all life.
Do you value the life of a cockroach?
In a way, yes. In a small extent, I do.
Yeah? You value the life of a mosquito when it's sucking blood out of your arm on it?
Yeah, it's a sliding scale. Yeah, we get the point.
We are cousins to all life on Earth.
But again, Brett or Ran, why should I care about what God says?
The entire...
I'd like to hear you say that to him, dead smack in the middle of your judgment.
No, Ran, that is an awesome point.
And to get off the topic here, but according to your way of thinking, nature's about kill or be killed. Whoever's the strongest, they survive and the weak fall.
That's how nature works. That's not the opposite.
I hope that isn't true, because the second I find out that, there's not going to be a single atheist breathing on this planet.
That's right.
We wouldn't have society if that was the case, mate.
Exactly.
Brett, you said that nature is about, survival, be kill or be killed.
Well, that's how survival.
That's how
the strongest.
That's evolution. That's how life has diversified. That has nothing to do with morality. That is the is. That's not the ought.
Well,
you're confusing that. And many theists.
Art, you're nothing but a chemical, a soulless hamburger.
No, I'm not. Excuse me. No, actually, I'm not. I have compassion. I have emotions. I hold values, and you hold the same values.
My whole question is, what allows you, what force, what soul, what spirit allows you to have those emotions?
Exactly.
What allows me...
Let me finish for 1 quick second, because if you are just a string of nitrogen, carbon, oxygen, those type of things, you do not have the ability
to... Are you finished?
To think at a higher level, to be at a higher level, to love.
Well, we can. This is very complicated, and to explain this on a spot is really too much to ask.
All right, good.
Do my best.
Just do this for me. Listen, Art, just do this for me. Tell me an atheist's wedding vows.
Tell me a non-tennis player's wedding vows.
No, tell me your wedding vows. What does an atheist say? I think
there
I
is
love you.
no-
I've got chemicals in my head that are leading me to believe that I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Tell me an atheist's wedding vows. How do you say to your bride?
If you're
how
asking,
do you feel?
if you're asking, do
Does an atheist
atheists?
say, "I think I love you"?
Okay, if you're asking me, do atheists have values and do they value commitment and loyalty? Yes, we do. But it has
Okay, so
nothing to do with
tell me what an
atheism.
atheist wedding vows sound like.
Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm
wanna hear
gonna,
them. Propose to me.
Hold on.
Propose to Ray Campbell live on a Google Hangout.
Well, hey, whatever floats your boat. But well, no, there is no wedding vows in. I'm sorry, I'm butchering the English here. There's no such thing in atheism because atheism is simply not accepting a claim. It's kind of like not playing tennis, right? Non-tennis players do not have these things in connection with their, in their inability or.
That's you justifying, bro. Bottom line is, as an atheist, I don't know how you tell your girlfriend or your bride-to-be how deeply and passionately you love her.
So,
if all you can do is say, "I think I deeply and passionately love you." My chemicals are telling me
You don't
I
have
love
to.
you.
Wait, Brad, you don't have to be a theist to love. That just doesn't follow.
No, but
And
we feel it with every fiber of our soul, bro.
Yeah,
We feel
I
it
feel
with
the same thing.
every fiber of our being.
I feel the same thing as you do, Ran. I just
Yeah, but
don't
you only
feel
think
it
you
so.
feel it. Yeah, but you
No,
only
we
think
all-
you feel it.
We all think, Ran. We all feel. I just don't ascribe. I just don't ascribe the soul to it or some kind of transcendental
Yeah, that's
meaning.
because there is one, bro.
Well, I don't agree. And even if there
If I
was,
say that, listen to me. If I took a lineup of people and said, point up, and everybody points up to the moon, and then I say point down, and you point down to the dirt, and I say point to your left, you're going to point to your left. If I say point to your right, you're going to point to your right. If I say point to yourself, you're going to point to the center of your chest. You're not going to point to your brain, because that's not what you really are. What you really are is what resides in the center of your being.
And if you were in some ancient civilization who had a different cultural belief of where the soul resides, they would point to somewhere else in their body. So
No,
this is
everybody points to themselves in the center of their being.
No,
Right back.
most do definitely, but not all.
Guys, I'll be right back. Make sure you hold your chemicals together. Be right back.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Art, don't get me to come through this microphone tonight.
Well, okay, fine. Then let's.
Are you married, Art? Are you
No, I'm
married?
not married. No, I'm not.
No.
But I did love.
Ran, be a teddy bear, Ran. Be a teddy
Hey,
bear.
brother, what's going on, man?
I want to see that teddy bear come out tonight.
Yeah, I know. I just woke up from a nap. I was talking to somebody on Skype. They must have been so boring they put me to sleep. I woke up an hour and a half later with an earbud in my face. I'm like, who was I even talking to? I don't even remember who I was talking to. Somebody on Skype, but they must have been boring. I got to look at my history and see who it was.
Hey, now you know how I am when I'm falling
Was
asleep.
it you, Nadia? Was it you?
No.
You're green. Was it you, Nadia? Did you put me to sleep?
No, but I fall asleep on Hangouts all the time.
It's insane, man. I must have been really tired. But I think I had too much sugar or something. I don't do sugar very well. And I got some of those shortbread cookies at the plaza, and I probably shouldn't have had one. But
Let's see the teddy bear, Ran. Teddy bear.
I'm a teddy bear. You know I'm a teddy bear, brother. It's not so much for me as it is for you guys. When you guys believe you don't have a soul, I just need you to, at the very least, connect to that part of who you are. And then once we get you there, because I don't believe there's no sense discussing anything with the non-believer until they recognize that they have a soul. And until once they do that, once they understand that they're a spiritual being, once we get that accomplished,
So can you describe for us what the soul is?
Well, that is your image of God.
Well,
When God
so
said that you were made in the image
does
of
it have
God,
a
He's a
gender?
spiritual being. What's this, sir?
Does it have an agenda? Does it have a gender? Is it intelligent? Is it self-aware? I mean, so you were suggesting you have a soul. So how would I know that I have a soul if it was, for example, unconscious?
you would have to be connected to it first and foremost. That's number one. If you're not connected to it, you see, acknowledgement is the beginning. And if you don't acknowledge it, then there's no beginning. So we can't go
So
anywhere.
you're suggesting that the self of like agency and one's self-identity is an element or aspect of the soul?
It's certainly the spiritual identity. I know what you're trying to get at because you have a physical identity because the government gave you a name. I'm saying long before they gave you a name, God knew who you were.
Right, but when I look out through my eyes, is that the soul looking out through my eyes?
Well, your eyes are certainly the window to the soul as I look into you. Have you not looked into a person's eyes and seen them?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay. Well,
So,
that
but
is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and thanks for answering. Yeah, I wasn't trying to be antagonistic. I'm sincerely just interested
Well, you
in...
were, but I'm hard to antagonize. I'm one of the antagonizers.
Yeah. Well, no, I wasn't trying to antagonize you in a negative way. I was sincerely trying to find out what you meant by soul.
Yeah, bro. It's very important that you connect to that. Until that happens, I don't believe that this argument makes any sense to your side of the street. The reality is that there is an absolute spiritual existence happening here, and you are very much a part of it. For whatever reason, you've been disconnected from your own soul. I don't know why or what that is. I don't know if the ways of the world have done that. I don't know if God has chosen to do that. I don't know that you even have a soul. I don't know that you're not 100% right for you. But I know for me,
Would
I'm
you
100%
say that the soul transcends an individual?
Explain. Like, I don't know what your definition of transcendence
Well,
is.
so for example, in the Eastern traditions, there's the idea of the one and only transmigrant, and that all beings are a manifestation of a kind of soul. Now, in the Buddhist tradition, they go beyond that and say, no, it isn't a soul; it has no self. But there is a kind of awareness that transcends space-time. So those would be different elements, different belief systems that are kind of, not suggesting that there's an individual soul, but they're also metaphysical.
Okay, I would say that all religions are right and all religions are wrong. There are only two beliefs in the world. There is the belief that you can save yourself, and all of those religions that you just mentioned fall into that particular basket, along with worldly self-help programs, motivation, inspirational CDs and seminars, and all of that stuff falls into that basket. However, the second belief is that we need a Savior. There is but one Savior provided in this life, and His name is Jesus Christ. Now you ask, well, what is it that we need saving from? What we need saving from is the fact that all religions, including atheism, would agree on one simple thing, and that is that humanity is broken. That of which breaks us is what we need salvation from. What I believe that is that we are under a massive deception here in this world, where most people have no idea of the truth of what's going on, let alone that the ultimate truth must come from that of which created us, and that would be God.
What if you looked into my eyes?
Are you doing a midnight move?
What if there was no feeling underneath it all? What if?
Say that again?
What if you looked into my eyes and saw they're empty? What if you?
But I have seen
knew
into your
that there was
eyes.
no feeling underneath it all for me.
No, but there is. You're
too late to have one.
No, that's not
Can I ask you a question? When you look in the mirror, is that actually all you see is just a complex chemical? You don't feel like there's more to you than just being nothing more than a bottle of Windex? Seriously?
Yeah, and under
Well,
your
I
world,
see,
Good.
I see skin and flesh and bone and hair.
No, I'm sure that.
Are you serious? Or you actually look in the mirror and say, damn, my chemicals are looking good today? Are you serious?
For me?
Yeah.
No. But okay, let's
I do that every morning. It's fantastic.
let's assume, Brett, that I'm a theist right now. Okay, I'm a theist right now. Let's say I'm a Christian, and I believe that this bag of chemicals that I now have is been made by God to function in a very special way. Why should I care? Why should I care about you?
Well, at this point, you have discovered that you are loved and cared about to the point where you have purpose and meaning into this entire
I don't
universe.
care about the meaning.
158 billion light years.
Whose meaning? Whose meaning is it? Whose meaning?
Well, it's definitely a lot better than the meaning of a chemical.
So what? So what? It's God's meaning. He ascribes a meaning to me. I don't care. Why should I listen to God? Why should I care about you?
That's the problem, isn't it, Rand? You just...
No.
Yeah, I was just going to hit him with that one. Art, can I ask you a question, sir?
Sure.
Because I respect you. I've been in a few hangouts with you. We've been in this ballpark a few times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I mean this sincerely, sir. I just really just felt something coming from you. Do you despise the concept of the biblical God? Do you, like, when you read about the biblical God, or when you hear Christians talk about the biblical God or defend the biblical God, does it create almost, I wouldn't want to say an anger, but a disdain in you?
Well, in my view, yes, God of the Bible is not exactly moral, but if someone showed to me that he's the real God, I would not have any problem with it, because he would be the standard for morality at that point.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you understand this when I say this to you? Let's say that we're standing on a bridge, you and I, and we're talking. And as we're looking at the cars passing by this bridge, we see a car slide out of control and start spinning and smashing into other vehicles, and then it ends up smashing into a pole and rolling into the ditch. So you and I run down to that vehicle. Are you going to be more concerned about the vehicle or the people or person that is in the vehicle?
The person.
Okay. You see, Jesus, or God, looks at us, the physical body, as a vehicle. His concern is the soul that is driving this vehicle. So as he sees us get out of control and spin out of control, it's not the flesh that he's trying to save. It is the soul, the spirit, that of which resides within you, that he is trying to control. So when you call him a monster, or you hear of all these things, these are all a part of his plan to perfect that of which is driving the vehicle, not the vehicle. The vehicle dies. This vehicle is going to end up in a wrecking yard somewhere, a graveyard somewhere. The soul is what he is concerned about. So when you and I are running to that car crash, we are both God in that moment, running to save, or at the very least, have a concern for the driver of that vehicle. That's all God has ever done. You guys are looking at all of these things that have happened in the world to the human body and freaking out about what a monster God is, when reality is that would be no different than you going to a wrecking yard and freaking out and mourning the death of vehicles. God is not going to be mourning the death of vehicles. God is mourning the salvation of the soul.
I don't have a problem necessarily with what you're saying. I accept this. Yeah, if God was really, Jesus and the Trinity, yeah, that'd be all fine, and I would be happily joining it. It's just that I don't see any reason.
Well, you're going to be.
Well, I hope so, if it's true.
No, I guarantee you are, because I hear within you, as I hear within Lyric, my other buddy here, a desire to know God. You see, it's not a coincidence that all of you atheists swarm Christians here in this community. You guys are here by purpose, by reason, and by design. There is no doubt in my mind that you guys are going to find the same God that those that have found God love God, including Nadia. You guys there's something in you that you want to connect to this, otherwise you wouldn't give this a second thought. There would be no reason to.
So, Rand, can I interrupt for just 1 second? So, how would you differentiate the story of the driver in the car versus the idea that I've heard before of everybody being a light bulb, but it's the electricity that essentially is the consciousness that creates the light. And when a light bulb goes out, you don't fret over that. You just replace the light bulb. So that the consciousness is the light that is coming through the vehicle.
Yes.
But there's a differentiation between this individualized sense of a soul and then this other sense of, no, it's just consciousness as a kind of collective soul.
If I said to you that graveyards are the biggest waste of real estate in the world, would you agree with me?
No.
Graveyards are the biggest waste. Yeah, I don't know.
They're a waste of real estate. There ain't nobody there. There's nobody there.
If you want to talk
There's
about beeping
memories.
in junkyards,
I mean, we could
I
literally. I'm
built
sorry.
my career on the machines I rescued from, well, disposal and such, and did development on them. So in lieu of, well, equipment supplied by my employers.
Yeah. But I understand what you mean, Rand. I could go with that.
No, well, it's the truth, bro. I mean, I need you to connect to the fact that you're the driver of a vehicle. And that your vehicle, although it's greatly important here in the world in the Matrix in order to continue this Matrix and to have relationships and to be a part of families and friendships and businesses and to obtain all of these worldly things and retain and gain all of this worldly knowledge, I agree the physical body is important in that respect. But don't expect God to consider the physical body even close to as important as he does the soul.
The analogy is false, though.
Why?
We are much closer to, I guess, what you might call like, drone aircraft or, well, whatever the analog for cars would be when they.
You know, I'm an old guy. I'm going to stick with my old analogies, Nadia. The truth of the matter is that there is something within you very important to its creator, and it wants you to reconnect to it, and that's why you find yourself doing 16-hour hangouts a day, Nadia, with Christians, because Christians love you. Listen to me. Listen to me. Christians love you, and we want you to connect to God, because at the end of the day, our ultimate goal is that we should all meet in heaven. That is our
parents are
ultimate goal.
satisfied enough, and their vendetta succeeded. They have no interest in further contact.
I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat that.
I said my parents are satisfied enough that their vendetta against me succeeded to have no interest in further contact with me.
Okay, understand this, Nadia. Your parents bring you into this world, but you're not. They don't own you. You are a child of God. Our parents can only bring us into the world. They're not our owners. They do not own us. Once they raise us and put us to the world that we're able to deal with this life at some level and take care of ourselves, they're only important due to the fact that we have such a connection to family here as human beings. Most other animals don't really do all that goofy human stuff. The truth of the matter is that you are a child of God. And God loves you. You are a child of God, Nadia.
Humans in conventional, modern legal regimes are outside the province of any kind of ownership.
Are you trying to confuse me on purpose?
No.
Okay, so explain that to me.
Humans don't really have owners. We outlawed slavery.
But you do have owners here. We are all slaves. We are slaves to this non-reality called life, called Earth. Every single person in this room is a slave to either their mortgage, their cars, their desire for clothing, their desire for technology, their desire for knowledge. We are slaves to all of this stuff. True freedom is when you leave this physical body. When your spirit exits this body, you're going to experience a freedom like never before. However, that freedom is going to be very minimal right up until you stand in judgment. And if you have not connected to God and not been cleansed of your sins, your sins cannot walk through those gates. And if you don't have those sins cleansed, they have to be taken somewhere. You can't take them with you. And that's why Jesus Christ came. It's a very spiritual thing. He didn't come here because Bob cheated on Carol. Jesus didn't come here because little Johnny stole from a cookie jar. Yeah, sin is sin to God, but there is things going on in this world way deeper than Johnny stealing from the cookie jar. There are sins way deeper than homosexuality and sleeping with women outside of marriage. This is deep. This is a very, very deep spiritual experience we're having here. And I would encourage everybody, if you're honestly interested in what you come here to talk about in all of these debates, if you're honestly as interested in finding out whether or not God truly exists or not, I would really seriously do whatever it took to connect to my soul and start from there. Because that's what it took for Rand Campbell. I had to connect to my soul. I was on the streets. My mother killed my father when I was 4 years old. I ended up in and out of jail most of my life and on drugs. It took me connecting to my soul. It took me digging deep within me in order to connect to the real me on the inside of me and get an understanding of why I was living the life I was living and being able to hand that life over to Jesus Christ and getting forgiven for it. Then I was able to start repairing the inside and correcting myself in the eyes of God. But this is for you.
I'd refer you to a moralistic argument from Physical Minds on Secular Web. Pretty much debunks the immortality of, well, any kind of personhood or soul. The link's in the sidebar text chat.
I'm still here. You guys miss me?
But of course.
Yeah.
Chemicals say yes.
Well, so I guess the big problem with the chemical model is that it's a reduction and a deconstruction that doesn't, fully accept the emergent properties of consciousness and self-awareness that we see demonstrated all the time. So I don't think it's hard to, for anybody who's going to disagree with the fact that when you die, essentially, you begin to decompose and you decompose into primary matter. So what is it that's gone? Is it a soul or is it some biochemical process that's no longer able to maintain itself? It seems like
it's the question of that's what they call like hard and soft or benign and malign emergence, whether things are ultimately reducible to the sum of their parts but yet have systemic properties, or whether the system has things that are not reducible to their components.
Right. So conventionally, like we had the conversation earlier, conventionally we can say, yeah, tables exist. We all know what tables are. They can be made out of different stuff, but really what we're seeing are just lines and colors and light. And if you look even closer, it dissolves into a bunch of particles and subatomic particles, and pretty soon it's just a field of, energetic forces. But nobody's going to deny that we, know what tables are and that we use them every day and that they conventionally exist.
So are you proposing more of like just plain old emergentism, or are you delving into like dual aspect or?
Well, I didn't define, essentially what it is that gives an individual life. So that's the other question that I had is that is a life dependent on a soul, or is it not related?
Yeah, that was property dualism, I guess. Dual aspect property dualism. And I think there's a literal emergentism. So
but what is the soul? The soul is just the play between the ego and the superego, right? That's what people get.
No.
Because I'm aware of myself. I know that I'm here. I know that you're here. I know that there's other things outside. I see the ego in front of me. I also know that there's something within that sees and whatnot. So is that God, or is that just a byproduct of God, or is that a byproduct of evolution? I think that's the real thing, because we all have something there, but what is it?
We all have something where
there's some sort of connection that I can feel between myself and the universe, or something like that. It's hard to explain, but I think that everyone kind of has it, like the play between the ego and the tricks that the mind plays on itself can kind of, for me, it can kind of be described as like what God is.
Do you think it's possible that other animals might share some of those qualities and that we observe them in other animals? So, for example, higher primates that seem to have some elements of culture, communication, emotion, a sense of justice, nurturing, joy, all those kinds of elements. Does that represent something that you're describing as an element you would describe as the human soul?
And do you think that sense data or perception may not be entirely universal?
I think there's one universal perception, but we all experience it at different, different points. There's only one reality, regardless of what everyone wants to say. There's only one place where we're at right now. There's no magical place that I can see. I can't see heaven, I can't see hell. And I know that we interact with this environment, and the body has developed means in which it's easier to do. We see ourselves, we see our environment. I think it's just a natural process of humans and not necessarily God. I think people get that kind of tricked with God, maybe.
Larry, you mind if I ask you a question? And I wouldn't mind Hazy answering as well, if it's okay.
As long as it's not chemicals can reason. So.
No, it's kind of I guess it's a hypothetical. Go with it. You find yourself in a room that has two doors. One room says universe without God, and the other one is universe with God. If you step through either one of these doors, the doors will shut behind you, and you will be basically trapped forever as long as your life exists within that particular universe. There is no escape. Which one would you choose? This is based upon what you want.
Yeah, I'd go with God, no doubt. I want justice, I want to live, I want to see loved ones that have gone before me, I want meaning and purpose. I think there's problems with the idea of a God, so that it's, in terms of everlasting life, what does that look like? Well, there's a lot of people who have different views on that. I'm not sure I'm down with all of them.
Yeah, what about you, Lyris?
I don't know how to answer that, because that is just not in our reality. That is just not a question that I can answer.
Well, of course it is. It's definitely part of it.
There's no two doors with God and non-God. There's no doors. I don't see any doors.
So you only see one way of looking at it.
No. It seems just like a question just to ask the question.
Yeah, well, he did preface with by saying it was a hypothetical.
All right, I would then, if there was a choice, I would go into the door that seemed the most fair, I guess. I don't know. You say go into a door with God. Who's God? Whose standards? God's standards? Which God's standards?
That's true. If you were Job and your whole family had just been wiped out by that God, you might not be so keen on going through it, right?
If, based on that, I refuse to go through either one.
Actually, no, that's not a good analogy, because Job did do that. I mean, he did get wiped out, and he still lived in that universe that had God. I mean, his wife said, "Why don't you just curse God and die?" And he didn't. So that's, yeah. But I understand what you meant, Hazy.
Right.
We all have had tragedy to some extent. I'm not one that would ever say, "Oh, wow, that's pretty bad. Yeah, you had a pretty bad thing happen in your life. But listen to this." No. My tragedy is my tragedy, specific and unique to me. You may have went through something similar, but it wasn't the exact thing. So because of that, I think that's really where we are. It's like, do we still hang on to the faith that God is there with us even through all of this tragedy? Do we blame him? Do we, look to him for the salvation not only of our soul, but also of getting through that particular thing, or do we just lay down and die? So,
right.
Yeah, I just wanted to state that.
Now, Lyris, I will repeat myself, just as I had said to Hazy. This is a decision based upon what you want. Either door. You get the universe without God or the universe with God. I will say this to Hazy, though, before you get to answering that if you pick the universe without God, you're definitely not going to have justice or fairness.
Yep. Well, so what's interesting is that it does parallel real life. People turn away from the God door all the time, but they do it for a reason. Because God doesn't appear to be imminent or possible or real. Now, if we knew God was there, how could you deny it? I think it would be easy to be Jesus and to be crucified because he was able to enact miracles. He had angels hanging out with them. I mean, I know in the story supposedly he questioned his fate at one point in a moment of weakness on the cross, and we could debate exactly what he was thinking on that in that moment.
He was quoting Old Testaments.
I find it fascinating, Hazy, that I actually just said a universe with God. I didn't make a name or mention what God or who God. I just said God, and you automatically assume Jesus. That's pretty interesting. I'll be right.
No. What I'm saying is that Jesus had the experience of having a God present in his life that was doing miracles, enabling him to do miracles. So if God was that present for most people, where there were miracles taking place in front of them, it wouldn't require a leap of faith.
Well, Hazy, let me ask you this. Let's say that you brought some children into this world, and then they took turns beating the hell out of you and spitting in your face and hanging you up, and all you want to do is just simply love them. You think you'd feel a little bad about that?
Yeah, of course, but I don't understand the point.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, if there are doors to go through, I would go through them. I would be far better off never having entered the universe at all. God or no God. God is
I just said in the side chat that I'd probably go with the no God, because I don't know how I could live in a universe knowing that people die and suffer of, for example, cancer for some purpose.
Yeah.
That just seems bizarre to me.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
Yeah, but you guys do realize that this is temporary, right? And, 60, 70, 80 years, even 100 years on this planet being temporal on the backdrop of all of eternity, I mean, that's just a drop in the bucket. If this is our testing ground to determine whether or not we want to be with this God of which has been revealed to mankind, and however you perceive him.
That's about to hop out, maybe. Check out functionalism. That'll talk about computability of mind. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, this makes absolute logical sense to me, to have a world where a creator decides to put you in a place to choose to love or not to love him. We do that as parents to some degree. I
think that's incredibly selfish.
We bring children into this world.
The pain and suffering that is real, that is manifest. So, I mean,
but it doesn't
I
have to be that way.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. It doesn't have to be that way. So if your perception is God brought us into a world of evil, he didn't. He brought us into a world that was perfect. And it's because of our disobedience that we hurt ourselves, so to speak. And he has a remedy for our boo-boo. Just like your parents did when you did the boo-boo. Son, daughter, don't do this. You disobeyed. You got hurt. And they got the remedy for your boo-boo. They didn't say, okay, that's it. You got to fend for yourself. Although, I will say, probably some parents out there were like that, and I'm sorry for you if that was your parent. I didn't have that experience, so, yeah, it's your perception.
I beg your pardon. I don't think I went around raping myself or making myself homeless or gave myself MRSA or ketoacidosis, so... In the meantime, maybe work on a better explanation.
Right. So to Ben Barry's point, I don't see any evidence of that kind of justice. in the universe. So it doesn't lead me to the conclusion that there's a just game going on.
Do you think anything that it would make you less scientific or irrational to believe in possibilities?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, I think I do believe in possibilities. But if you mean like metaphysical possibilities, I mean, I'm open to that, but I don't see any evidence of it.
But do you believe that it would be irrational or illogical to have hope?
Well, it depends on in what. I think that's part of our character is we're on a hedonic treadmill and we're always seeking to avoid pain and seek good things, and we know that there's good things that can be achieved. The problem is they're only temporary. So I can have, I don't know what you mean by hope in that sense. So if we mean some kind of existential metaphysical hope, I think people want that, and that is why religion has evolved around the planet. That, you know, it gives people a salve for their existential angst.
But do you find that strange coming from a naturalistic view that whether it's evolution or whatever alternative you have to it, that somehow your chemicals form together to want direction, want something greater than oneself?
No, I think that they serve an evolutionary, role, and that so from my point of view, I see these as mythologies, and I do think that, like Joseph Campbell, the comparative mythologist, had 4 functions of mythology and the roles that it fulfills in civilization, and I think that those are true. So, and I think that, as we have evolved as beings, that to some degree we could say that the cosmological, the pattern recognition is part of our survival instinct. So as soon as we started burying people and something was gone, it wasn't a huge leap for us to suggest that the blood and the spirit of the breath are related to, what the life of a person is, and that something is gone or something is missing that was here before. What is that thing? And to essentially try to invent a way to understand what has happened.
Yeah, that's a erroneous description of agency is, a cognitive bias in humans that has some respects some survival value.
Can you tell me what you think? Oh, sorry, Nadia, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Essentially, because the way the risk assessment goes is that agency and so on. They represent, sort of dangerous things like predators, and so the way our, I guess, risk calculation is tuned is to, be conservative in that respect. Where, in more safer, more modern contexts, it ends up being leading to things like conspiracy theories, religions, and
yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't take. It's self-evident that humanity as a species is almost infinitely, complex in its ability to create cultural formats and belief systems and abide by them in a meaningful way. That it generally is adaptive to their environment and to their time.
Mm.
So evolution according to you, put all this into place for you to invent gods and mythology.
Well, I wouldn't say evolution did it or it was intelligent. It just seems to be a byproduct of self-awareness and consciousness. That we are story-making creatures. So
yeah, the process lacks agency to ascribe culpability to it.
Wouldn't you think that it would be more reasonable and rational to put forth that there is a mind in the universe as opposed to nothing at all? You have seen repeated observable evidence of consciousness, sentience, and minds throughout this world. Why would you sit there and say that's not possible in the universe?
Well, it's generally cognitive bias to falsely ascribe agency.
Sorry, Nadia, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I would agree with you and say that most of the mythologies of the over 4,200 that exist on the planet right now do exactly what you're describing, and they all do it differently. The exception would be that we now have, you know, empirical science, which seems to provide better answers on a lot of stuff. The other element would be the symbolic value of myth versus the historical, literal value of myth. So that a lot of religions can be said to be true if you interpret them symbolically.
What do you feel is a good explanation or alternative to this? I haven't heard any good explanations on why the universe is the way it is, why it even started in the first place. No one has explained why consciousness and sentience has come to be.
Yeah.
Well, four causes. Hazy. I mean, this equivocates a bit between, you know, teleology and or final causes, material causes, right? So, in pretty substantial respects, you know, science or quote unquote natural philosophy and still areas provided these sort of material causes for much of, you know, I guess observable phenomena. And the question of teleology is a more philosophical one. Of course, you know, religion falls into the category of kind of philosophy that might, you know, provide some kind of answer, but the question is the grounding of the answer, right? Whether it can be adequately justified. And in the case of like more secular philosophy, you see it's a sort of quote-unquote subjective teleology, you know, meaning to life and so on, is more typically advocated. You know, you end up deciding to give your own life its own meaning, or at least attempting to.
Nadia, you look like you're about to crash on us. Hazy,
That's part of why I'm horizontal.
Can you tell me about any individual thousands of years ago that was labeled a non-believer of any sort that actually stood up amongst a bunch of people and said, let's come up with a moral system here. Let's come up with some ideas on how to actually benefit humanity.
Epicurus.
Yeah, there's a long list of those, but a lot of them would be mythological figures. I'd have to go look up some, but even during the time of Jesus, there were other leaders who were attempting to have their own, you know, cultural show, so to speak, and had their own direction for the way the culture should go.
Well, I know
notable.
People from many different beliefs and views who felt that some morals need to be put forth. I'm talking about specifically an atheist, though.
Yeah,
the Stoics. Yeah, definitely the Stoics in the Western tradition.
Because when I look at history, I don't see too many times where non-believers said, and I'm talking about in history, I'm not talking about nowadays, where they came up with organizations or support systems or ways to benefit those who are, let's say, suffering or in need.
Well, you know, supposedly, historically, there was a lot of communication going on in the ancient world with the East. So there was a lot of exchange of ideas, and of course, obviously, in China, you know, you've got a long history. And in India as well. And I think there was a lot of sharing of ideas between those cultures where they interacted. And eventually they were reflected in elements of the Western tradition, including in Stoicism.
Travel is pretty limited. There was, what is it, Dachin, is that right? The Chinese called the West. And they're like Chinese emissaries received by some king or whatever of ancient Rome, I think 164 AD, I think. The Parthians were a big part of the obstacle to communication between the East and West and after them, of course, Islamic caliphates and so on. But in the meantime, I should point to Epicurus, who had his sort of hedonism and so on as a moral system. It strongly resembled what's nowadays called negative utilitarianism. He posed the Epicurean dilemma or trilemma, which is analogous to the problem of evil. I'm not sure if he was materialist, strictly speaking.
What is an interesting line of
I just said specifically an atheist. Do you guys actually believe in evil and righteousness?
Yeah.
You do?
So this is what I was going to say. It's an interesting line of inquiry because it's leading to the question of whether an objective morality exists. Go ahead, Nadia.
Yeah. Various of us who, in particular, are believe in objective ethics and so on, are would refer to such concepts as good and evil.
I have a question for Brett.
All right.
You think that we have a soul, correct?
Well, my definition of a soul is God breathing life into us.
Okay. What happens to an individual when they consume alcohol or various substances? Does the soul go away?
Does the soul go away?
What happens to the soul when you ingest foreign substances like that change your outlook? Is it still the soul?
I don't think that alcohol is doing anything to the soul.
Do you think large amounts of alcohol consumption will affect a religious person and their beliefs?
You do realize what I'm saying whenever I say breath of life. Simply the life force, the essence.
Should we take a breathalyzer test?
Well, alcohol definitely affects your motor functions, but it doesn't really change your mind and who you are.
I would say that it definitely changes who you are.
Let me give a better example. How about antipsychotics?
You may be more reckless.
Schizophrenic.
I got to be honest with you. I'm kind of at an advantage here because I'm not really into drugs and I don't hit alcohol too much. So,
well, antipsychotics.
I'd probably be able to get more experience on, so I'm at a disadvantage.
How about antipsychotics?
Now, I definitely
have the power to revive a cataleptic schizophrenic into a walking, talking,
sugar, oxygen,
a de facto vegetable.
Of life itself. Does alcohol affect your life? It sure as hell does. Go ahead.
So, now, antipsychotics can essentially resuscitate a cataleptic schizophrenic who's effectively a vegetable into someone who walks and talks. What are they doing to the soul, if anything? What happened to the soul?
I think I think that it was a good point what Rand put forth earlier. You have a vehicle, it gets wrecked, what's going to happen? You're talking about the body, the flesh. How would the alcohol affect the flesh?
I said antipsychotics, like Risperdal.
Okay, what about it?
Okay, how about maybe a more extreme example? If I may,
they have the power to reanimate where de facto vegetables, these cataleptic schizophrenics.
If I may, there is an extreme example of where the brain is physically damaged, where the car is damaged, so to speak. We have examples of people getting rods through their heads, and that changes their personality completely. So how does the soul gets damaged by a rod through a head? That it changes, that it changes yourself, which is what you think the soul is, right? It's us.
That's not a very damaging example.
Well, like Rihanna pointed out earlier, and what I'm pointing out to you too is the body is nothing but a vehicle. If it gets damaged, it's not moving, it's not movable. Still doesn't mean that the driver inside is going to be affected. If we were to represent that as a soul, light.
What is an antipsychotic doing when, well, this quote-unquote wrecked vehicle, in your theory that you're positing right now, is exposed to just an antipsychotic drug temporarily? Does it wreck every time that you withdraw the antipsychotic?
I don't know. Do you feel like it's affecting your soul in some way?
I have no exposure to such.
Okay.
I've never been a cataleptic schizophrenic or whatever.
I would say that a lot of these things that they put in us, whether it's pharmaceuticals, alcohol, or specific drugs, can either numb you spiritually or enhance you spiritually. For instance, there is a drug called DMT, which opens up the pineal gland. Do you know what about the pineal gland?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so the pineal gland secretes DMT, which puts you into that state of REM sleep. The Vatican has actually, and you can Google this, made DMT the most illegal drug in the world. Now, DMT can be found in every ecosystem. You can find DMT in grass. But the Vatican has seen to it that it is absolutely illegal. Now, the pineal gland has been calcified through a lot of different means here in the world, chemicals. For instance, fluoride calcifies the pineal gland. That's why there's a lot of fluoride in the water. But the pineal gland looks like a little pine cone. And if you look at the Vatican grounds, they have a statue of a pine cone. And on the top of the Pope's walking cane is what appears to be a pine cone. Now, I'm not saying that there's an absolute connection there, but there's certainly enough to give you reason to wonder. What I would say is that there is a reason why they refer to alcohol as spirits. They refer to them as spirits for a reason. Now, do I know the absolute effect that these things have on the soul or on the spirit? No. But what I will say is no good decision was ever made drunk. What I would also say is that people that have severe alcohol issues have as well very severe God issues.
Well,
the pharmaceutical companies of this world, Nadia, are not out for your best interest. They're out for your best dollar.
What of cataleptic schizophrenics then?
Well, you don't want my opinion on that.
The drug effectively repairs them.
See, I believe that we are all vessels, and although your vessel has your soul and the breath of God in you,
the drug will take them from being a vegetable to someone who walks and talks like before the onset.
What drug is that, dear?
Various antipsychotics work. Things like, what do they call it? Thorazine, things like Risperdal, and so on.
Right. Do you know anything about DMT?
Yeah, but it's not relevant.
It's not what?
Not relevant to the example.
Well, no, it is relevant because it is an extremely spiritual drug. That's what I was saying. Some drugs enhance spirituality and some drugs numb it.
Your notion that the car is like damaged and irreparable and so on, it doesn't really hold up to examples like antipsychotics.
Well, what I'm saying to you is that the world is all concerned about the vehicle, and so it should be because it continues and allows you to reside in the matrix. But God could care less about the body, and I don't mean he doesn't care at all, but I'm saying that he cares less than he does the soul, the spirit of the man. And that was my point, is that humanity wants to refer to God as a monster when they hear of the Great Flood and the killing of all of these people, or when he commands people to die. You guys are all concerned about the body. Well, how could he do that to the physical body? Well, you don't know what his intention with the soul was in that act,
Well, the
or
question.
in that command.
Well, the question is regarding the interaction of the soul and body, right? In this case, we have an interaction that does not fit your model. We have,
Well,
this
there's
drug
going to be
reanimates the body.
there's going to be issues that are going to require obviously more investigation and more thought, Nadia. But the reality is that you have a soul. The reality of that soul is that here in humanity, they have come up with ways to numb you of that, or even worse, to disconnect you of that.
So, explain how in your model of the body being like a wrecked car, in the case of these illnesses and such, how the administration of a drug can reanimate someone from a de facto vegetable, schizophrenic catalepsy, to, walking, talking, socializing, aware, conscious human beings.
Hey, Roy would like to respond. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Roy.
Yeah, there's a good side chat going on here which has to do with what we're talking about here. So let me explain the way I understand God put me together, which is basically how he put all of us together. So I came to planet Earth through my parents from Almighty God. When I came here, I was body, soul, and spirit. Now, that's not the way that Adam and Eve got here. They didn't come here through any parents, right? They got here straight from God through no parents, but they came here. Hold on.
Where's mind in that?
Hold on. Soul, spirit, and body. Now, notice I said I came here, body, soul, and spirit, and I would like to add dead spirit, or the spirit of which I possessed at my birth was disconnected from God. So you can say it's dormant, you can say it's dead, because the scriptures refer to the fact that my spirit needs to become alive, or it needs to be born, or born again. Right? That's my link to the Lord. So we decide whether or not we decide whether or not we want a living spirit, or if we want to continue this this journey with a dead spirit. Now, as far as your soul is concerned, I believe your sign is your mind, your intellect, your will, your consciousness, all of it wrapped into one. So it directs and guides your body, and makes the decision for or against the spirit becoming alive. That is the journey that we have here, 60, 70, 80 years, or a few years more, and then all of eternity. And depending upon what the soul, you are a soul that has a body which needs a living spirit. If you see it that way, then the decision you make or don't make on this side of death will determine where you go as far as all of eternity. That's how I see it.
I have a question.
Amen.
Now, if the vehicle is damaged, now the soul, it makes the same decision every time regardless of the vessel. Is that correct?
I don't understand your question.
You're saying that the soul, the spirit, it directs the body towards things and stuff like that.
Okay, the soul and the spirit are two different things. So which are you speaking of?
The soul.
Okay, the soul, you are a soul, and you have a body, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm with you so far. So go ahead.
So, I'm trying to think of how to word this. If the body is immaterial, all right, say we're saying the body is immaterial, it doesn't matter what the body looks like, what sort of shape it's in, it's a body, it's a vessel for the soul. Now, does the soul say the same thing every time to the body? Like if we're put into a situation where, like a moral dilemma or something like that, would the person, we'll have two people. We'll have one with a working, functioning brain, and we'll have a catatonic person or something of less functioning. Is the same information going to them, and they're just making two different decisions based upon their intellect, or do people really interpret the soul differently?
Wow, that's a good question, but I don't know if I fully understand it. So let me make an attempt. If I don't answer it, somebody who actually got the question can help me. So, first of all, I am not talking about anybody that is not of sound mind and body. If you do not have a sound mind and body, all bets are off, and I have no clue. Okay, all I can say is God is fair and just. But if you are of sound mind and body, then you have the will, the intellect to make rational and reasonable decisions based upon the truth. If you don't believe that a truth or the truth exists, that's your first mistake. Because saying that there's no absolute truth, you just made an absolute statement, so there has to be more to it than that. So whatever is input into your soul by external sources is not a big deal.
I came from intelligence.
It's not a big deal when God has placed in you the knowledge of Him, and when you respond to the light or the wisdom or the intelligence or the knowledge that you've already been given.
Sorry, I'll stop.
You're really cracking with me. I want to see.
Sorry, Bobby.
You tell him. Tell him. Boy, I heard his girlfriend back there giving him hell. I love it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's basically it. I don't know if you heard all of that. Well, somebody was talking over me. I don't know who that was, but
it was the guy in the submarine.
Oh, Ben. Yeah. So I don't know if you got all of that, but yeah, if you didn't get some of that, then just ask me again. I'll be more than happy to repeat it.
Because he was being pounded on for being naughty.
Yeah. It's all in the perspective. The way you treat a God is the way you see a God, and the way you see a God is the way you treat a God. And if it's the God, because there's a lot of false gods roaming around this planet, so to speak, there's a lot of false teachers teaching about these false gods, and you have to know that there is truth. And if you don't believe that there is truth, once again, that's your first mistake, because we have light, we have wisdom within us. God put it there for a reason, so that we can respond to it. So then if you or anybody says to me, well, Roy, what about the pygmies that never heard about God? It's like, it doesn't matter.
Hold on, you're talking about the wisdom. You're talking about...
Yeah, they have
that's
the
what
light.
I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Is the wisdom the same regardless of individual?
Yes.
So
The wisdom-
then why
the
is there so
wisdom
much
to
division?
know- Say that again?
Then why is there so much division? If it's clear-cut, like...
It's called willful disobedience, my friend.
But that's I don't know, man. I don't know if I can...
Yeah, it's willful disobedience. There's no other way to look at that.
Let me put
Hey,
it
Roy,
to you.
did you answer my question, sorry?
Before Nadia completely falls asleep, Nadia, can you make a couple mods in the room in case we get a couple clowns in here?
Don't let it be Brett. Don't let it be Brett. Don't let it be Brett.
Yeah, just
Let me just say something quickly. In all relationships, the one that loves the least controls it.
I could not agree with you more.
You love God less than
Yes.
He loves you. I promise you, you are in control of this relationship.
Ditto.
Right down to the very act of it being null and void.
Yes, I totally agree with that. That can be seen in any marriage and in any relationship of
That's
substance or no substance. The one who
One that
loves
loves the
the least
controls
within the relationship is in control of the relationship. Yes.
And that defines our relationship with God.
And I totally agree with you, Rand. That's non-negotiable. That is an absolute truth. That is a universal law.
Yes, sir.
I think Benny had a question, right?
Benny
Yeah,
always has a question.
did you answer? did you answer that question? My question, right? How does the soul and mind affect the material?
Yeah, I was going to get to that. So I wonder. I took the long way around. So sorry about that. So why don't you ask it again so I can hear it from a voice perspective rather than trying to read it and figure it out?
No worries. It sounds like you're equating the soul spirit with, like, for example, the mind as being something that's immaterial. So how does the immaterial affect the material? How does that decision, you said that, for example, the immaterial mind makes decisions or the soul makes decisions. How does that get passed on to the body? What's the mechanism? How does that occur?
Okay, so do you understand thought?
Yeah.
Every thought that you have affects every feeling that you have. When you feel like killing your kids, if you're a parent, it's only a feeling, right? But it was passed down because of your thought. Thoughts rule the body and feeling. So if you're thinking about lifting your hand, you will, or you won't. So, I mean, I'm no scientist, I'm no doctor, I can't explain this from the material side of things, but from the spiritual side, a thought is either yours, God's, or the devil's. Those are the only three thoughts you have. Now, if there's a thought within your head, you have to capture that thought, you have to take it captive, and you have to discern the thought to the best of your ability to know where it came from. If it came from the devil, don't act on it. If it came from God, act on it. And if it came from you, you need to discern who you're listening to. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But I guess, you know, we are looking at this differently because you're saying that concepts are not material, that they're not grounded or found in material. They are something else. There's some immaterial thing that can't be weighed or found under rocks or however you want to describe it.
Well, the natural man cannot understand the spiritual things. Do you understand that?
Yeah, sure. I don't know what spiritual things are, so yes.
Exactly, exactly. So only the spirit can understand the spirit. You know, like the spirit of God understands God, and the spirit of you.
Yeah, but are thoughts part of the spirit?
Pardon?
Are thoughts part of the spirit?
Okay, the spirit is dead. Your spirit is dead right now. Are you a believer or non-believer?
Non-believer.
Non-believer. Then your spirit is dead.
Yeah.
Your spirit is either dormant or dead. Either or either is fine by me. It is not alive.
Yeah, sure.
It needs to become alive. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
I have
Okay,
a question.
yeah.
Hold on. Do you think
He hasn't answered my question. Hold on. Sorry, I'm lyrics. I just want him to answer that question. Are thoughts part of the spirit? Ignore
No.
whether my spirit
No.
is dead
No,
or
no,
not.
no, no, no.
You
Thoughts are not
tell
part of the
me
spirit,
from
no.
your position.
No, thoughts are not part of the
Thoughts
spirit.
aren't?
No.
Okay. So where does that tie into the soul?
Where do the thoughts tie into the soul?
Yeah, well, that was the initial question. How do decisions affect the body? You were
Okay.
saying that the
So
soul
do you
makes
understand that
decisions
you
for the body.
are? So do you understand that you are a soul?
I'm listening to you explain it to me. Yes.
Okay. So then you have a body,
Yes,
and
I
your
agree.
soul determines what your body does.
But are you equating that with the mind? Is the soul and mind synonymous?
It's your mind, it's your will, it's your intellect, it's your conscience. It's all of it rolled into one. Yes, all of the
Okay.
intangibles are
Okay,
your
cool.
soul. Yes.
All right. So would that then be fair? Would it be fair then to say that thoughts are of the mind, therefore they are of the soul?
Your thoughts
It sounds like you're putting
control
that into
your
the same
body.
category, right?
Your thoughts are your soul, so to speak.
Cool.
Listen to me, so to speak.
Yep.
In other words, whatever you put into your thoughts, whatever you decide to think about, that is who you are. That is what you will do. In other words, if you feed negative thoughts, you become a negative person, and your body will respond in negative ways to all of that. Do you understand what I'm saying? So a lot of people are sick simply because of what they're thinking, right? You understand that, right? I think it's hypochondriacs or whatever. And there's a lot of people who will themselves to health simply because that's how strong your soul, your body, your will, your intellect, your conscience really is. And then if you add the spirit that now is alive into the mix, direct line to God, now he can do for you what you can't do for yourself.
Yeah. Look, I understand what you're saying. I just don't see the connection between the two. That's what I'm asking for. You're creating there's two categories. There's the body, and let's just say there's the immaterial and the material.
Soul, and
I'm just
spirit.
And I'm simply just asking, how does the immaterial directly affect the material? What's the mechanism? Because they're obviously not connected, right? It's not like there's some sort of string that's half material or half immaterial that vibrates and affects the body. How does that actually occur? How does the information from the immaterial translate into the body.
That's where
what
I'm a little foggy. It's like
if we don't, if we don't
explained-
know, we don't know. I'm happy to accept that. That's fine.
I explained it's your thoughts. What you think about, the body responds to.
Yeah, but the
And
thoughts
what
are
you might
immaterial,
want to
correct?
keep in mind, Benna, is
Yeah,
that the mind is the devil's playground. And what I mean by that is that is an open doorway to any kind of evil thoughts or ill thoughts or things that we might think about and that we've seen many people, myself included, act on.
By default, you are thinking not of God, therefore not moving towards God. That's the default state of man. Man walks away from God. Anything that has to do with God, by default, man walks away from. Because that's the default state of man, because we have a dead spirit. Once our spirit becomes alive, we now walk towards God. And our thoughts are
but it's not answering. It's not really answering the specific question. It's really narrowed down to that question. It's not, you're sort of going.
Okay, so what is your question? Just make it very simple.
How does the immaterial affect the material?
Thoughts.
And thoughts are immaterial, correct? You believe thoughts are immaterial, correct?
That's right.
So
as
how
far
does
as
the
they are
immaterial
not material
thought,
and you can't see them underneath the microscope, yes.
Sure. Okay, so how does immaterial thoughts affect the material? By what mechanism?
Are
Well,
you
there must be
looking
some
for,
connection there.
Are you looking for something like electricity or something like a string?
Well, I want to understand how you understand it.
It's the pineal
So I
gland.
would just say it's all.
It's thoughts. It's thoughts. And if you don't understand how a thought has anything to do with your body, then I don't know what else to say.
I want to hear John Kay's assertion about the pineal gland.
That was a joke. That was Descartes' answer to the sort of
You're
his
trying to be
dualistic.
a smart aleck?
No, I'm not trying to be a boyfriend. That was
I know, smart me, son.
Teddy bear.
Thanks, Mark. Come on.
Yes, okay.
It was a joke.
Teddy bear.
It was a lame joke, but yeah.
I get it, Roy. I get it, but there's just that. There's something missing. That's all I'm saying.
What do you think is there?
I'll leave it to John. Maybe he can explain it.
What do you think is there that maybe I can understand what you're really asking, because I'm a little in the dark. How do you think it connects?
Well, I'm trying to understand it from your perspective. I mean, that's what I'm interested in. So
right, and from my perspective, I don't know.
I understand thoughts are immaterial. You can't weigh them. They're concepts, right? But how does that directly translate into an effect of the material? I'm not getting that part there. Something's missing. If I explain it purely from a materialistic point of view, I can explain all those steps. But you're adding something further.
Say something really quickly, Benna. I mean, physicalist or naturalist philosophy of mind can't properly account for the phenomenon of consciousness in sort of an exhaustive way either. So that's not
I would agree.
So I mean, yeah, I guess a dualist of whatever flavor, just because they can't account for that interaction, it's not necessarily a strike against dualism, I guess is what I'm saying, right?
No, and I'm not saying that either. I'm just pointing out that there is something missing, correct? And that as long as we accept that, we don't know everything, that's fine.
Okay.
But it doesn't sound like Roy's saying that there's something missing from that. He thinks that's perfectly fine, that works somehow.
I think that, consciousness and sort of the mind, body or, distinction, I mean, there's not again, we're either stuck with sort of a ghost that sort of inexplicably kind of animates the machine, or a machine that sort of inexplicably gives rise to a ghost, right? And neither case is really satisfactory, I suppose. So it's not really. I mean, just because I or Roy or Ran or anyone else can't give an answer, I mean, it's neither here nor there, I suppose. I'm not really. I don't know. I'm sort of partial to dualism, but I haven't really settled on these things, anyways.
That's fine. I mean, if people are happy to that point.
Would that be like the essence of the faith argument right there? Because of this decision that we can't come to, this is the faith?
No.
because we
I haven't
can't.
mentioned anything about faith. I'm just talking about philosophy of mind, right?
Well, I'm just saying, like, it's hard to explain the connection between spirit and mind and whatnot. Is this what is the requirement of faith? Is this what
I don't
brings the
understand the
faith
question.
upon? Like, the Christians or the people of God were trying to figure out the immaterial, like, how does the immaterial affect the material? And we kind of came to the conclusion that we didn't know. And I don't know, and I don't like kind of go down that avenue of like religious kind of thought and stuff like that. And I think that like maybe that's at the point where I would need to have faith in order to believe it. Because there's no clear-cut definition of what causes the immaterial to affect the material. So wouldn't that be like the beginnings of faith?
Yeah, I would say absolutely yes, because faith is the evidence of things unseen. If you don't know how something works, but you know it works, that's faith.
I was just going to say that.
So that's where the divide had started, whereas we could not explain how the immaterial created the material, so then we got these groups attacking each other. Isn't that the real argument? How can
okay, so I would say it differently than you just did. It's like if you are part of the group that does attacking on either side, then you don't know what you don't know. There's no need to attack. All you need to do is understand that both sides have faith in something or in nothing. But faith, it's by faith. Both groups, the believer and non-believer, by faith, believe or don't believe. And that's the core, that's the essence that I was, usually attempt to bring to somebody's attention, because you have to start there. If you don't start there, if you don't think by faith, I got evidence on my part. Yeah, you do. You got evidence for you, but you don't have evidence for me or anybody else. You can't prove the existence of or the existence not of God to anybody but yourself, right? And you have to live with that decision, because that's the way God put it together, so that no man would be without excuse. So just because somebody else can't prove the existence of God or non-existence of God to you, you're still not without excuse. You have to prove to yourself whether you believe or not believe, whether you have faith in or faith out. It's that simple.
But those are different. So, Roy, could I ask briefly, when you say faith, do you mean faith that includes doubt, or faith that is beyond doubt?
Oh, no, there's no doubt when it comes to the, okay. So
well, then it's not. Then some would say that maybe it's not faith; it's just belief. It's a certainty. Like, for example, revelation, the Holy Spirit has informed you. You know. Versus faith, which is a leap of faith that has some element of doubt, but you trust in, the majesty of God.
See, okay, so let's define faith. Faith is the evidence of things not seen. The substance of things hoped for. So a non-believer hopes there's no God. They have faith that there's no God. They have evidence in the unseen God that he's not there. It's really that simple. If you do anything more than that, you're really deceiving yourself. And I know it, because I understand this. Now, I'm not a scientist. I have an average IQ. So it's like I'm nobody special in the eyes of the world. But here's what I know. I know that both sides, the believer and the non-believer, by faith, blank when it comes to God. So no one can say, well, I have proof. There's empirical proof there is no God, or there's empirical proof that there is God. You can only prove it to yourself. I can't convince you of anything, nor can you convince me of anything. All we can do is share information to the best of our ability in a non-attacky kind of way. And when we do, the other person goes, wow, I never thought of that. Hey, that makes sense. Or if they want to be, dishonest to themselves, they'll go, well, I don't want to believe this. I don't want to believe this. I don't want to believe this. For whatever reason. And yes, I know I can be self-deceived. And that is the first part of wisdom, is knowing that you can be deceived. Okay? So if you know you can be deceived, then you can stop from being deceived. If you don't think you can be deceived, you're already deceived. Make sense?
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for your answer. That was great.
Yeah.
I would question the idea of the idea of blinking, because, for example, you would blink in confronting another's faith potentially. So an atheist doesn't necessarily blink at the Christian God. They may blink at the mystery of phenomenal reality.
What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that because we don't believe in the Hindu gods or the Muslim God or whatever, all this other nonsense, are you suggesting that that makes us atheists?
Well, from their perspective, maybe you're, not atheist per se, but yeah. That isn't really what I was suggesting. I was just suggesting that an atheist might say, well, I don't see sufficient reason to believe in this or that or, whatever God. But that doesn't mean, for example, you said they will inevitably blink. I would suggest that most would blink at the question of phenomenal existence, but not necessarily at any particular religion.
I wanted to say I find it intriguing whenever it comes to atheism on this point. You don't see atheists often making videos going after Hindus or even Muslims that much. There's a guy named Pat Kendall that will. But most atheists, they usually just target and focus on Christians, Jesus.
Yeah, that's because we know Christianity is the truth and we just want to sin and suppress it.
Well, that's what I figured. I'm serious, Art. Because you don't go after any of the other religions. You just
I agree with you. I think it's a huge weakness. And even the so-called the four horsemen of the apocalypse, those guys are woefully inadequate when it comes to understanding other belief systems.
Well, I would also say that you guys would like to kill religion as a whole, and so you might as well go after the truth first, because the truth is
religion's good for some people.
You're making blank statements. You're just generalizing a group that some of them act like.
I'm not talking about you guys, but there is an agenda to relieve this planet of religion as a whole. I'm not saying it's you guys, but there is an agenda.
So then you can't say that. I mean, you kind of can, but like individual basis.
I just want to say to Rand, what's odd about this though is even if you had the ability to destroy God, in the end, no matter how you feel or believe, you would have destroyed yourself.
That's right. Now, did you guys know that in Satanism there is a belief that goes like this? If you stop worshiping a god, it will die. So does it make sense when I say to you that Satan's agenda would be to eliminate any worshiping of God in the hopes that eventually he dies? And this is exactly what a vast majority of, not you necessarily, but of some atheists in this world appear to be pushing towards.
Yeah, have you ever heard of Neil Gaiman's American Gods? I think they're going to turn it into a TV show on HBO, and that's an element of the storyline, is that the old gods are dying because people have stopped to believe.
That's exactly true. And it's not for me, it's not happenstance or coincidence that all of these shows and all of these movies are coming out. There is a real reason for this. It's not a coincidence that the atheist movement is pushing forward as they are. It is not happenstance that all of these televangelists are now starting to come out as false preachers and prosperity preachers and liars. It's also not happenstance that all of the truther community is starting to recognize the Catholic Church as being not what it claims to be. It's very important that you guys open your eyes, because in Revelations it states that nobody will know the minute of which he comes, but we are to be aware, which is also to be awake, and to recognize the sign of the times, the season that you're in. And if you take
I find
a
it
look
kind
at,
of absurd. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm sorry, did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours?
No, I thought you had finished. I apologize.
Okay. So what I would say is that there is a real importance to the human language right now, be it here on YouTube and Google Plus, or be it in your workplace, or be it in television and media, be it music. Listen to the language that is being spoken in the times. There is something very profound happening, and it's deep, and you know it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here questioning it. There's something happening. Wake up.
Hasn't the world been ending since it started, Ran?
Nope. Since Jesus' last breath.
It's been ending for 2,000 years, man.
You've been ending since your first breath.
That's right. That's the laws of entropy, baby. It's universal.
There's something happening.
Ran, what's more important, the end or the journey?
After the journey, after the end. What happens when you take your last breath and you realize, uh-oh, they were right. Now what? And then you look at God and go, can I go talk to Ran one more time?
Hey, Ran, what if...
I already sent you that boat. Ran kept telling you, come on, get in. Let's go. You need saving. And you said, no, I'll save myself. I'm fine. I don't need a savior.
Right, and what if Buddha is correct? What if Muslims are correct?
They're not. There are two beliefs in the world. There is the belief that you can save yourself, and there is the belief that you need a savior. Muslims don't offer a savior.
Yeah,
only
there's no
Christianity does.
How about reincarnation?
Yeah, look, okay, guys, let's nip this in the bud right now. So if you don't know the one true God, there's 3 or 4 of us, maybe 5 of us here who do. There's no need to ask what if, because here, let me just illustrate. So if I give you a $20 bill, American money, could you look at it and go, oh, counterfeit? Yes or no? Probably not. No. Now, if you had to, if your life depended on it, if you had to take a look at that $20 bill and go, oh, counterfeit, what are you going to do? Are you going to study all the different counterfeits that are out there, which could number in the millions? Or do you study the one true $20 bill and then everything else that doesn't look like that is a counterfeit? So I give you the one true God because we've already done our homework, so to speak. And
well, Muslims as well.
Pardon?
Don't Muslims, it's the same God. They just have Jesus in the wrong place in the roster.
And it's a different Jesus. If anybody come to you and preach a different gospel, a different Jesus, then yeah, let him be accursed, because...
And let me assure you people of something. The enemy, Satan, was here before us. Adam and Eve were not here before Satan. Satan was here before us. Satan was the most powerful angel in the heavens before he was cast here. Do you not know that he knows God? Do you not know that he knows what to do against God? Do you know that he can come up with religions? He can come up with false gods? He did all of this long before we got here. His plan was already set. So all of this stuff that you guys come up with about, oh, but what about Thor, and what about this God, and what about that God? False, fake, and set in motion by the enemy. The enemy was here before us. It was already set in stone.
I have a question. Now you're saying that every other religion is a counterfeit of Christianity, correct?
Yes.
So that would imply that Christianity came first, right?
God came first. Those
That's not what I asked, Ran.
Christianity didn't come until Christ died on that cross. Those other gods were here in mind, in trickery, before Christ died on that cross. Christianity, Jesus Christ was the first Christian.
So God created, or whoever created, false dichotomies and then brought the truth and then continued to bring false dichotomy?
No, not necessarily.
You know what I find fascinating? If you're really interested in this, Lears, a lot of the other religions out there attribute that Christ is real. Even though these are counterfeits. Notice that Islam will state that Jesus existed. You ask the Hindus, they show attributes to Jesus. All of them do.
So, what's the point?
Explain how Jesus Christ, a carpenter, let's say he's just a guy that was a little smarter than the average carpenter, existed 2,000 years ago, and somehow he is the most talked about, argued, investigated, hated, loved, I mean, you name the word, and Jesus Christ has the award for every word.
So Jesus
And
was
yet,
like the biggest celebrity
yet he
ever?
never went to university, never held an office, never did anything that anyone would erect a statue to other than he is God, right? And he's the central figure of the human race. We even have dates that separate before his death and after his death.
Come on, Roy. For fuck
And we know that the Pope made that or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's still very significant. If he was a nobody, why are we even talking about him here?
It's quite simple because a lot of people believe he's real.
Lyris, when you
why?
Go over to Google and type in, do Hindus believe that Jesus existed? Also type in Islam. Do the Muslims believe that Jesus existed?
No, bro, I'll take your word for it, man.
Yeah, I know that Muslims say that Jesus existed, but they don't consider him to be a god.
Can I just say something to you, gentlemen, just from my heart?
Sure.
This doesn't have to be a religious thing for you. This doesn't have to be you guys turning into Bible thumpers and, you know, all of that stuff that you hate about religion. I mean, seriously. It really just takes you reaching out to God, asking himself to make himself real. In between the gap, because there's a gap when you reach out to God, there's going to be a gap. In that gap, he has put his grace. That's where the grace lives. Once you receive that grace, there are so many gifts within that grace. Belief, faith, hope, love, understanding, Jesus Christ, sacrifice, eternal life. There are so many things. But here's what you guys need to do. You need to stop looking at this like a religion, because the world turned it into a religion to turn people off and to make it something nasty. People misinterpreted Scripture and twisted it with a misunderstanding of God and twisted it with a twisted worldly understanding. This isn't a religion. It is a relationship with your Savior, which in return creates and bonds a relationship with your Creator. Jesus Christ said, if you mention my name to man here, I will mention your name to the Father. It is a relationship with your Creator through Christ, not a religion. Religion destroys the human soul. Religion destroys man. Religion separates and divides humanity. A relationship with Christ bonds you to your Creator. That is the difference between Christianity and all other religions.
I act like a moral, decent human being with the teachings of other religions?
Well, here's the thing. Let me just add to what Rand was saying in light of what you just said, Lyrics, and that is morals and morality have nothing to do with it. God did not come to planet Earth to make bad people good. He came to make dead people alive. And that's the difference, as is being pointed out here by the three formulas.
Isn't that a play on words?
No. It's not a play on words.
Dead people alive, are they really dead? Are they?
Yeah, your spirit is dead.
Nothing but dead man's bones.
Yeah, your spirit is dead. Your spirit does not commune with God. It runs from God. And we see that, and you see that. You're running from God. You're not running to God. So what has to happen is once your spirit becomes alive, now you have the understanding of the spirit world, of the supernatural world.
Well, earlier you said soul, right? Do you mean soul?
No. Your soul is alive forever. Your soul will never die. When your body goes back into the ground, your soul carries on, and you have the spirit guiding you as its destination. If your spirit is dead, the soul will go to live in outer darkness, outside of God, outside of Jesus Christ, because that's what you've decided you want. And he will not, he's a gentleman, he will not give you an eternity with him if you decide against it. So the only other place is an eternity without him, which is called outer darkness. You will have full consciousness.
If your girlfriend or your children hated you and did not want to live with you, would you force them to? God loves you too much to force you to spend eternity with him. If you really believe you're going to be happier to be in an eternity without him, he will allow that on you.
Absolutely.
He will give that to you.
Yes.
This is going to be your choice. God wants you in heaven with him. Satan wants you in hell with him because misery loves company. It's your choice. There's a tie, and you are going to break that tie based on your own decisions. It requires you reaching out to God and begging his forgiveness, which requires you dropping your ego, which is edge God out, which is exactly what you do.
Well, Rand, I wouldn't say beg. I wouldn't say beg, right, Rand?
Well, at this point, I'm going to say beg.
Well, I'm going to say you don't have to beg. You just simply ask. I would even say you don't even have to say please. You just say, God save me, and you're saved. It's really that simple.
Repetitive. They've distanced themselves so far from him, it's going to take a lot more than just one simple asking. These people have all done this, Roy. Most atheists that I have spoke to have said that they have gone on their knees and they have asked God to reveal him to them and feel as though nothing happened. So when I say beg, what I mean is be repetitive about it.
Can I
and be sincere about it.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
May I ask the non-believers in the room, obviously you believe whatever benefits the species. Are you aware that according to a study, God believers live longer, healthier lives? I can provide you the link if you'd like to see that for yourself, and if you'd like to try to give an explanation for that, I'm all ears. Go ahead.
Does it factor in quality?
There you
Quality
go.
of life.
Longer, healthier lives. I would think long and healthy.
Better lives?
Yeah, I'd be willing to. I believe that wholeheartedly. I mean, I'm sure that there's good evidence to show that. The question would be, is it only Christians or any belief? So, and part of that would be that religion does provide some positive benefits to individuals personally and to the greater society.
While you're pondering that answer,
go ahead, Rand.
I want to throw something at these people, Brett. I've noticed that a lot of atheists line up for the next piece of Apple technology or whatever the new technology is. A lot of atheists get all excited, or they line up for, Star Wars this, or all of these Star Trek and all of this stuff that you're amazed at, or you line up for science and all of these worldly things, and you give a lot of admiration to the Bill Gateses and the Steve Jobs of the world and the Stephen Hawkings. You guys really stand up and applaud these people on how amazing they are and how amazing the technologies and the stuff that they have designed in their laboratories or in their minds and end up being, you know, a piece of technology in your life. You guys have so much admiration and amazement for that. But yet you look at the ecosystem, or you look at the human eye and how it works, or the reproductive system of the human being or life in general, or you look at even the solar system and how it's all lined up and how it works, or something like gravity, and there's no applause. There's no admiration. It's just, it happened. There's no designer for that. There's no creator. I don't know. It really makes me wonder, like, how you give so much admiration to a Steve Jobs or a Bill Gates or any of these people, but yet you are breathing in a life that is far more amazing than the iPad.
Yeah, I take issue with that whole
People
premise.
so much admiration.
Yeah, I take issue with that whole premise. I mean, there are going to be a lot of atheists out there, you know, who are scientifically minded and are materialists and buy stuff, and they may indeed be filling some kind of existential angst or inner emptiness, but there are just as many who essentially love nature and reject materialism. I don't think you're...
But you understand what I'm saying, though, right, brother?
Yeah.
Like
I
how
think so.
quickly you'll give all this, stand up in a crowd and applaud these people, you know,
Yeah.
sleep out in the rain to get the next iPad, and you give so much admiration and love and respect.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see like some sociological statistics to see how many, you know, people who consider themselves Christians, consider themselves believers or believers in some other faith, also have that kind of, I don't know, rabid materialism and worship of technology going on.
Well, that's because they're infected by the world, bro. This world is very infectious. It took me a long
So you're
time to
saying,
let go.
man, you're saying if you don't embrace technology, then you are pretty much the devil? Is that what it is?
No, sir. Don't. Hey, come on. You want me to be nice? No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it just makes me wonder, you know, how we can be as a human race give so much admiration. And I'm not saying that the iPad isn't amazing. I have a Notebook 4 cell phone, and I'm still amazed at all the little things it can do. But I also give the glory to God for everything in this world. I know that cell phone can't even be procreated without the elements taken from the earth in order to create it. I know that it can't be created without it being put in them through the Creator by having such a great mind. But I don't stop at giving the admiration and the applause to Bill Gates and Steve Jobs and so on and so on. I go much further past them, and I applaud the Creator, the true Creator, the one Creator, God.
Do you think that, I wouldn't necessarily say like putting Steve Jobs on a pedestal is idol worship, but do you think that like because this man created this product and allowed the human race to better itself, would you think that like the way that I would look at it was I wouldn't necessarily more focus on the man, but how God acted through the man to put these things on the earth to benefit us?
Yes, sir. What I would say is this. We worship here. We worship rock stars. We worship people like Steve Jobs and Bill Gates, Stephen Hawkins. You guys worship Dawkins. You guys worship Darwin. People worship, movie stars. They worship their wives, their husbands, their kids, their cars. They worship money. They worship their jobs. They worship power. They worship a lot of things here in the world. And what I would say is that I understand it because there is a desire to worship within us. It was placed there by our Creator. We are to worship. We were designed to worship. But we are designed to worship God. But when you don't have God in your life, that leaves an awful big hole. And that hole needs to be filled. Otherwise, you live this life very empty. So you fill that hole by worshiping things of the world. The problem with that is that those things are very temporal. And when you're finished worshiping the first iPad, now you're worshiping the second. When you're finished worshiping that, you worship the new Cadillac. When the Cadillac is done, you start worshiping the Mercedes-Benz. Then you start worshiping the bigger house. It never ends. It never ends. Worship was designed to worship God. We're filling that hole with the things of the world. God said, he who does not have the Father within him is of the world. That's what we have become. We have become of this world. And we are trying to find our satisfaction and our temporal gratification through the things of the world, when in all reality, if you take that space and fill it with the worship of your Creator, the things of the world become insignificant and less important. And then the world, and the way that it makes us slaves and manipulates us into this matrix and is able to manipulate us and deceive us, dies. You see, we're killing the wrong thing here. We're killing God when we should be killing this world. And I don't mean that in a physical sense. I mean it in the worshiping sense. The things of the world have not earned my worship. God has earned my worship.
Is that the essence of the born-again experience?
I don't know if it's the essence, sir, but I know it's the beginning of internal fulfillment. I know that when you become born again and when your spirit becomes alive again, I know that it's a wonderful journey, and I know that it becomes a tormenting journey of letting go of the things of the world, of letting go of the things that yesterday you loved, of letting go of the things that you thought were important. But once you start to let go of those things and God fills them with the things of this world that are way more important than technology and science and education and all of this stuff in the world that we think is so important, and none of which we can take with us. He starts to fill your life with such amazing and wonderful things that becoming that is joyous, bro. It's unbelievable. It's amazing how much better I feel.
The teddy bear I'm talking about, Rand. This is what you need to start doing, buddy.
Well,
I appreciate your answers, but Rand, I asked earlier in the chat whether your view is that all denominational churches essentially have become their own religions and are false and fallen, and that the only way to essentially address God or find God is as an individual. So
yes, sir, absolutely, 100%. It even states in Revelations that in the end times we are to run from her. You see, the church is in the buildings.
Yeah, it's not the building.
Jesus Christ said, where two or more come in my name, I'll be there. We are the living stones. We are the body of Christ. We are the church. And what's sad is, in the end times, when all of you people realize how wrong you've been, you're going to be running into the church, and God's not going to be there. God is in us. We are the living church. We are the living stones. The church is corrupt, bro. The church is all they seem to care about now is money, and they're just giving you enough of the teachings to keep you coming back.
Well, I would word it a little differently and say that as far as any building out there that has, a Christian flavor to it, that worships Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior, there's both believer and non-believer there.
That's right.
And sometimes that non-believer is in the pulpit. And so if you are a believer, you need to know which churches, so to speak, that are an organization, a housing body, are alive. Because there's a lot of dead churches out there under the guise of the name, you know what I'm saying? So be careful. Yeah. It's all about your ability to discern, and only as a believer, as a born-again person, can you make that discernment. Because you need the Spirit of Christ to determine who is and who is not. And
that's why I found the people I found here on YouTube, Roy. That's why God put these people in my life, because God knows. He knows I can't stand being around fakes. He knows I can't stand being around people that are lukewarm or half in and half out. I
Yeah,
like
they
people
can't.
that put the metal to the floor, bro. Put the pedal to the floor, man.
And they can't stand being around us, Rand, because they run for the hills too. It's like it works both ways. We can determine, and they can't stand us. It's like those truth people. How can I not be falsifying my false gospel here? So yeah, no, it's. If I can make an observation for you, Rand, teddy bear, I love that. So lyrics, you've been saying teddy bear. So obviously you've seen the teddy bear and the non-teddy bear side of Rand, and maybe your first encounter with him or your first taste of him wasn't so teddy bearish. I'm just assuming, you can correct me if I'm wrong. And then you did see that side of him, so you kind of sort of never know who's going to show up. Am I correct in my assumption, just based on what I've heard of the interaction tonight?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been rough, and I'm going to be rough again. Because I'm
here
passionate.
to help. I'm here to help, Rand. I'm here to make you.
I believe that. I totally believe that.
He really is. He's a good friend of mine now. I prayed for him the other night. I'm going to pray for him continuously. There are a lot of people here in this community that are so close to finding God, and I am not going to stop until they do. And there is a rough side to Rand. There is a side to me where even Christians separate themselves from me and deny me, for lack of a better word.
You're a work in progress. We're all works in progress. And if we don't cut each other some slack, then no one else will cut us some slack. The same thing that you give out.
Yeah, I've heard it said from atheist Roy, and I've heard this from some of the hardcore atheists in reference to me. They've said, if there's a heaven, Rand Campbell's going there. Because regardless of the language and the anger and whatever it is that, separates me from the lovey-dovey Christian theme in most situations, there's one thing that's undeniable. I love God.
And that's it.
I believe in Jesus Christ.
Right. If somebody can, and no one can know the other person's heart, motive, intent, of course not. But a lot of us will cut other people slack simply because we know, hey, this personality type might not be what I would expect and want from somebody in my life, but you can't deny that man or that woman, their heart is in the right place. And I think that's what Lyrics is saying when he says teddy bear. Am I correct, Lyrics? You kind of sort of know.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
If he's trolling, if he's trolling or if he's sincere. And yeah, we can usually tell if somebody's trolling on either side.
Hey, I've heard some Christians even recently, Nate, stating that Rand says the things that we wish we could say.
Well,
I say the things Christians have in their minds to say. I say them.
So it's something that Nate says. Now that you bring up Nate, I hear him say this a lot because he's told me this a lot. He says it's not what you say, it's just in the way. And then to finish that sentence, that you say what you say, right?
Yes.
Because here's the thing. I think Maya Angelou said it best when she said, it's not what you say, it's not how you say it, it's how you make the other person feel. That's the whole key. People will forget what you said, they'll forget how you said it, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. And that's the connection I believe that each and every one of us, believer or non-believer, are attempting to do and make, these types of connections in the world, with our loved ones and with people that we don't yet know who come into our life. So,
would you
disagree with that?
Would you consider that the Holy Spirit?
Rephrase the question for me so I know exactly how to answer.
All right, the goodness that we find in each other and we try to bring out in each other, would you consider that the Holy Spirit? The people, the people that are good, the people that don't judge, try not to judge, try not to be mean, involve spiritual principles. Do you think that they have the Holy Spirit within them?
Okay, so the believer has the Holy Spirit inside them, and the non-believer has the Holy Spirit upon them, with them on the outside. So yes, you could be under the influence of the Holy Spirit and do all of that, absolutely, because that's what the Holy Spirit is attempting to do, is to guide you and point you towards our Lord Jesus Christ, which is the only way to God, but yet there are many ways to Jesus, right? So yes, it is the influence of the Holy Spirit from without or from within, depending if you're a believer or non-believer. Absolutely. So when you take, let me just finish one more thing here quickly. So if you take the Holy Spirit out of the world, you will have absolute hell on earth, period. Because that is what's restraining evil right now, is the Holy Spirit upon people and within people on planet Earth. And so Satan and his cohorts are limited in the amount of destruction that they can do. You know, they have free will, so to speak, but it's limited. But when you take the Holy Spirit out, which will happen, it has been prophesied and it will happen, that's when all hell breaks out on planet Earth. And it's known as the Great Tribulation. Go ahead, man.
Is recognition of the Holy Spirit, is that, do you have to be of a certain religion to follow the Holy Spirit?
The way you ask it, I would say no. If I totally understand what you're saying, you know, again, it's not about religion, it's about relationship. You need to be restored back to God, because your spirit is dead. That is what is that's what connected you. The Lord said to Adam and Eve, in the day that you break this one commandment that I have for you, easy peasy, right? One commandment. The Jews were given 613 commandments. Not so easy peasy. Okay? And that was not for them to do good. That was to show them they can't do good. So if you and Adam are of the same humanness, and you are, then you would have done exactly the same thing that he did, and any woman would have done what Eve did. So we can put ourselves in their place, and we have, and we do. We didn't keep that one commandment. So he said, you shall surely die when you break this one commandment. What died? We know it wasn't physical, and we know it wasn't the soul, so it had to be the spirit. So the spirit within man died. Okay, so he dealt with that differently in the Old Testament than he did in the New Testament. I mean, at one point in time, every man and woman did in their own eyes what they thought was right. And we see what chaos that caused. And then the people cried out for a king. And then now we have what we have today, which we are totally under grace. So it's not about a religion, it's about a relationship with the living God. You will know who he is. There's only one living God. All other gods are dead. They have statues, they have ears, but they cannot hear. They have eyes, they cannot see. The whole thing. So the living God.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm done.
I was going to ask who is ultimately responsible for each birth then? Is it only humans or is it God? So my question would be related to the idea of original sin, and whether if a child is born with original sin, isn't that kind of an imposition? Who does that imposition rest on?
No. Person.
Ermine, did you want to say something, or do you know your mic's open?
I'll tell you what, some of the stuff you see on Google Plus is just unbelievable.
So okay, so let me see if I understand the question correctly. Who's ultimately responsible for the birth of a child? That child or God? Is that the question?
Yeah.
Okay, so God knew that mankind would say, oops, I broke the only commandment that I had to keep. So he made restitution. He made a way of escape, so to speak, from this oops. So ultimately, it is the human being's choice to decide for an eternity with God or an eternity without God. And God makes that very plain to each and every human being that has come and gone and will come and go.
But
Now,
they're born with original sin, right?
So say that one more time. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
So they're born with original sin.
They're born with a dead spirit, if that's what you mean by original sin, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Well,
because
so
of what
my
happened in the garden.
understanding of the story that you mentioned of the Garden of Eden and Adam and Eve and eating of the fruit of knowledge and getting thrown out was the idea that that is termed original sin, at least in the Catholic tradition.
Right. Well, okay. So original sin is you're born with a dead spirit. Yes, you inherited a dead spirit from Adam and Eve. Yes, and all of their descendants. Yes. So now you have to do one of two things about that. One, nothing, and make it into outer darkness, which is the default state of man because of original sin. Or you can make a decision for Christ and have him adopt you into his family and be born again. You are now given an alive spirit. God puts his spirit within you. And yes, you can now commune directly with God.
But since there is a risk that some children who were born won't have their spirit come alive and find God, isn't essentially, it's a terrible risk for any parent to have a child because they don't know what the outcome is going to be. And they could be condemning a living being to eternal hell.
Well, it depends on your perspective.
And it's an imposition.
It depends on your perspective. Because if you don't think you can do an adequate job and lead a child to the living God, don't have kids.
Is this their world not in a state?
You can quote me on that. But if you know that you can
child at risk
and trust God to do the rest, then yeah, amen. There's plenty of examples in the Old Testament where women were barren, and they prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed. God, give me a child, because it was a disgrace to not have any kids. And they said, the one lady, I forget who it was, said, if you give me a child, I will turn him back over to you, so to speak. I will give him to you. So that's basically what we're doing under grace, is that we're having kids, we're raising them in the Lord, and then we're trusting the Lord to do what he does. Because if we do our part, he'll do his part. And that's not to say
from the
that
story that you suggested, it sounds really selfish for a woman to say, I want to have a kid, and God, I'll do my best to make sure I shepherd him to you. That sounds like, especially for a fallen humanity, to assert that.
How would that be selfish? I mean, if God is the source of all happiness and joy, I mean, I would think that guiding your child towards that would be anything but selfish.
Well, because from the story that was just related, the mother is asking for this, it seems like, for their own selfish pleasure. So, I mean, if that's the case, then why not bring endless numbers of kids into the world? Right? Why not keep having them? Everybody keep going. Let's make more souls for God. But I'm sorry, I wanted to hear what Rand had to say. We interrupted him. So please go ahead. I guess he's away.
he might have stepped out. Here he is.
What I would say is that we were told to go forth and procreate. This is what we were asked to do. These children are all God's. You're just the vehicle that these children are brought here to this life through. You don't own your children. God owns your children. They're his.
We're stewards.
Exactly.
Are we responsible for our children?
Yes. To
Absolutely.
a point. To a point.
Well, he certainly entrusted you with them.
We're not responsible for their salvation, but we're responsible to them for their salvation. We're held accountable. If we don't teach our kids right, we're held accountable for that.
But there's no guarantee. So the parents could be killed, right? And then you have an unshepherded or unstewarded child.
Okay, let me explain something to you. I'm going to give you guys some personal information. And hopefully this shines some light on it. It might not completely answer your question, but I think if you give this some time to think about it, it might resonate and give you a bit of an idea. My mother killed my father when I was 4 years old in front of me. I ended up in an orphanage until the age of 14. So for the next 10 years, I was with people that beat me, abused me, hurt me, and tried to break me. And when I say beat me, I'm not saying once in a while. I'm saying on a regular basis. There was one occasion where I was in a pool of my own blood on the kitchen floor while they were booting me in my face. And one of the adults finally said, "Enough, we're going to kill him." And I was 7 years old. Those people that did that to me have since died. And I saw in a judgment, in a vision, through God, a portion of their judgment. In the vision, it's almost as though I was in the mind of God as He was judging them, and they were kneeling before Him in a white room on a white floor. And they were saying to Him, "But you don't understand. Rand was a horrible kid. He was manipulative. He was violent. He was hurtful. He was terrible." And God said to them, "His mother killed his father. He had nobody. I needed to put him with somebody that would just love him. And you couldn't do that." And so they again attempted to convince God of their position. And we're saying to God, "But you don't understand. He was horrible. He was so hard to deal with. He was hateful. He was angry. He was manipulative. We couldn't deal with him." And God very simply said, "I needed to put him with somebody that would just love him. And you couldn't do that." After 3 or 4 attempts, those two people, finally exhausted in realizing their wrongs, put their faces on the floor and started weeping and crying and asking God to forgive them. And that's when I came up out of the vision. I'm only telling you this for this reason. These children, regardless of how they end up in our lives, God has put them there for us to love. That's it. Just love them.
Just love them. Amen. I don't have a similar story to that, but I will put this on the table. My mother is a Holocaust survivor. She's still alive. She'll be 81 next month. And she was 11 when she went into Hitler's concentration camp. She's got 5 younger siblings, and her mother died before her eyes in Hitler's concentration camps. Now, I'm the oldest of her 4 children. I never saw a bitter bone in her body. She barely told us what I just told you. I don't know much more than that as far as the details. I've asked her in my adultness, "Mom, you need to tell people this. They need to hear this story." And she says, "No, it's too painful. I can't do it, son." I said, "Okay, I respect that." My point is, she had 2 decisions. She could get better or she could get bitter. Okay, and because of her wanting to get better, to honor her mom and what her mom taught her as a Christian, to forgive, and of course never to be able to forget, she passed that down to us kids. And as far as I know, each and every one of us kids is, on their way to heaven. So yeah, you can think what you will, bringing children into the world. If my mom thought like you did, she never would have brought any kids into the world. Who would have suffered for that? All 4 of us. So if you decide to go to hell, that's okay, because each and every parent does their best. Like Rand just said, they fell on their faces and asked for forgiveness. I hope we each and every one of us do that someday, hopefully this side of death. But yeah, that's really what it's all about. It's just recognizing that we all are, we can't bring anybody with us to heaven. So having kids is a risk, yes, absolutely. But if you know what you're doing, and if God says that He is with you, if you do the right thing, then, there's no, absolute per se, yes, your kids are all going to go to heaven. Just do the best you can. I mean, even Billy Graham, right, if you know Franklin's story, Yeah, so it is a risk, and they brought you in with the same risk. So honor them and do what you're supposed to do because you know what to do.
Amen to that, Roy.
Yeah, it really is quite simple. I mean, when you really get down to it, all of us really do want to be loved for just who we are. You know, just who we are. Even if we witnessed one parent murdering the other parent before our eyes at age 4. I mean, my goodness, Rand. You know, my heart goes out to you. My heart goes out to everybody whose parents didn't love them the way that my parents loved me. I mean, it wasn't until high school that I realized that not every parent loved their kid like my parents. I just took that for granted, and yeah, I was.
And most do. And most
Yes,
do, Roy.
most do.
Do you know
Exactly.
how many kids I've met in my life that take for granted their parents? My stepson, I just left a woman that I was with for 19 years. I spent 19 years raising a boy that had zero respect for the fact that he had a mother and grandparents that thought he was the second coming of Christ. They treated him like absolute gold, and I told him, what you have is precious. Your mother was the very first person to hold you, kiss you, feed you, and love you. How do you not respect that? But this is the world we live in. We live in a world of entitlement where people believe that they're just naturally entitled and they don't understand. You're going to be accountable for everything. I've seen it in judgment. I know what's happening. I'm probably the least intelligent person in this community. If you ask any of the atheists that have ever dealt with me, they'll say, Rand Campbell, he's an idiot. He's stupid. And they would be correct if they were going to gauge that on the world because I've only got a grade 6 education. But when it comes to life, I've been in this world. I've been confronted with things in this world that required the ability to wise up quick. And so I come with some wisdom. I don't come with a lot of intelligence, but I come with some wisdom, and I come with some understanding, and not worldly understanding. I come with the understanding of God. And when I tell people what I tell them, whether they choose to believe that or not is in their hands. God has asked me to say what I say, to put this message forward, and to hope that it doesn't fall on deaf ears, and if it does, He'll deal with you later.
But see, Rand, that's the beauty too. So we both know, all the Christians here know, that when you share God's word with other people, it doesn't go out void. It doesn't come back void. It's like it's living. It's alive. The word of God is alive, and that's the miracle, so to speak, of God. Is that the Bible is a living or thing, so to speak. There's no other book on the planet like it. It's not just a book. It's actually a collection of books written over X amount of years, something like 1,500 years, 40 different authors, 66 different books, and no discrepancies, no contradictions, and it's complete harmony. You can't do that even with 10 people in the same room with the same story. So, yeah, what are the odds?
And they didn't have texting back then where they could text each other and say, look, let's play a joke on these idiots. You know what I mean? I mean, it's incredible. And even if, let's say hypothetically, that it was some super intelligent people that wrote the book in order to control humanity, did they really need that much? You think they needed to write that big of a book? I could have done it on a pamphlet. I could have written something on a napkin and controlled people. That book is way too complex and way too deep and way too much going on in it for me to ever believe that it was written just to control humanity. That is ridiculous. That could have been written on a napkin in a cafe somewhere in Jerusalem. There is no reason to have made that book that complex and that deep and that discussed and that argued and that studied to control humanity. I'm sorry, but we're not that smart.
You know, to take an analogy, like today we have the computer. What a marvelous invention. Now, as smart as man has been able to make computers, and as smart as they will be able to make computers, you know, artificial intelligence and all of that, the computer still can't figure out in and of itself its origin. It can only do what it has been programmed to do. So in much the same way, if a man attempts to figure out where a man came from, it's a futile journey, much like, you know, and we would all agree that the computer cannot figure out its origin. How did it come to be? Because it had a creator, has a creator. It's just something to think about, guys.
You know, it's fascinating though, Rand and Roy. You guys know who Charles Babbage is, right?
Yeah.
God believer who invented the computer.
That dude, he be the man. Yeah. That brings up something, guys. As far as I understand, in the last 1,000 years, about 90% of all inventions and discoveries have come from the Christian community. Why? Because the secret things of God and of the world are shown to the believer and not to the non-believer. That's why, yeah, a lot of stuff that we have is, kind of take that statistic and see, you understand what I'm saying? I mean, and that's something we can take a look at.
That's why I asked them, Roy, are we teaching the universe, or is the universe teaching us?
There you go. Good question. Absolutely.
That's
Yes.
kind of a chosen people's kind of thing that you just said there. That Judeo-Christian, the Judeo-Christian peoples have been blessed with the knowledge of creation, and we're allowed to make things better than other cultures and stuff like that. That seems really, really chosen people kind of thing, man. I can't stand when people start going off on the chosen and.
Yeah, I
and
have
all
an
that.
issue with that too, but sometimes it just is what it is, Larry. You know what I mean, bro? It's like, no, honestly, man, I used to take my kid was a good hockey player, my stepson. I used to take him to all these tryouts, right? And they were chosen kids, man. They were kids that they weren't as good as my son, but they were chosen. And it used to drive me nuts, but sometimes it just is what it is, bro. I know it hurts, but it's like me. I wish I was chosen. You know what I mean? I wish I was chosen to be in a good family. I wish I was chosen to be smarter or better looking or taller, or you know what I mean? But it just is what it is, bro. Sometimes it's like you got to bite the bullet and go, ugh.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what you mean by chosen.
Well, that the Judeo.
But you can be chosen too. All you have to do is say, "Choose me," and He will.
Well, I think Lyric, to be honest with you, I'm not going to say nothing, but I have a kindred spirit to him. There's something about him that affects me in a way that I feel strong spiritually with that guy. There's something about him.
Well, yeah, I agree with you because, this is something that I've been a part of for the last 20 years of my life, and that is being able to discern and connect with people very, very quickly. And so I also feel a connection with you, Lyrics. It's I can't explain it. It's just, call it synergy, call it chemistry. There's just some people that rub other people the wrong way no matter how hard you try to be in a relationship with them, whether they believe at the core or not. I believe strongly in shared beliefs. I believe strongly in core shared beliefs in building relationships. But that doesn't exclude those of us who don't share the same core beliefs from being able to build really strong bonds outside of that particular, area in our life, which is very important, don't get me wrong. But there's still a bond, and that's why people of different faiths or different beliefs can still be friends, can still do things together that don't impede, God's commandments for us to not be unequally yoked, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I get that feeling too, Rand.
No, there's something about him, man. His questions aren't... They're actual questions, bro. Like, I've heard questions come out of people in this community, And they're not questions, they're interrogations. It's like, I've been interrogated by police hundreds of times. You know what I mean? And I understand what an interrogation is.
I do.
When you're sitting in front of a cop and he's asking you questions, even if he's smiling, I always look at him like, you think I'm stupid? You think I don't know you're interrogating me, you idiot? Laird isn't isn't doing an investigation, and he's not interrogating you. He's seriously seeking. He'd like to know. And I like that about him, because there's other people in this community that they like, for instance, Alex Botton. I had a one-on-one with him, and he wasn't concerned about knowing anything about Rand. He'd already had his opinion signed, sealed, and delivered.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean? He was just asking questions to insult me.
It's the intent.
Yeah, bro.
I think that I'm just mature enough to put those feelings aside.
Rand, I was asked by him to come in and do an interview once with him, and I said, I'm sorry, but I'm busy watching paint dry. So.
Like, Rand, I can be an asshole. I have no problem being an asshole to people. I think anyone can do that. But you don't get the teddy bear without putting a little honey out first. You know what I'm saying?
That's right, bro. And you know what? I'm a better teddy bear than I am the other guy. But there's some people in this community like the other guy.
I like him too. That's what originally brought me to you, because you're an asshole. You definitely have the whole. You remind me of someone from South Boston. I lived in Southie for a long time. We're both of Irish Celtic descent, and I'm used to the hardness. I understand. I grew up in that kind of environment, so I know that what that outside appearance. I know what caused it, and I understand. We're part of the same clan. I understand.
Yeah, that's why I feel for you, bro.
Just identify with assholes. Go ahead.
That's why Brett and I get along. You see, Brett, that video I did on you now? The atheist community, thinks we've fallen in love, and now hell's about to break loose. We're the two worst con artists, fraudulent, lying, conniving, manipulative. I mean, we're the worst, you and I, right? So now that we're buddies,
see, this is what it's all about. If you can't laugh at yourself, then you can't stand it when other people laugh at yourself.
Well, then you don't recognize what they're laughing at.
See, the whole thing boils down to I've been laughed at for various reasons as well in my life, and probably never harder than here on Google Plus by one Tim Brooks when I first started these religious discussions 3 years ago. So for those of you who know Tim Brooks, I mean, he let me have not only both barrels, but he got out some other barrels and just let me have it each and every time. I was, if he had a nemesis, so to speak, it was I. Which I just laughed the whole thing off every single time, because I get it. He couldn't break me, so to speak. I'm going to deconvert you, you Christian. I'm going to do it in 2 weeks. Watch me. Here it is, 3.5 years later, and it's like, oh, I've given up, Roy. Never mind.
Hey, when I first became a Christian, Roy, I come from a very tough life with a lot of tough characters and people that some are still in prison and some are still committing crimes and do whatever it is that they do. But when I first became a Christian and they got wind of it, you know what they all said?
No.
Yeah, this is just a phase for Rand. He's not going to be a Christian for long.
Yeah.
They gave me a year. They're like, in about a year, he'll be on to something else. Some score will come up and he'll be forgetting God. But no, here I'm on my 4th year, bro. And I'm stronger now than I was then.
How old are you, Rand?
How old am I?
Yeah.
24. No, I'm lying.
Somebody's laughing.
Yeah.
Is that 24?
I'm 54 years old.
Is that 54?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, me and you came from the same era. Should I say that era? 57 here. Yeah, there's a lot of Roy old jokes. I'm usually the oldest in the room, blah, 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 blah. It's like, you see that little tugboat there behind the ark? That was Roy. These are the... Roy, do you still have your first version of Windows BC? So I mean, I get it, and I'm good with that. I may be 57, but I certainly don't feel it. I feel 12. I act 12. I think 12. Yeah, and too bad, but I don't look 12. So anyway, yeah. No, I didn't know you were that old. I would have thought you were in your late 30s, early 40s. So 54. Welcome to the club.
Bro. I was born in 1960.
Yep. You're like my sister. My sister was born in 60. Yep.
I was conceived in the 50s and born in the 60s.
There you go. What month is your birthday?
July.
February. So okay. Yeah.
Are you February 17th?
Dang near the next day.
All right. Yeah, my brother was the 17th.
Well,
you remind me of my brother in ways. Quirky, intelligent, and nicely obnoxious.
I like that.
Yeah, I like nicely obnoxious people. I like people that are excited. You know what I mean? I like that.
I do.
I was born within a few days of that myself.
Who's that?
What?
I was born within a few days of that myself.
Oh, so you're February too?
Yeah.
So you're an Aquarius?
Yeah.
Nadia popping right up out of his sleep to tell us her birthday. we should ask some serious questions. So we can get her to pop out of her sleep and tell us stuff that we're not supposed to know.
I find it really odd that I understand everything that the religious people have said today in this chat. I understand and I comprehend it, and I know what you're talking about. But I'm not an atheist. You know,
No, you're not.
Yeah, of course I am, Rand.
No, you're not.
I understand.
It's very rude, Rand.
Rand, you're not being a teddy bear right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I understand.
No, but I don't think there is such thing as an atheist.
I think that people they don't understand. They can't, like, there's one set way of how they think the world is, and that's it. And there's no possible way to have another outlook of looking at things, and you can't compare those outlooks and fine-tunings to your working program. People don't seem to be able to do that.
Because they're conditioned. This world conditions you. It's all programming. Everybody is under the programming of a set of manipulation and deception. You are to be this, and this is what you are to be. And people just be that because they don't know that they can be something else.
If that was the case, we'd all be Christian.
No, untrue. Untrue. I'm not
Are
talking
you saying
about
that atheists are the majority?
No, atheists are definitely not the majority.
But
Most certainly
unbelievers are the majority. And so you can be a believer in a false God, and that's no different than being an atheist. It's still you have the wrong God, and you're going to end up in the same place in all of eternity.
How fortunate you have all the answers.
They don't have all of them, but they have some.
Let me put it to you this way. We're all trying to put together a 2,000-piece puzzle. The Christians have got the first piece in place, and that's God. The atheists have like 1,300 pieces put together. A lot more than I do. But they're missing the most important piece, which is God. So as far as the world, you look like you got it together. Spiritually, you're lost.
I don't feel lost.
That's because you're lost. When little kids get away from their parents at the store and they're over looking at the candy and the toys and having fun, they don't feel lost either. But when the second they realize they are, panic sets in. And I promise you, that's coming.
No, I think I'm past the old panic. I'm going on to all new sorts of stuff.
Well, you just mark my words, sir. Your life isn't over. And Jesus Christ will be claimed Lord, and all knees will bend. That I can assure you.
I agree. Yeah,
it's not over, bro.
That's been on its way since 40 years after he died.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a verse for that. There's a verse for that, right, Gary?
How us atheists kind of like, well, it's been 2,000 years. He's been here on his way since then. We're having a little trouble here.
Yeah, so Gary, that would make you a scoffer, right? There's a verse for that.
Was Jesus wearing a Timex?
So Gary, how do you identify yourself as far as believer or non-believer?
I was never a Christian. I used to be a deist. Then I stopped doing that when I realized all my ideas were just stuff I was pulling out my ass. So I guess I'm an atheist now.
Yeah.
Well, what's your alternative?
I had some silly ideas.
Well, what's your ideas now? What is your alternative?
My alternative is that religion was a sociological...
No, not religion. I'm asking you what your alternative is then, besides religion.
God?
Yeah, besides God, what is the alternative to life?
Why would you have... Okay, why do you need an alternative to God?
Well, I would think that you would have some kind of answer here for something.
What, for morality or for creation?
It's life itself. Go ahead.
Life.
What do you mean life? We still live even though I don't believe in God.
This is amazing. So the new philosophy is, I'm an atheist. I don't have to have alternatives or answers. Okay.
My answers is my evolution emotionally, mentally, maturity.
Are you evolving?
Yeah. I used to be a very violent person. I'm a much better person now. I used to be a anxious person.
Is that the theory of evolution?
It's a theory of my evolution.
Or is that growth?
First, I have to realize I have to forgive.
Okay.
I forgive.
Why do you have to forgive?
Because anger is a stupid thing to hold on to.
Okay.
It still pops up sometimes. Hell, I got so angry in one video I did, there's now a metal band following me on Google+. So it still comes up sometimes, but I don't let it control me.
Okay. How old are you?
I try to make a positive impact in the world as much as I possibly can.
How old are you?
46.
You're still a young man. Well, I mean, you're around my age, I guess. You're American?
Yes.
Have you ever been a Christian?
No.
You've never had Christianity in your childhood?
Not from the lack of people trying to make me Christian. I saw the history, and I saw the teaching, and I saw that it is alien to one another. I see religion as a tool for people to manipulate.
I agree.
It's a social engineering project that should have been abandoned a long time ago.
I agree.
Now, God, whatever God is or isn't, it's not for me to decide. It's for me. I have to manage myself. I have to get past all my past, I should say.
Are you managing yourself?
Much better, yeah. I'm not drinking.
How do you know
I'm
it's
not
you?
violence. I'm not gambling.
How do you know it's you?
I don't know it's me.
How do you know it's you?
I'm the one that fights the urges. I'm the one that, like the one time I got hit by a SUV.
Right.
It was the bad me that got up and wanted to savagely beat the hell out of the guy. It was the worst me that wanted to kill him when he said, I didn't see you. Not, can I help you? I'm so stupid. Why did I do that? Why did I blow the stop sign? But it was the good me. It was the more evolved me when I saw the child there in the passenger side that didn't lay a hand on him.
Okay.
I wanted to so badly it hurt just to take the car keys away from him.
Yeah, I understand that. But where does that come from?
My sense of self-worth.
Where does it come from?
I realize I know what happens when I abandon myself to rage. I don't want to be that person anymore.
Do you credit yourself for this, or do you credit God?
I credit something very bad happening, and I was forced to change.
That knowledge, where do you credit that?
From loss. I lost somebody.
Okay, so you were provided information from a life force. And where did that
I
life
lost
force
somebody.
come from?
It's not a good
friend.
subject.
No, I can see that. I would just imagine that it was a bad loss. Then, right? We've all lost somebody, bro. I've lost.
Teddy bear ran. Teddy bear.
No, I know. I've lost everybody, man. I'm for the first time in my life very alone. I have nobody in my life anymore, so I understand. But that's okay. Sometimes in loss we find gain. Sometimes in loss we find the most important gifts, because without, you get to look at the deeper with. And sometimes, when you're in yourself and when you're with yourself, it's when you learn the most about yourself. I remember when I was in a penitentiary, I was doing some big time, and they put this young kid in my cell. And when he got into my cell, the cell door slammed shut, and it echoed throughout the cell block. And I seen the kid standing there shaking. And I looked at him, and I said, "What's the matter, man?" He says, "I hate being locked in." And I said, "What makes you think they're not locked out?" And it took him a minute, but then he looked at me and he goes, "I understand what that means." I said, "Exactly. Sometimes God has to take everything away in order for us to recognize what we have within." And I found that to be very true about my own life, is that I had to lose things in order to find things. And to me, that's the essence of God, that he can do that. Because we can't do that to each other. I can't make you know something. I can't take something from you to make you know something. That's what God does. God giveth, and God taketh away. But in the taking, there is a giving. And that knowledge can never be taken. You're going to take that with you back to him. And that's the beauty of knowing a God. That's why knowing a God is important.
I was thinking about this when I was working today. The need for God can be traced back to our need for innocence, our need to know that we are, on some level, a good person. Like a child sees the world as just pure joy. I would love, like I used to joke around that my nephew's the only kid when he was a toddler. He's the only person I know that could dump and laugh at the same time. I would love to be that happy again.
But that's what God said. God says, "Come to me as children. Come to me as a child."
But the
Because
world
you're right.
and life experience beats that out of you.
Yes, life is rough.
And the belief in God is your way of trying to get back to that. But you ignore. Let's see. When you, I'm getting inarticulate. Sorry, 1 second. When you put your faith into something like immaterial, like God, and something bad happens, like life will be, regardless if you think you're with God or you're without God, bad things will happen, and you then blame yourself when you just put it in, acknowledge that bad things happen. It's not you're being, God has nothing to do with it. Bad things will happen. This is how you have to adapt. You have to change. But when bad things happen and you believe in God, you think, "Oh, I'm being punished."
Not punished. I never think punished. I think tested. I like being tested. I like being corrected.
No, I'm talking about atypical Christian, atypical believer. Like, oh, I fell short of God. No, shit happens. If you
But you're
put
always
all
gonna
your
fall
faith
short.
and all your time and all your money into this abstract thing like God, and you fall into the line behind con men and scoundrels, you suspend your belief, your critical thinking, then you end up drinking Kool-Aid. Or you give Pat Robertson your last dollar. Or
that's religion, bro.
Yeah.
Why do you say drinking Kool-Aid?
I don't believe in religion.
May I ask, why do you say drinking Kool-Aid for?
Jim Jones.
They put their faith in Jim Jones, and look what happened.
Do you realize that they actually did some documentaries recently where the people who survived actually stated that he was an atheist? I can show you out of his own mouth. Would you like to see it?
He didn't use atheism to get 900 people to drink Kool-Aid.
Right off the bat in this
He
clip,
didn't use atheism. He used religion.
Here, take a look right there.
I already know. I already refuted that in the video.
No, you didn't. Jim Jones is an atheist.
And that adds up to what? He's a con man who used religion.
Okay, so you're saying that an atheist...
A sociopath who used religion. He didn't use atheism.
That was an atheist who put poison in the Kool-Aid, I'm just saying.
And that has what to do with me?
I'm just letting you know. Drinking the Kool-Aid, remember you brought it up.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't use drinking the Kool-Aid.
But wait. It doesn't matter that the guy who got this idea was an atheist. It's just that he was able to... It's just that he was able to convince other people who are not atheists using religion to do stupid things.
So would you say that that's very possible with a lot of religion today, that it's actually atheists manipulating those that want to believe?
No, I would not say that's likely.
As I said in my video, Dawkins can talk to me all day long about the importance of relocating to another country. I would not do it. He could talk to me all day long about I have to now drink this because God says so. Because in the name of atheists, I tell you to drink this Kool-Aid. I'm going to say no. I would get him help. I would get him a doctor because obviously he's having a breakdown.
Yeah.
What if it was cherry Kool-Aid on a hot day?
Protection from
What if it was really nice? What if it was nice cherry Kool-Aid on a really hot day?
Well, by the way,
there was poison in it.
By the way, Gary and Art, according to the survivors and those who were closest to him, they stated that before he even went over into that area, he had already told the people that were listening to him to bring Bibles and throw them on the ground and stomp on them, and said that they were worthless like toilet paper.
So what? That doesn't mean he was not using
that he
religion.
didn't correct them and being religious. They knew he was an atheist.
No. Just because someone stumps on a book, on a holy book, doesn't mean they're not religious. Christians stumped and burned the Quran. Muslims...
He said he was an atheist.
Christians are going to sit inside of a building and step on the Bible and say it's nothing but toilet paper. Really?
No, not Christians.
Started out as a... I'm sorry, Art. Go ahead.
Yeah. They don't have to be Christians in your sense of what you think is a Christian. They might have had a special doctrine that says that the Bible is corrupt and that the original message was corrupt. Kind of like what Muslims do. Just because they stomped on the Bible, they could have had a lot of symbolic meaning. That doesn't mean they were not Christians or that they rejected.
Well, that's the problem. What you're doing is you're making up nonsense on the fly. You see the link I just provided.
Congratulations, bro.
As the survivors telling what actually happened as opposed to your story.
I'm absolutely accepting what they said as you transmitted this to me. None of that, however, establishes that they were atheists or non-Christians.
It does establish that they speak right there for you to hear.
What did they say? Did they say that
Did they start off? Did they start off as atheists? Did he start off? I'm an atheist. You have to listen to me. No, he started off. I am God's servant. I'm God incarnate.
No, it's not. You have Jimmy Jones himself stating that he.
Yeah, later on, after he got everyone brainwashed and dried.
Daddy. That's what he referred to as God, as a sky daddy who is incompetent and impotent. So there's the link. Check it out yourself. That was an atheist that killed 900 people with poison in the Kool-Aid.
He didn't use atheism to do anything.
Who cares? He was an atheist that did it.
I think there can be a good side for both. I believe that both sides of the equations have contributed atrocity to this world, so to fight back and forth about it is pointless.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, look at the Catholic Church and all the priests that have violated young children, right? I mean, you know that there's something not right with their beliefs. They're phonies, right? They couldn't do what they do.
I can sit here and talk about religion all day, but when an atheist is brought up, well, they didn't do it in the name of atheism. You guys don't care about what's going on with people's lives. You just want to piss on God. Just admit it.
Not God. I don't believe in God. And if God does exist, he's probably of a deist model, not Christian. And if he is of a Christian model, send me straight to hell. I want nothing to do with that sociopath.
That's the problem.
Did you hear what he said? It's probably the deist God, so now you've left atheism within 5 minutes. Wow.
I said if he exists, he's a deist model.
But listen to what you said, that if it was the Christian God, you would look him in his face and tell him you wouldn't spend 1 minute with him. You'd rather go to hell.
The man's a mass murderer.
No, he's not.
The flood. Noah's flood.
He saved souls. He saved souls.
But he also killed the rest of humanity, didn't he?
He saved souls.
Well, yeah, he saved people.
Rad. Save souls, Rad. Come on, Rad.
He saved the souls.
Everyone's soul. Come on, buddy.
Secondly, prove there's a soul.
Look, Lyrics and Gary and Art, when you guys are standing before God, you can tell him all about how you don't like him and how you're unhappy with him.
I don't have a problem with something that doesn't exist. It's religion that's the trouble.
Sound like you do. Just don't drink the Kool-Aid.
It's religion. How many times I gotta say it, Sparky?
Don't drink the atheist Kool-Aid is all I'm saying. I'm going to go get me some coffee.
So, if atheists, do you really think that you're going to stand, let's say that you were wrong and there is the Christian God. You really believe you're going to be able to stand in front of him and tell him that you'd rather go to hell?
Yes.
If he offered you to walk through the gates, if he said, I'm going to let you in, you can come to heaven, you're going to actually say, no, I'd prefer hell?
Yes, because being around somebody who
You're a
kills
liar.
indiscriminately.
No. Bro, stop it.
No, I've known some bad people. I didn't like being around them.
Bro, seriously. You would not do that.
No. Ren, I understand. No, Ren, I understand his position. Listen,
he's angry.
From our perspective, God does evil things, just horrible things.
No, he
does
doesn't.
things that
He doesn't do anything.
genocide after genocide.
Yes, but he's killing flesh. He's not killing the soul.
Yeah, but he also tortures souls in hell, doesn't he?
Yeah, but those are dead spirits.
To be born to begin with, technically, how can we be blamed for anything?
Well, you are blamed. Get over it.
Right, what do you mean dead spirits? How are they dead?
Well, if you're not born again, then you're a dead spirit.
Okay, what does it mean to be born again?
It means to have the Holy Spirit enter you.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
That you would live for eternity, that you would leave it on Jesus Christ. That you would
Okay, what does it mean for a Holy Spirit to enter you?
Well, to guide you, let me ask you a question. Do you know the directions to heaven? If I said to you, I got to go to heaven tomorrow, could you give me the coordinates? Could you give me the directions?
Nope.
No. The Holy Spirit has the directions. He is the GPS.
Okay, well, I'm trying to get...
You're not going to get there without him.
Right, I'm trying to understand what is your standard, or rather, what do you think is God's standard to torture the souls? Okay, what do I have to do or not to do to deserve an eternal torture?
Be uncleansed. He
Okay.
can't have sin in heaven. He can't have sin in his presence.
But there
So
cannot
it
be any.
has to be taken care of.
Well, I understand that, but there cannot be any sin in heaven anyway.
That's
It's not because those people who get into heaven are pure, because no one is pure. Everyone
It
is a
will be
sinner.
pure when we get in there, yes.
Well, no, you cannot be pure.
Yes, when we get in there, we'll be pure, sir.
Right, but it's not because of my volition. It's not going to be because of my will. It's going to be because of some rules in heaven.
Art, can you show me a Bible verse where it actually says God will torture your soul?
The sure hell, eternal lake of fire.
Say that God is going to torture your soul.
Yeah, there's a lot of verses that suggest that.
Oh, it says it's going to be torment. It says it's going to be an unpleasant situation, but where does it actually say God is going to torture your soul?
Well, it doesn't matter who directly does it. If God allows it, if God allows
God or
it,
God's
he's
agent.
responsible.
If I use an agent to commit evil, I'm still culpable. It's my agent.
Would you consider it torture if you were to walk into a cage and shut the door and not be able to get out? To be stuck in a cage that you put yourself in? Would that be considered torment to you?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Would you consider torment walking into a cage, closing the door, and finding out that you cannot escape, that you are stuck there? Your choice, but it's torment, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. That's not torture. I
All
agree,
right.
but that's not a situation.
Not for the choice you made. You said
when you have to use the bathroom.
That you are willing to walk into the cage and shut the door on yourself. So don't blame
But that's not a situation, Brett, is it? That's not a situation with the God of the Bible, is it?
You chose it. You even said so, that if you face God, you would tell him, that's it.
No, that wasn't me. That was.
That was me. That was me.
You're trying to apply material things for immaterial concepts. You understand?
Right back. I haven't got all my coffee yet. Be right back.
Here's the bottom line. You guys will make this choice at the end of it all. There is, by no mistake, no happenstance and no coincidence that at the end of life, when people are fortunate enough to be given a deathbed, that more people leave atheism and become Christians. And I have yet to hear of one Christian deny God and become an atheist on their deathbed.
Because
there
they're
is
already
a reason
Christian.
for that. That is very
They're already
powerful.
Christian.
No, my brother was an atheist. My uncle was an atheist. My aunt was an atheist. And they all accepted Christ on their deathbeds.
Well, okay. Speaking about deathbeds,
I've had many Christian friends on their deathbeds praising the Lord, loving God, and happy that they had a nice life and gave the glory to God, but never, never, never did they ever say, you know what? I think atheism is true and correct. I'm going to deny God now that life's almost over, and I'm just going to become an atheist.
I was a primary caregiver for a terminally ill patient. Only thing I ever heard him say was, "Please kill me." It's Christianity.
but was he
It's
an
religion. It's religion that says, "Oh no, 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 you can't have assisted suicide."
Was he an atheist?
No, he was Christian. Only thing he asked me to do is kill him.
Yeah, exactly. I would do the same thing. If I'm dying, don't hold on to me. Let me go now.
But it's religion that says, "No, no, it's against God's will."
Look at man,
Don't
God's
tell me
will
about
is
God's will.
take when He's ready.
Don't tell me about
he's
God's
ready, take
will.
it.
That
Do you know
anger-
what God's will is?
I don't care what God's will is when somebody is dying of an inoperable problem. There's no medical solution.
Right.
Forcing them to go on to the last minute when God finally gets off his ass and does something, it is torture. It is nothing short of torture.
For
And religion saying, "Oh no, no, no," when Brittany Maynard was
But
committed.
why are you so angry, sir?
Because I had somebody ask me to kill him, and I wanted to. I wanted to put him through, end his pain, And I was forced by law, and before law is it was also by religion. The law is inspired by not to.
Okay. So, but now you can live your life knowing that you've never taken a life.
His life should have been. He should have been allowed to go.
Why?
He should have been allowed to go. He asked me. He should have been.
Fine.
He should have been like Brittany Maynard.
That's fine. I know people that wanted to commit suicide that I talked out of it, and today they're living
depressed. Of course, you get talked out of it.
Should I allow them to commit suicide?
Inoperable. My patients
allowed them. But listen, though, bro. Today, you can be happy knowing that you've never taken a life that I'm aware of. So why are you mad that you were not?
It's a system that allows that obscenity to go on.
Why?
I'm mad that religions denounce Brittany Maynard's decision. I'm mad that when Republicans who for all the time I've known them up until George Bush got elected was saying let the states decide what they want. Why should Washington say anything? It's the religion working through the Republicans. When George Bush got on and 14 states wanted high mileage, marijuana, medical marijuana, assisted suicide. It was the religion influenced through the government that said, oh, no, you can have what you want, but as long as what you want is what we're willing to let you have.
But this is your government, bro.
It's my government on religion, which is worse
How many times have you voted in this life?
Every opportunity I had.
Do you know how many times I voted? Not once. Do you know why?
No.
Because they can't be trusted, bro. I don't vote for people I can't trust. Period. Until on the ballot it says none of the above, I'm not voting.
Do you follow their laws?
Well, you have no choice. We're living in the matrix.
No, you have a choice. If they can't be trusted, why would you follow their laws?
Well,
but
let me just say this. I'm almost done. There was a time I didn't follow their laws. I have done lots of time in the penitentiary. I've spent most of my life on the streets, on drugs, and in and out of jail. So no, there was a time I didn't follow their laws. I only follow their laws now because I'm sick of the punishment. I'm sick of going to jail, and I have grandkids that need me, considering I was never there for their parents, my own children. So as I've gotten older, I've gotten wiser and decided, as much as I dislike them, I have to live in society, and as a result of that, I have to obey specific laws. Now, most of the laws are actually, I'm okay with them. I don't want to kill anybody. I don't want to steal. I don't want to rob people at gunpoint. I don't want to hurt anybody. So I'm okay with those laws. The laws aren't the problem. That's not what defines whether you can trust them. It's their intention and their motives behind the curtain. It's their agendas behind the curtain that I don't trust.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I just wanted to interrupt briefly to tell you, Gary, that I support you. I went through the same thing with my mother. She died of colon cancer, and she asked me to kill her at one point. It was one of the most difficult things I'd ever gone through in my life. Wow. So at this point, you know, it was a moment of weakness for her. She was in her second round of chemotherapy. But at this point in my life, I support CompassionateChoices.org, which was involved with Brittany Maynard. And it was because of that experience that I had. So I'm with you.
Now, are you glad you didn't kill her?
Oh yeah, personally,
honestly, like, are you personally like glad?
Oh yeah, absolutely,
you're not living the rest of your life knowing that you were the one that actually took her last breath from her?
Well, we have to put it in context. So yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely against a violent end to one's death using a means such as a handgun or something like that. But if there was a compassionate, peaceful way for her to select to end her life, you know, when she's in dire pain and, you know, only hours away from dying or a day away from dying,
then I think that that's a gracious exit, is a compassionate thing to do.
I understand where you're coming from, but myself personally, I don't know, man. I don't think that I want that. I think I would rather just deal with the pain of their pain, and I know it's hard, bro.
My grandmother had Alzheimer's for 15 years. She died at the age of 93 this year, and her life was a living hell for the last 10 years of her. But we did not do anything like that. And the whole family. I'm not saying that I don't agree with both sides. You know what I mean? It's an individual kind of basis kind of thing. But in our case, the whole family was just beaten down and broken by the whole experience of it, you know?
Bro.
I know.
See, that's one thing I've been saved from, because I don't have any family. You know what I mean? Even my brothers and all these, people that are connected to me through blood, I never had a relationship with any of them my entire life. So I don't have that love or that connection to anybody, you know what I mean? So I wouldn't even be able to relate to what you guys are saying. The only thing that I could say is that, and even my own children, I was never there for them. I was in and out of jail, so I don't have that same bond that I guess it's weird anyways. But I can relate to you when I close my eyes and think about it. But it must have been really, really difficult to watch somebody suffer and not be able to give them what they want in their final hours or days. I can relate. I can understand. I couldn't do it, though.
It's a huge difference. Yeah, one thing I always hate about the religious people always saying, well, what about depression? No one's arguing about depression. In my case, my patient, he had muscle cramps from his toes up to his head. He had to be put on so much morphine, he didn't know which country he was in. Not all drug trips are good. They are sometimes bad. Brittany Maynard's case, when I was 13, I had my first migraine. When it hit, my nose was bleeding. I could barely see. I was convulsing a little bit. What she had was worse. And it was the second time round, and for anybody to say, oh no, she's gone to hell for that, for making her decision that she is.
Right.
I would love just to shake them, I guess.
Wow. But you also have to try to understand that you have to let things pass in life, bro. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of stuff I could hold on to that could continuously have me living in this state of anger, in this state of dislike, in the state of disdain. But the truth is that, this too will pass. And you have to let these things pass, bro. You have to try to find a way to just accept that this world is never going to be what any of us are ever going to want it to be. There's always going to be somebody to oppose your right and you're wrong.
But not to speak out is to give silent consent.
Well, no, that's what I say. Your silence is your consent. Are you a truther?
What, 9/11 crap? No.
No, not that, no.
No, that's worse than religion. That whole conspiracy stuff is just so insane.
Is it?
Oh, okay.
So then why haven't they all been picked up and put in jail?
Conspiracy people never seem to answer.
Right.
All right. New World Order. Can do anything they want. Be anywhere they want. Get anything they want done, right?
Right.
Why wasn't there any weapons of mass destruction found in Iraq? I know cops so crooked, you give them unlimited access to U.S. arsenal, not only would there have been weapons of mass destruction found in Iraq, the world would have been amazed to find out that Saddam Hussein was running a meth lab. Come on, New World Order, please.
Well, not all things are as easy to answer. I mean, there's all. Here's where I stand. I don't know that all of it is true, but I know that not all of it is true. I know that we live in a deceptive world, and I know it's on a need-to-know basis. And I know that when I used to own my company, the janitor never sat at the board meetings. I know that America, and when I say America, I mean, North America, I know that we're not privy to all of the knowledge and information of that of which is going on behind the curtain. And if you think you are, and if you think that you're up to date and up to speed with what's really going on, then you are a fool. And I'm not saying that all conspiracies are 100% correct, but there is truth in some of it. And you would be a fool not to know that.
And a broken clock is right twice a day.
That's right. That's right. That's right. So there are things that are talked about.
Action fighter!
Oh, God.
How you doing, girl?
Teddy bear.
Please tell me she's not here.
She is.
Oh, my worst nightmare.
You live a very sheltered life then.
Gary, grab me some more coffee, but I wanted to say, don't let insensitive people who make dumb decisions sit there and cause you to steer away from the thought or the possibility of an intelligent advance. Human,
like I said, it's religion I have the problem with. If God is exactly as religion says, it'd be like embracing Hitler as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, another atheist.
No, he wasn't. He was a sociopath.
Here, let me show you a quote by that old boy real quick.
He's an atheist.
In his book, in Mein Kampf, he said we are a Christian organization.
Okay, let me
he was through and through a sociopath. I'm a history geek.
Gary, can I share this with you? This is Adolf Hitler. The best thing is to let Christianity die a natural death. When understanding of the universe has become widespread, Christian doctrine will be convicted of absurdity. Christianity has reached the peak of absurdity, and that's why someday its structure will collapse, and the only way to get rid of Christianity is to allow it to die little by little. Christianity, the liar, will see it to that churches cannot spread abroad teachings in conflict with the interests of the state. Age 4952. There you go.
First and foremost, he was a lying sack of shite.
Uh-oh, sounds like that Kool-Aid's coming out.
He was a Christian to those who was Christian that he could get money from and support from. He was a paganist to those pagans who can get money and support from.
Hey, Gary, I ain't got no problem.
And the world government and Christianity wanted to support him because they thought Soviet Russia was Satan's forces on Earth.
Do you know who financed Hitler?
Catholic Church.
Do you know who the money launderer was?
The United States.
Prescott Bush.
That's right, Prescott Bush. Do you know who he is?
George Bush's grandfather.
That's right. Do you know that George Bush Sr. said, yes, that is true, my father financed and was the money launderer for Adolf Hitler, but you can't hold that against me?
You can't hold the sins of the father against the son. I don't give a care.
That's exactly what George Bush Sr. said. But isn't that interesting?
Yes, a lot of Americans in power. I'm sorry, you was going to cut. What's your name? Hermione? I thought she was going to say something. A lot of Americans back then saw Adolf Hitler as a foil against Stalin. It wasn't until Adolf Hitler signed its pact with Stalin did they say, oh shit, we don't have our control on this boy. And then they tried to play catch-up militarily.
Well, why isn't that the two people that you've mentioned today that you seem to hate most, you align with in your worldview?
Stalin, I'm sorry, what are you talking about? Stalin too, or Adolf Hitler and Kim Jones?
Yeah, you align with
I'm not aligned with him. He was an opportunistic sociopath.
But he was an atheist.
Adolf Hitler was a crazy lunatic. I'm not aligning myself with that. I find it offensive that you seem to... Christianity wants to make them atheists when they weren't.
They were atheists. By their very own mouths, they were atheists.
Joseph Stalin said this. Let me show you real quick.
Stalin wanted to replace Christianity with communism.
Listen to what the sociopath atheist said. Fooling us, there is no God, and all this talk about God is sheer nonsense. Joseph Stalin. Go ahead.
After the Soviet Union after the Soviet Union fell, certain secrets came out. You know, the Eastern Orthodox Church was still operating back then, and all throughout the church was the KGB.
Joseph Stalin destroyed churches. You do realize that, right?
The organization still lasted. He didn't destroy all of them.
Hey, Brad.
He used religion as an extension of his intelligence network.
Right. Yeah. What's up, Brand?
My wireless headset's going to probably die soon, and I'm too tired to go and plug it in. So if I die, I die. But I just wanted to ask you, I was thought about this earlier. Would you be interested in starting a Block Talk radio show with me?
Sure.
I think we should do that. Okay, let's arrange it tomorrow. Let's talk tomorrow.
All right. Let's let me.
I'd love to do a Block Talk radio show with you.
All right. Sounds good.
I think it'll be awesome, bro.
Sounds good. I'll be right back.
We can invite guys like this on, and we can have call-ins and all kinds of stuff. So what's your name, Gary?
Yeah, I've been toying with an idea. It hit me when I was trying to get a word in edgewise between Arcane and Floyd once.
Oh, good luck.
Yeah. I thought that if a theist and an anti-theist were to team up and to talk about something like suicide prevention or getting people needing to get help for depression, that would make one hell of an impact. If someone saw the argument coming from both sides,
right,
working together, there'd be no way they could try to wiggle out and justify their act.
Well, that's obviously something very important to you, right? It's obviously very close to your heart. You sound very passionate about that.
Well, but I'm not saying me, because I have like 29 subscribers. Who's going to listen to me? But well, if you can find an atheist that you could team up with and do something like that, I would love to see that.
Hey, are you familiar with who I am?
Yeah, I also did videos on you too.
You have, haven't you?
Yes, I also sent you one.
Which one was it again?
Fuck you, Rand Campbell.
Oh, that's right, brother. I just actually exposed you in my Who is Rand Campbell video. You were the one that said the one thing that you and I have in common is rage. You did that video on me a long time ago.
Main reason I said that because I caught one of your videos that says you're above all criticism because you're God's mountain.
Yeah.
And no one has the right to criticize you. And I said, oh, hell no, this is the internet. You do something stupid, you're going to be criticized.
Did you like that video,
I said, fuck you, Rand Campbell.
Did you like that video, though?
I thought it was... I think in your future, there's going to be 5-point restraints and a Thorazine drip. You're dead.
Jeez, man. Oh, boy. So, man, when you want to contact me tomorrow, I'll make sure I'm around for that.
Let's go like around dinner time, around there. I'm thinking that we should hook up like there. Yeah, we'll talk around dinner time and arrange it, and maybe if you have some time, you can think of a show title, or I want to do like a Facebook page. I want to do a Twitter account. I want to do the Blog Talk Radio Show. Also a YouTube account connected to the Blog Talk Radio Show. And we can have like all kinds of guests.
I got an idea for a title. Christians versus one hair away from being a baboon. What do you think?
It's good, but too long. I like it, but it's too long.
Christians
I don't
versus
know.
reality.
Intelligent design versus no intelligence.
Yeah.
Well, you're criticizing yourself both sides. There is no intelligent design. Look at the human body.
You don't think any intelligence was made in the production of you?
Let's see. I have a precursors for cancer, schizophrenia, a whole host of neurological disorders, migraines. Thank you, Dad. Rage issues. Thank you, Dad. And it's what did they say about engineering? Your waste disposal and your sex. Was it? You breathe out and you.
Is this the one where the atheist says, "Why was the butthole put in this location?" And I always have to ask, "Where'd you want it? On your forehead?" I mean,
no, this is the one where you breathe out, or the same place you eat.
Yeah, but watch this though. You see how smart God is? There's two paths. There's the path of self-destruction, and there's the path back to life. So there you got the one path. One could kill you, and one gives you life.
What I like about atheism is I don't have this absurd notion that
you can't stand it.
I like it because I have only this. I only have here. I only have now to improve myself. I only have here, and I only have now to make a good impact in life and the lives of the people I know. And I do.
No, you're coming to Christ soon. Hey, Brett.
What's that?
How do you like this for the radio show? Grow. G-R-O, grow radio. Grow is an acronym for getting reprobates offline.
Oof, that's rough. At first, I had looked at the screen wrong, and I thought you had wrote what actually lyrics put over there. He put scrubs those toilets. I thought, huh? Really, a name for a show? But
no.
Sounds good.
I think it'd be awesome, bro. I think we do a radio show, and we leave it open because I've already looked into Blog Talk Radio. So for $40 a month, you get, I think, 2 hours, 7 nights a week, prime time. You get the chat room with an 800 number, where you can have people call into the show.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think it's a given, bro.
I do think if we're going to have non-believers on, though, I would like them to actually, instead of just constantly throwing questions at us, I'd like to see the atheists actually offer up alternatives and options as opposed to just put it all on us, though.
Yes.
You're the one that's making the claim.
Yeah, but you're making a claim, too.
Well, I'm talking about things like the fact that you just admitted that you believe that you evolved from a worm, a goldfish, and even that of a rat, according to...
There we go. They're trying to convert you, Gary. There's their motive.
That's what science claims.
Be careful, Gary.
It would take a hell of a lot of booze and a head concussion for me to even entertain the thought.
Oh, you're coming close, Gary. I've been working on you for years. What's going on there, fiction fighter?
I'm simmering.
Yeah, you doing okay, kiddo?
Just happened to roll in and see this hang was going on, and...
Hey, are you Canadian?
Yep.
I heard you say that the other night. Are you West Coast?
Nope.
Okay. I'm not trying to find it where you are, but I'll just let you know I'm in Toronto.
I'm not too far from there.
Oh, yeah? Are you like 705 area code?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, what's that?
705 area code?
Nope.
905?
Nope.
Yeah. Ooh,
now, fiction, you act like I insult you when I say this, but according to the science link right here, it says you evolved from a rat. I didn't...
That's such an old argument you're trying to push on us there.
not an argument. I'm
It's
trying to
not a rat, it's an opossum.
Okay, so she evolved from a possum. Which is it, a rat or a possum? They say rat.
We already did this dance.
It's a bone of science.
You have something new there, Brett.
I don't know why it is. There's some kind
Oh,
of...
don't fall over yourselves. Come on
There's
now, one at a time.
Hearing someone actually state, I don't believe I came from intelligence. I came from a rat. I gotta hear.
I have never said that.
Well, you can clearly see the resemblance between that rat and Henry
Pointed out my flaws.
Hazy, that's cold. Did you say that she looks like the rat? That's hateful.
Did you hear that in fiction?
I have never claimed that, so I don't know what you guys are talking about.
No, I was talking about me. When he talked about intelligent design, and I pointed out all the flaws in that so-called intelligent design.
What flaws?
I told you, I was born with the precursors for neurological disorders, and migraines, cancer, alcoholism, diabetes.
Okay.
That's intelligent design.
Yes. What have you learned from it? What have you learned from it?
That it's not intelligently designed.
Well, there you go. So you're a little smarter.
There's plenty of
So now you're a little
flaws in
smarter
living
because
things.
So there you are. You're a little bit smarter because
So,
see how
if
intelligent
you were
it is?
intelligently designed, then the designer has a lot of flaws, wouldn't you say?
So you're
They're
saying
purposeful.
the guys are flawed, therefore there can't be an intelligent designer?
If he's all-knowing and omnipotent, he should have done a better job.
Are you
Yeah.
gonna teach him how to do a better job?
Should have been perfect, but
If
he's
he
far from
existed,
that.
I'd like to file a
We're talking about
complaint.
the one in the Bible.
I'll tell you what, you guys able to at least create dirt? Can you guys create dirt on your own?
But you,
Design is
no,
dirt.
but you seem to sling it quite nicely.
Yeah, yeah.
And you catch it with perfection.
All right.
A fiction fighter.
Yo.
You still angry, man?
He's always angry.
You still angry?
I'm full of friction.
Yeah, you freaked me out, man. You used to hit me hard in the comments section before I knew you were a woman. I thought you were like some biker. I was thinking, damn, this guy is rude, man. Wow, this guy makes me forget I'm a Christian. Sometimes I had to come at you hard, bring some old school street shit to you. And then I saw you on a hangout, you're a woman. I'm like, what? That was a woman? I was like, oh my lord, man.
I know some pretty tough women.
Yeah, you were good, man. Now listen, I got nothing bad to say about you. You ran hard.
So I did notice in a comment section that you claim to have beaten me up pretty good. But this is the first time we've actually chatted, you know?
You're still in the fetal position.
No.
Come on, man.
I left that position a long time ago.
Can't
But
be
I'll be in
Ray
that
Campbell.
position on my deathbed, I'm sure.
You'll be in a position of begging God's forgiveness, I'll tell you
Oh,
that.
no. That'll never happen.
Oh, I can promise you.
I'll be talking to myself.
No, you'll be talking to God. You'll be saying
No.
God ran right.
I'll be
God-
talking to myself.
Ran was right.
Just like you all do. When you say
Ran.
God, you're talking to the God within you.
You need to listen to Rand. Rand's love for you was very real. You need to listen to Rand.
No.
Why are
It's
you
not
talking
genuine.
about yourself as a third person? You know
Yeah.
that's a sign for schizophrenia?
So
Have you seen the size of me? You
So
think
why
I'm
are you talking about yourself as a third person?
Rand Campbell is
just-
too big for life. He has to
You think
refer
I-
himself.
Imaginary things can't. Don't you guys know by now? Imaginary things can't do a goddamn thing, including love anything.
What are you talking about?
These imaginary things you throw out.
What imaginary thing? Come on now, fiction.
Rand loves you. God loves you.
Rand loves you. Do you think I love you, fiction?
No.
Of course I love you.
No. Who am I talking to now?
You're talking to Rand Campbell.
Oh, Rand? Rand or Rand Campbell or God?
Well, they're pretty much all the same.
Oh,
I
Father, Son, and Holy
represent
Spirit?
I represent that.
Oh, is he talking through you now?
He always does.
Right. Okay.
You don't hear him?
Nope.
I hear I hear the echo out of your ass, but no.
Let me ask you a question, though. Let me
I
ask you a
hear
question.
that BS spewing out of that hole there.
I understand that, but what is the attraction to Rand Campbell?
I have no attraction. I assure you, I have no attraction.
I'm not talking about that fiction. Think straight. I'm talking about the flood to my videos, because I get a flood of you guys.
Because it floods all over the main feed up through mutual friends, and I just can't help myself sometimes. You guys all need correcting once in a while, you know?
Why is that?
Why is that?
Because you know there's a Rand crush. You know that's very real.
No.
Like I said before, if you don't speak out against something that is goofy and silly, you're given silent consent.
So
right, exactly, Gary. You said it.
So you think I'm goofy and silly, Gary?
Yes, immensely. Yep. When you say you are above all criticism, you are silly.
Why?
Because
it's so funny though, dude, when he goes off and then he just on the pedestal. I love that, man. It's so funny.
Oh yeah, there's an entertainment value to it for sure. I mean, I even disconnected my satellite TV connection because ever since I discovered these Hangouts, I don't even go to for like months. Didn't even turn the TV on. It was straight to the computer.
I haven't had my TV on in 4 years. I've got
I've had mine on for a year and a half now.
Listen, I got Rogers full package. I've got the NHL package. I got the movie package. I got the documentary package. I'll bet you I've turned my TV on 3 times in 4 years.
Why don't you disconnect it? You're wasting money.
I don't know, just in case I need it. I don't know.
No, you could be using that money to go help some poor guy right around the corner from you.
Oh, like forbidden fruit?
Because that's what you're doing. You're basically throwing your money down the toilet just so you can have a convenience at your whim.
Oh, no, just in case. I have guests, so you never know when people are coming to want to watch TV. They're not going to want to watch me do hangouts or research on the internet all the time.
You can watch movies. Get a Linux system together. You can get movies for free.
But I got grandkids that come hang out and still. For them, I keep it. But
I got access to all kinds of stuff, more than what they show on TV, more quality stuff.
Oh no, I agree.
About educational.
I can't stand television fiction. To me, it's all crap. Every bit of it.
Then why would you let your kids watch all that crap?
Well, because they seem to like it, and I don't want to dictate to them what they can and can't have.
When a kid wants to watch SpongeBob, why not let them?
You can get that on the internet. You can.
Yeah, you can. You're right. You can download it all.
No, you don't have to download it. You just watch it online, live streaming.
Yeah, you're true. That's true. I don't know. I just have it. You're trying to get me to shut off Rogers, but it's all a part of my package, so it stays.
No, Fiction, I'd like to ask you a question real quick, if you don't mind. Can I ask you a question, Fiction?
Please don't make it a dumb, repetitive question.
Actually, about a post that you did on your Google Plus, you posted a picture of a dying child and says, "Where's Jesus?" I was curious, do you know what the name of that child is?
What the name of that child is?
Yeah, that starving child. What is that child's name?
I have no idea what the child's name is. All I see is suffering, though.
About the kid, you were just trying to blast Jesus, right? Just check.
No, I don't blast Jesus because he doesn't exist.
But you don't care about the kid. No, you did. You put on the picture, you said, "Oh, it looks like Jesus doesn't care about the little black kid." That's what you put for it.
Okay, does Jesus...
That wasn't acknowledging that Jesus exists, though.
You don't even know the kid's name. You don't even care. You just put it up there.
Yes, I do. I care that there's humanity suffering out there. Just like
then why aren't you out there doing something about it?
Kids are getting shot off. Did you hear the report today?
Do something about it.
Did you hear the report today? The latest IS incident?
If you feel like there's pain and suffering going on in the world, help people. Don't sit there and blame something else.
I don't have the power to help people in an active sense.
Yeah, where's your God? I mean...
Have you ever thought, Art, that maybe God gave you the power and the ability to do something? Yeah,
by correcting people's ideas.
Yeah, but how dare you say, "Where is God?" Not putting their hands
together in prayer, because prayer is a useless act, isn't it?
Yeah, but hold a second. Art, did you say, "Where is our God"?
Yep.
Well, you're kicking him out. What are you talking about?
Well, no. It doesn't matter what I say to him.
That's like when kids die in school shootings. Everybody's like, "Where was your God in school?" Well, you guys kicked him out of school.
So if I say that God is not here, so God does not become graceful and
No, but
loving.
but you don't get to ask where he was when you're
But
kicking
no.
him out.
So did the African kids kick him out too?
No, you are.
It's
Well,
promote thought. It's promote rational thought and others.
Art and fiction, you know damn well that there are Christians all over these different countries trying to do the best they can. Hell, there's Christians being murdered over in some of these countries trying to help and support. You don't hear about any atheists going out there and putting their hands on the line for these children.
Oh, really?
Really?
Alexander Fleming. He's the guy who invented new genetically enhanced plants that saved like 1 billion lives because these plants are able to grow in environments that normal plants cannot grow. No, I don't think there's. It's not exactly like that.
God designed his brain well. He came up with some good stuff with the tools God gave.
Oh, yeah. Give the glory to God, right? Yeah.
And yet God didn't save those lives. An atheist did. Alexander Fleming was an atheist.
Hell, I helped save the life.
So is Jim
I got
Jones.
a question. I save lives every day.
Do you?
In my own community. Yes, I do. It's part of my job.
What do you do?
You haven't heard me say what I do before?
No, you're too busy pissing on our heads.
What?
You're too busy pissing on us all the time. Tell us what you do good.
I take care of the.
Oh, that's right. No. You're like a PS something. You work with the elderly or
personal
PSW.
support. Not just elderly. It's not just geriatrics.
Yeah, personal support worker. That's right. I remember you said it.
A whole
actually,
broad
my ex wanted to take that course.
in trouble. Yeah.
That's actually a very commendable job. Good for you.
We do what we can when we can.
Yeah.
I donate.
I work within my ability. I work to the max of my ability.
So are you gonna go help Gary out?
I'll
help anybody. I'll help anybody that
Gary needs a personal support worker.
No, I don't.
What?
You're good.
One thing
I have to say, fiction and Gary, that is extremely impressive. That is awesome that you guys do those things. Awesome.
I'm surprised you assume that I don't go out there every day.
Well, you never told me. You're too busy running your mouth at me, being mean.
I know, but you want to know something? It's because every time I come into a hangout, it almost seems like my mic gets turned down where I have to yell just to be heard faintly, and people are rude and they're just interruptive and they don't let me complete. If I've got something to say that takes more than a minute, I get cut off, and I don't even get a minute half the time. Well, most of the time.
I will apologize on behalf of the atheists who do that to you. Sorry.
No, it's not just the atheists. It's not just atheists. It's anybody who seems to think that they can. I mean, they've been on here for years and just repeatedly say everything they say, and then when somebody new comes in, all they want to do is pound them.
Well,
you know, and I can pound them. Trust me.
Hey, a fiction fighter. If you come on to a hangout with me, I'll make sure that you're allowed as much time as you require to get your point.
Because I just want to speak to anybody who's listening out there too, and also to everybody in here, that I'm the kind of person that if somebody's constantly interrupting me and distracting me, it's very hard for me to focus on my own thoughts in my head and get out what I really want to say. So sometimes it comes out wrong. That's not really what I meant to say.
Gary's like that too.
One thing I want to say. We was talking about things we do. I do as much as I possibly can. I recently got a call from Oklahoma about a blood donation I had given. I never got this kind of call before.
I saw your video about that. That was I made a comment on it. Remember?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. It blew my mind that I got this call. It was a thank you from the hospital administrators and the Oklahoma Blood Institute for my donation.
That's awesome.
It's one thing. I don't know if anybody here or anybody's listening donates blood. There's an assumption that there's always going to be blood in the blood bank. Why should I do anything? There is a virus called I don't know the full name. I always forget the full technical name, but they basically call it CMV.
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 CMV. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Most of the population has had it at one time or another. It's like the common cold. It doesn't really cause any damage, but it stays in the blood. And any donation you give, if you had contracted CMV at one point or another, it can't be given to someone who has a compromised immune system.
Yeah.
So I never contracted it. So my blood is good for cancer patients and newborn babies. Anybody who's watching this.
Yeah, that's right. Hazy, it's cytomegalovirus. Yeah.
Yeah, you might be the one of the very few people who's never contracted CMV. I never knew what this was until I started donating. Even if you think your one donation is not going to help anyone, you might be wrong because the amount of blood that's available for people with
immunodeficiency. Yep.
Yeah, with compromised immune systems are lower than the average supply. So anyone who's out there considered donating, please do it. Each donation helps saves 3 lives.
Yeah, yeah.
And I got to get to bed.
So here's what I'm going to do, seeing as we're all going to plug what we donate. I have been asked recently by the atheist community if I would donate brain cells to the
Can you spare any?
Oh, it's funny.
Could you imagine the science coming out of those cells? Could you imagine just the godly science that would come out of Rand Campbell's brains?
Nadia liked that one, didn't you, Nadia? Rand wants to donate brain cells. How's that going to work?
Donate what?
He wants to donate his brain cells.
To atheism. Yeah, to atheism. I think it's an honorable donation. I don't hear anybody else offering. We were still doing up fiction.
Oh, I have a day off tomorrow, and I don't know. I have a hard time getting to sleep on my nights off.
Yeah,
let alone the nights I have to work too the next day.
I'm semi-retired, meaning that I'm too lazy to work anymore. You know what I mean? I've worked for 20 years. I'm done.
I've worked since I was about 10 years old.
Oh, wow. You see, I was on the streets for most of my life, so I really can't consider that work. I didn't get my very first job until 1997, and I was already 37 years old. So.
Damn, I just started my career in 1997, but I worked since I was 10 before that, so.
So you started this job you're doing now in 97?
Yeah.
That's funny. That's when I started this job.
Yeah.
I've been doing it ever since. I own a promotional company, but I'm
before
not very
that,
interested in it anymore.
I was on a child labor farm since 1970s, 75.
Child labor farm? What do you mean?
I call it child labor. It was a family farm situation, and I did a lot of man's work on there. Yeah.
Oh, I could really see you got some muscles, eh?
Well, yeah, I don't work out, but I still have those muscles from working hard.
Yeah, for real, that farm life, man.
Oh yeah, wasn't easy.
So, how far are you from Toronto?
Oh, a couple hours.
Okay.
Means I could find you if I had to, Rand.
Listen, I'll give you my address. I don't care. Listen, I fear nobody and I fear nothing, bro.
Tony, jump in. Tony.
Who's Tony?
Beside Art. Beside Thor. The mighty god Thor.
Oh, Thor. Yeah, I'm at a different place in my life now, fiction. I'm just enjoying it. I'm not gonna stress out over this world anymore.
You know what? I'll be working to the day I die.
Yeah? Why is that? 'Cause you love it?
Partially.
or because
I couldn't imagine not having something to do, like something productive to do.
right?
Yeah.
So you don't want to be.
the way the economy is going, looking like I can't even think about retirement.
What about becoming a YouTube celebrity like your friend Forbidden Fruit? That's his goal.
There's no money in that.
I could help promote you.
Did you watch his video? There's no money in it.
You got $26. Yeah, but if you play it right,
it's just a hobby. This is, huh?
if you play it right, you could definitely build a channel.
Yeah, but I'm not in it for that. I'm in it just as a hobby. It's just it's an outlet. It's kind of a way to vent, and it's a way to meet new people all over the world. I mean, it's the best hobby I could think of right now.
It is fun, isn't it?
Yeah, you could do it 8 times a day.
Yeah, there's always somebody. If there's no hangout, wait 15 minutes and Naughty will start one.
Yeah. Oh, I know. An Xbox. And
Naughty wakes up for his sleep to start a hangout, only to go back to bed.
And if my videos weren't flagged, I'd be able to run some hangouts too.
Yeah, I heard that. You got flagged, did you?
Yep. So I can't run any live hangouts.
Well, are you fighting these flags?
I appealed it, but they didn't change anything.
No?
Nope.
So how many flags have you gotten?
1.
Okay, so you still have 2 left. But you still can't do a hangout. So open another channel.
1 in 7 years. 1 in 7 years. I've worked hard on the channel I've got. I like the channel I have.
That's
I put a lot of work organizing stuff, and you know.
This is my 5th channel.
And what happens if your channel gets flagged down? Do you lose your whole account? Like you can't gain access to the videos that are on it or anything?
Yeah, that's why you should take your videos and make sure that you have them separate, so you can build a new channel, put them all back up again.
No, not my videos, but the videos I have in my playlists. That's 7 years. That's 7 years worth of organization on that.
Yeah, I feel you, man. Yeah, you lose everything.
Yeah.
This is my 5th channel. Every time I get to like 500-600 subscribers, somebody knocks me out.
Oh, I don't. You know what? I don't do that. I don't do that shit. Like, especially when it's false flagging is what I'm talking about. I put up a video about J-Dubs. It was him talking in the video. All I said was, "Here, this is the jerk off you really are." That's all I said at the end of the video. That got false flagged.
So why are you annoyed with J-Dubs? And also, I didn't realize that YouTube sent letters giving off the names of people who flagged you. Why do you have a problem with them for?
Because it shouldn't have been flagged.
Yeah, but how do you...
It wasn't me in the video.
You do realize that on YouTube there are literally thousands, if not millions of people...
He posted and boasted about how he's a big threat and he shut us all down and he made threats on the video. I was exposing him.
Where is this video at?
It got taken down after it got false flagged.
Are you talking about the Benny thing?
Yep.
Okay, you do realize that Benny and J-Dubs are friends, right?
Oh, yeah. But Benny also claimed he wasn't anymore at that point because of what he did.
Check Benny's Google Plus because he's been talking back and forth with Dubs. They seem like they get along just fine.
Oh, sure they are now. Joke's on me. I got false flagged.
Well, how do you know that it was J-Dubs? YouTube doesn't offer any kind of...
Because it was J-Dubs.
The only reason I know whenever I get flagged in my YouTube channel, whenever I get knocked or hit, you know what happens? I get a pink slip and everything, and the only way I know who did it is whenever an atheist makes a video and laughs about it when I lose channels.
Yeah, well, there's no reason anybody else would have flagged that video. Deductive reasoning.
Deductive reasoning, but you don't actually have any solid evidence that you can show us?
No, I don't have solid evidence, but I've been on this YouTube for 7 years, and whoa, because J-Dubs is on expose, all of a sudden it gets flagged out of nowhere.
Was this an actual video or a hangout? What was it?
It was just a video.
Mm. Well, I mean,
Short clip, not even a minute long, I don't think.
okay, so you're saying that this information just simply does not exist, and we just take it on, I guess, say,
What information doesn't exist?
do you have any information that shows that he made threats?
Yeah, I have other videos that I made as well, unlisted.
Okay, but what are you saying? Where are the threats at? Is this in comments? Or
Right in the video, straight from J-Dub's mouth.
Well, let's see it.
I was in the hangout where he
Yes,
came
Tony
in
was there. Yeah.
and started threatening people and kicking people out.
Are you talking about? You're talking about the Benny hangout, right? Where Benny asked J-Dubs to go in and shut the hangout down because he was going to sleep.
We didn't know that at the time, Brett. We didn't know that until about a week later.
Well, there's times where
After
Benny,
I made the video.
listen. There's times where J-Dubs or Benny want to go to sleep.
I don't care. It doesn't fucking matter. Why didn't he send me a private message then and let me know that?
Because
You
the
guys
guy,
all talk to each other. You all communicate this. I can take a good joke. I've proven that.
you don't communicate all the time.
Yeah, but
And
I can take a good joke, all right? Everybody knows that. No reason to false flag somebody.
Well, you said that you didn't have any solid evidence on that.
If you're going to set yourself up for something like that, then you should be able to take whatever comes after.
Okay, so
I've
you're,
seen a hell of a
just,
lot.
you
I've
don't
seen
like him, so you're assuming he did that to you.
What?
You don't like the guy, so you're assuming he did that to you.
I had nothing against him before that, personally.
Okay, so what is this video that you're talking about that was flagged?
What's that? I'll show you another one. Hold on a sec. No, no way. I don't trust you guys. No, I am not. I'm not posting an unlisted video to you guys.
Really care about that?
What, you think that one of us is going to flag you now?
What's that?
You're saying that you don't want to show us this evidence that you claim to have.
I don't trust you. You haven't earned my trust, so I don't trust you with an unlisted video.
You do realize that I don't have some like magic button over here I can click to make things disappear. It's a YouTube website. They're in control of what they do.
YouTube would not have flagged that or brought that down on their own.
What, you think that somebody can just wave a wand and it just disappears?
All they gotta do is flag it. It's been done many times. It's demonstrated in some of the videos I have on my playlist.
Well, how about this? Why don't you take a screenshot or something? Is there any way that you can share the screen at least?
Screenshot what?
Whatever you're claiming you have evidence of. You can't just go running around falsely accusing people unless you got some evidence.
Well, how do I show you? People I know that I've shared the link with have seen
Do a
it.
screen share.
Tony was in the hangout when it happened. Same with Hillary and what's his name? Sid.
Why would we care about this on an HOA, guys?
I mean, you know what? We're not talking to you, honey.
Well, no, you're talking to everybody, Fiction, because everybody can hear you. You're on an HOA.
Well, you can turn out. You can just turn out now. You can just turn out.
Stop.
But
If you're not
Fiction,
interested, tune out.
okay, Fiction, listen, you already admitted earlier that you like to go around and terrorize people on their comments board on YouTube. How do you know?
I don't terrorize anybody.
But you said that you like to use it for some form of therapy, didn't you? Where you just go and vent on people.
That's not terrorizing anybody. It's voicing my opinion
Maybe
and sharing
terrorizing
facts.
is a little bit too extreme.
I find that fun. You're twisting my words.
You don't think putting pictures of dying babies on your
Hey, Tony's back. Let him speak now.
you put pictures of dying children on your Google Plus. You don't think that maybe
That's my Google Plus page. I could put whatever I want.
Yeah, but Google has rules called community guidelines in terms of service that states that you cannot put extreme, shocking imagery, especially having to do with dying children.
That's not extreme shocking. That's not extreme and shocking.
You don't think a child dying in an image with that stuff you posted with Jesus is against?
That's your personal opinion of what's shocking. I've seen a lot worse than that.
Just read the rules. I didn't make it up.
I've seen a lot worse than that.
Okay, that's fine. You can tell YouTube that, then it's their rules, not mine. Okay, so you're not going to show any evidence, even though you realize you've made a lot of enemies with people because of your personality.
No
Hey,
conviction here.
You said it. I'm not hating on you. I'm just saying that you actually boast about giving people hell.
I didn't boast about giving people hell. See, now you're twisting the words.
So you're telling us right now that you did not admit earlier that you kind of think it's cute going and aggravating people on YouTube videos.
No, I didn't say that either. You're using a whole different terminology there.
So you don't leave
You're
nasty.
taking me way out of context.
You don't leave nasty comments on people's YouTubes.
Not that I recall.
Oh, you're a saint now. Good deal. Amen.
Nope, I'm not a saint. I voice my opinion, and I have I've used my freedom of speech.
I thought you were laughing earlier when Rand was describing some of your comments on his channel.
Yeah, but did he say any of them were nasty? No.
He thought he was dealing with like a biker dude or something.
You're making assumptions. Just because of what he said, you're making assumptions.
The point is, you leave some pretty eccentric comments on people's YouTube channels, right?
What's your definition of eccentric?
Let's take a look here.
Facts? Facts?
Let's take a look at what we got here. Okay.
All right, give me some examples.
You're calling religious people sociopaths and criminals right there in your first post. You go somewhere.
Oh, did I say that?
Yeah, it's right there in your first post. You got a picture of Joyce Myers with a dying children next to her.
Yeah, look at the difference. She's rolling in the dough while people are starving. What does she do for them with all her riches? Kind of greedy, isn't it? To hoard all that money and luxury.
I think that she should take a great deal of that money and send it to the children for sure.
Yeah, she should be more responsible with it.
For sure, but I don't think that you ought to sit there and put a child dying up there like that. Kind of wrong.
Well, there's people like that are suffering right here in the homeland, are they not? It shouldn't be with all the wealth that's in America.
Well, I agree that there's a lot of folks out there, both non-believer and religious, that have a lot of money that could go to doing some good. That's for sure.
Yeah, they're earning money from tax-free from taxpayers. Like, something wrong with that, isn't there?
Okay. So so here on a comment to Jason Burns or whatever, you write, at least we don't have false flaggers in our camp, unlike J-Dubs and BK.
Yeah.
So there's another individual here named BK that, according to you, is doing stuff.
We all know it.
Who's the BK individual?
Who do you think?
Burger King?
Yeah, it's Burger King, yeah.
So you're actually accusing me, even though I actually I dig.
Oh, are you Burger King?
You're obviously accusing me of this.
Oh, is that you, or is that your alter ego?
A fiction. Are we trying to be cute again? Is that what's up? You say J-Dubs and BK.
Is J-Dubs your boyfriend?
Well, actually, I'm married there, fiction. You know,
I thought maybe you had took some on the side there, too.
No. So now you're doing homosexual insults, huh? I'm just saying that according to your comments, you go to a lot of different people's videos and you say some pretty nasty things to them. So why would you think only
That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
Okay. But you don't have any solid evidence. We're just all supposed to be atheists in here for you.
Well, who else would have done it?
Well, you do go...
You tell me. There was only one person speaking in that video.
You've got a video...
Only one person.
You've got
when it was up public.
You got a video here with naked individuals right on the front. That's against community guidelines in terms of service.
What's that?
You got a video here with naked individuals with candy canes hanging on the wall.
What are you talking about? I don't put up any nudity.
The ultimate adult Christmas. That's what
That was a video I liked there, dude. That's not my video.
you got a video with naked people on your Google Plus. Okay. Let's see what else is on.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You just admitted that you know what I'm talking about.
I liked a video. That's not my video. I didn't
There's
put it up
something
there.
wrong with naked people? Is nakedness like a big deal now? How old are we?
Yeah, really.
Hello, I'm not sitting here saying this is a religious concept. I'm telling you that YouTube has its community guidelines and terms of service. Now, just because you don't like it doesn't mean they're going to change the rules just for little old you boo-boo. Hey, Beckel.
What's your point? What's your point?
The point is that I can find 100 different reasons why individuals out there may have done that.
I didn't post that, though. I didn't post any videos like that. The video that got flagged was J-Dubs talking and threatening and being a jerk-off.
So much pain and suffering in the world of this fiction.
Anyway, this is not why I came in here anyways. Like, why are you pressing this issue anyway? It's a done deal. Like, I have not brought it up. I have not brought it up to anybody.
Naughty things, that's why.
Oh, and you're not naughty there, BK?
You're accusing me of things on your profile.
How are you on YouTube? How about we discuss that? How do you even have a channel on YouTube?
Well, you log in.
After you got banned, did you not get banned?
Well, of course I had
Your
atheists
naughtiness.
sit there and flag me.
Let's
Right.
discuss your naughtiness. Your
I
history.
had atheists flag me, sure.
No. It was deeper than that there, Brett. Why don't you tell us a little history? Give us
had atheists flag me. We all know that.
Oh, really?
Right.
Why? Why did they flag you?
I wonder why.
Hmm.
If anybody goes to my YouTube channel right now, they'll see that I talk about God all day long. That's what
Oh, sure. Now you do on this channel. Sure. What about all your other sock accounts?
What sock accounts?
The one that J-Dub set up for you, dude.
What sock accounts would that be?
Oh, there's quite a list. Isn't there, Tony?
Well, I was listening to the hangout the other day where someone invited you in, Brett, and he said I did all 5 Brett Keane accounts. I thought one of them would get you.
No, I said that people have made accounts of me making fun of me, just as they've done Rand Campbell, Von Helton, D-Man, and many others.
Oh, come on. Be honest. You know what we're talking about. We're not talking about those.
The point is, fiction, is that you don't have any evidence. Now you're blowing more nonsense out in the air.
How are you on YouTube, Brett?
You got caught. Boom.
How are you on YouTube?
All right, fiction. If you're not going to show any evidence, I got no point in listening to you anymore. Just nonsense.
I have a
Trying to start
confessional
trouble.
video on my playlist. J-Dub's confessing.
Anybody else want to play games like a little kid?
He blocked me. And he took himself
I'm
out.
not going to keep going back and forth with this woman.
See that, Tony? I
Yeah,
can't
I
see the
see.
truth.
If you're not going to provide any evidence, that's the end of the conversation. Just wanna
What do
go
you
around
think, Rand, of
falsely
your buddy there?
stuff.
A little bit hypocritic?
So what you been up to, Beckel?
He said he's just listening for now.
Yeah, he
Okay,
brought it
that's
up for
cool.
me. Don't
Rand, you
get pissy
still
with
alive?
me. Oh, I don't have a mic now? Can you hear me, Tony?
I can hear you, yeah. Reckel's saying he's got no mic.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, I see the screen over there.
not sure we have the people in the group for that. What are you talking about?
Oh, goodness gracious.
For talking about a topic which can be, you know, sort of rationally discussed as opposed to just sort of personal qualms people have with each other, I suppose.
Ah, we've had
Yeah.
a beef going silently. for a
That
while.
would be a bit more interesting, perhaps.
Yeah. Go ahead. If you guys want to change the topic, I don't care.
Well,
I
I'm
didn't want to
fine
talk
with
about
having
this
the
anyways in a
intellectual
public hangout,
discussion about topics we're
but it was
talking
pressed on
about,
me,
but
so there you go.
the individual's not going to provide any evidence for the accusations, and that's pointless. Just
What's
going
that
into
fuzzy
circles.
noise? Yeah, Hermine, you're quite the passive-aggressive little one, aren't you? You think you're better than everybody? Is that it?
So, Beckley, you work on any of your new cartoons? I'm looking at the text. You're typing.
Sounds like someone's trying to talk. Tony, what's you up to?
Well, I should be doing something and I'm not because I just don't want to do it. I'm procrastinating.
About what?
Doing some work.
Are you just getting up?
How far along are you there, Beckley, on the animation?
Or is it, that's pretty close to noon hour there, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been up about an hour and a half.
Uh-huh. Wow, everybody's going dead silent now. Nadia's falling asleep.
I fell asleep.
Looks like I put this room to sleep, girl. No one wants to talk.
I only walked up long enough to come.
Oh, wow, lovely. Brett just muted Tony. How you been doing, Nadia?
I am having trouble recovering.
Too many long hangouts?
No.
Are you experiencing hangout burnout?
No.
Oh. Were you in the hospital again?
No.
Oh. So what's been happening?
That's hangout overdose that we're seeing right there.
The other times.
The time?
The time I was last in the hospital.
What?
It hurt me worse than the other times.
Hmm. Can't make you out too well. You're half asleep.
Oh yeah, it was kind of not the best mix yesterday. So
Uh-huh.
pretty much as soon as I fell asleep, it fell apart and they all left.
Yeah, everybody got quiet all of a sudden. We got 1, 2, 3 people, 4 people muted. Brett Keane blocked me, so it booted himself out. I don't know how that happened.
I'm still here.
Yeah. Good to see ya. You hanging in?
Yeah, sort of. I'm not really able to get around and get things done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no days like that
I'll be right
sometimes.
back, you Beckles.
What's
Go
that
grab me
fuzzy
some
noise?
coffee.
Complaining because
Hey?
they're complaining because I was supposed to get blood work done and I can't really make the walk across town.
Mm-hmm.
I barely make the walk to the bodega.
For the what?
I said for blood work.
Oh, yeah. You gotta get out and do that for your health, you know?
What?
You gotta get out and do that for your health.
I can barely make it in the bodega. All I better do is fall down and get back with you.
Sounds like someone's trying to speak, but do you hear that noise?
Yeah, sort of a little buzz in the background.
Yeah. There, it's gone now.
It might be some issue with my mic. Is it still gone if I mute myself again?
Nope.
It's very, very faint to me.
Well, I have a continuous buzz from my computer fan, and my mic's fairly close to it, but I just moved it away. So
That's kind of like what it sounds like. Yep.
could be some sort of glitch.
So, Rodney, have you and I spoken before?
No, I think it's the first time I've met you, so good to
Ah.
meet you.
Good to meet you. You sound like you're in the UK.
Yeah, UK.
Uh-huh. What's
Yeah.
happening over there?
I don't know. I don't watch the news all that much. I normally make fairly, it depends. I'm sort of, fairly, I'm sort of known on Google Plus. I tend to sort of be quite vocal, very anti. Irrationality, tried to get people involved in sort of decent debates and stuff, and making proper arguments. I often post arguments. I make up my own arguments and post them, and I can be quite rude to people if they just don't see, if they just ignore it and come out of some nonsense. I will point that out. So yeah. That's basically my point of view. Anyway, that we should be. That's what it's about, isn't it? We've learned, over the years about how to sort of reason at least what reasoning incorrectly looks like, and what counts as a sufficient reason for something, and how to tell the difference. And I do feel quite strongly that if we're gonna, if we're going to try and convince each other of our different positions, then that's the only way to do it. Otherwise, we may as well just be, admit to being con men, con people, so, yeah.
Yeah, I you know what? As long as people are being honest, then I have no, what's that? 7 dislikes in this hangout. Somebody's butt hurt.
All right, I'm back. Did I miss anything exciting, Nadia?
7 dislikes.
I'll tell you what's happening over here.
What's happening?
The Church of England has just appointed its first female bishop.
Oh,
That's good.
kudos for that.
Really, I don't watch the news much, but I'm sure that was all going on like a few years back. But obviously, if that's specifically the Church of England, yeah, great, brilliant stuff.
A couple of years back was allowing female priests, I think, and this is a bishop.
Oh,
right.
kick some male butt over there, eh?
So you don't like progress, huh?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's good. It's a good thing,
So, Rodney, what side of the argument are you on? Because I'm not familiar with you.
Well, I'm a Christian theist. I believe something sort of best described as some kind of idealism.
Of what? Idealism?
Yeah, I believe in free will, so I think it's called libertarian free will. I believe that we actually have free will and moral accountability, these sorts of things. I believe God exists. I believe, that's basically generally where I come from anyway.
Right on, Rodney.
But I also understand that there's a lot of things that we're not very clear on, and there's a lot of these things are going to go down to at the end of the day, we haven't got a good argument one way or the other, really, or anything like that I'd consider overwhelmingly convincing, so that if you didn't agree with some point of view, then you're necessarily irrational. I don't think that we've got them sorts of arguments for a lot of things that we discuss. So in that case, I don't. We can present the arguments and get people up to speed, but I don't see the point in sort of pushing very much on that kind of thing.
Well, Rodney, I am convinced that it is possible to actually give more reasonable options towards there being a mind beyond the universe, more reasonability to
I don't
this
have my
than
dukes up
saying
right
that it
now, so
absolutely comes from
I'm not in a
nothing.
debating mood. I have to be in the mood for it.
Oh yeah, I agree with you that that is one of those situations whereby if you don't believe that, I would say again that you're irrational. I often sort of try and bait atheists into I often say to them that there's no such thing as rational atheism. I've got an argument. I've got a couple of arguments that center around that issue as well. My most recent one is I quite like it anyway. It basically says that if the atheist propositions are true, then it's impossible to know that they're not in some kind of sort of simulated reality, because then that would be possible. So given that, then they've got no way to rationally justify their position. It's something like, you'll have to, I'll dig it out if anyone's really interested, but it's basically something like that. And so that basically, the only thing what they'd have to do then is actually have a proof of the.
Okay, Rodney.
Prove that all the theistic arguments are fallacious or have
Rodney,
100% false
if I told you I had a pet
otherwise
unicorn,
irrational.
he's
Sorry,
invisible.
go on.
If I told you I had a pet unicorn and he's invisible,
Well,
how would you go about disapproving that?
Well, it's a different issue, but obviously I could come out with lots of rational arguments to justify my belief that you're, incorrect about that, and if you actually had
I'd like to hear though. Why would I be incorrect though?
Well,
if I believe I have an invisible unicorn,
yeah,
as my best friend, why wouldn't you believe me?
Well, so it's invisible, but can it affect matter so that you actually? I mean, what reason do you have to believe that it's not just something in your imagination? Do you have any, or do you just want me to believe you? Because anyone can just assert something and say.
Yeah, because I experience it. I experience it every day.
So you experience what every day? Something in your mind, or something that you can justify that there is an interrelation in the physical world?
I'm just trying to show you something. That's how we see your invisible God, okay? No one's ever experienced God, or they can't prove their experience. Just no more than I can prove my experience with my invisible unicorn.
Oh boy.
I think it's a bit of a different, nobody says that I mean, some people might say that, but the philosophical arguments for God are based on this sort of metaphysical idea that it grounds reality and that it's the best explanation to certain things that we see in reality. Now, if you can present similar arguments for your invisible unicorn, then that would give people a reason to actually not just dismiss them claims out of hand. So if you can do that, by all means go ahead. But at the moment, you've just sort of asserted that you have something that you can't prove and that you want people to believe. Now that's not
Isn't that what God believers do, Rodney? Whoa! Don't interrupt. Don't overwhelm with a whole bunch of sentences together.
Can somebody give
That's
me
not the way to win
Fiction's
any argument.
profile link so I can unblock this
Take a breath,
individual?
buddy.
Obviously, she's moved on from the original topic.
Too early in the morning.
So I can
7
hear her
a.m. here.
talk. She's probably saying things like, it's imagination, it's pink unicorns, the usual dribble, but I'll go ahead, I'm bored anyway.
Well, I don't know that you can unblock her and still get back in the hangout if you leave.
I've heard this 100 times, but I'll go ahead and give it a shot.
What are you talking about?
Let's see. It's imagination. It's My Little Pony.
I didn't block anybody.
Brett's trying to unblock you.
I'm unblocking her. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a very serious sort of argument against the arguments that we present for God, because we don't make that argument. We don't say just believe
But you make
me,
the claim. You make the claim, Rodney.
I have. That
and
is a part of the argument.
Hold on, and you guys want us to disprove your claim, and it's like it's not up to us.
No, we justify our claim, don't we? And you can say that justifications are invalid, but you can't. Pardon?
There's no evidence.
Actually,
we do have evidence.
Philosophically speaking, if you make a claim, then the onus is on you to substantiate it.
That's
so
right.
If you're saying that there is no God or that there is no evidence of God, then the onus is on you to provide a substantiation.
No, I didn't say that. You're making a claim.
Yeah, I know that. But I'm saying if that's what you're saying,
No, I don't like work with ifs though, Veckel.
Okay,
Well,
but I'm saying anyone, whether it's a Christian or a theist or atheist, if you're making a claim, you have the obligation to substantiate it.
That's
So
right.
if an atheist says there is no God or there is no evidence of God, they have the obligation to substantiate that claim. If
It's
they
not a
say
positive. It's not a positive claim though.
yes, it is. Yes, it is a positive
No.
claim because they're making a matter of fact statement that they have not yet substantiated. In the same way that a Christian has to substantiate it, if he or she is going to say there is a God, then to the person they're saying it to, they have an obligation to prove it. Now, whether or not the evidence that they provide to the opposite side is going to accept that evidence, that's a completely different issue. That's not the problem for the Christian.
It's
That's
a claim on a negative though, Veckel. It's a claim on a
Nadia,
negative.
can you do me a
How is it a
no
claim on
God.
a negative?
Because
hold on,
there is
Nadia,
no
can
God.
you
If there is
tell
no
her
God,
to
then there is no
reload
God.
real
It's a
quick?
claim on a
She's not
negative.
Okay,
in.
well, you're saying if there is no God. So, but that's my point is if you're making a positive claim, like saying things like there is no God, rather than saying I'm not convinced that God exists, or the evidence that I'm not convinced that there's evidence of God, then that's fine. You don't have any onus on you to prove anything. But if you make a positive claim, if you say it like there is no God or there is no evidence, now the onus rests on you. And I'm not saying that that's what you're saying, but
No.
you seem to be making a lot of, bringing up the typical unicorn nonsense in my closet type of deal. And, that's not the Christian. I think that's a very, very bad misrepresentation of our worldview, of our position.
But what I was just stating in that though is just
Yeah,
that's how we
it's
see anybody
5-year-old
who makes a
maturity
claim, a
stuff
positive
too.
claim for God.
Can't really get
It's the
nowhere
same
with
as
that.
me saying
Nadia, can you
that
tell the
I know a
individual
unicorn
to
that poops out
reload?
rainbows.
They're not in my
Yeah,
block
like
box.
lyric
I
of
just
dust.
tried to ignore them
Nadia,
for the
go ahead.
moment, not permanently.
Sorry.
Hold
Nadia, you
on.
go.
Brett's talking, so I can.
I'm trying to
Nadia
get her to
wants to say something. It's her
reload.
hang.
Yeah, the way it works is
Well, somebody has to refresh.
the one who has to reload is the one who did the blocking, but it only works. The reloading only works if it was a permanent block, not a temporary one. Temporary one, you can't get rid of it.
So they mean
Especially by anything you do, you have to just kind of wait for it to go away. It takes like 24 hours.
Brett did
Oh,
it.
man.
I didn't do
So
anything.
he can't leave the hangout and come back.
No, not
Actually, he can't. If it's a temporary block, then he can't.
See, this really aggravates me, Nadia, because I don't mind sitting here having theological discussions all day with folks. But if somebody starts pissing me off and getting personal, I'd like to be able to just ignore them for the moment, not be stuck in a situation like this. Google sucks.
It does. It does. I hope they do some. There's a lot of things, a lot of ideas I have to make this forum better, more user friendly.
Man.
Sorry, Nadia. It was pleasant here all night. I had a fire alarm go off in my apartment building, so I had to leave. When I came back, it looked like there was a spat.
Well, Brett, I mean, why don't you try one of your 5 sock accounts and as you're being accused of, and
Yeah, he's got plenty of them, hasn't he?
Well, I don't have any other accounts.
Unless they were all flagged down too.
Yeah, you do.
What, Jim?
I don't.
So you don't have an account called Brett Key?
No. There have been tons and tons of people
go
who have
use,
made
J-Dub's
pages
account.
and stuff where they do parodies and ignorant,
I'm sure he'll
nasty
give you
crap
controls
towards
over
me,
his
which all
account.
happen to be
I've
atheists.
been in a hangout with you before. Don't be silly. You've been silly.
Come in as
No,
J-Dubs.
I'm not being silly. This is my account right here.
Has your picture on it. You're just looking the other way, that's all.
Are they just pages for a single account and such?
What's that?
The page or whatever for Brett Keane or page for whatever for this is not an independent account?
There's tons and tons of accounts that say Brett Keane
What
on
was the
them, but they
question
are
about
not
independent
mine. They are
account?
atheists who have made ignorant ass accounts to
Nadia?
attack me and cause trouble on YouTube. They do it to Von Helton, G-Man. I don't know if they've ever done that to you, Beckel, but you know they do.
I don't think I heard that right. Nadia, what'd you say?
No, I don't have 5 accounts. That would take a lot of energy, and I'm lazy.
Hello, Nadia.
What were you on with? Did you recently do a name change on the account then?
It's the
Oh, you're
same
talking to
account,
Brett?
but you can sit there and go into your advanced settings and actually change the name.
Yeah, I can kinda hear
Originally,
Brett.
I was trying to have it say something else, but it ended up coming out a different name that I didn't like, so I renamed it. But
Guess you
it's the
shouldn't
same
block
account.
people there, Brett.
Here, I'll show you,
Having a
Nadia.
little
Go to your
hissy fit, were
YouTube.
ya?
Go to your community
Oh,
settings.
I know how to do it. I know how to do it already.
Okay, so it's the same account.
Is he
Okay.
is he getting a little fired up?
No. Just answering questions about his account setup.
Did I throw a little friction his way? He didn't like it.
No, it's not really a debate. It's questions and answers.
Oh, goodness. Well, unless he reloads, I won't be able to hear her tell us about how God.
I wasn't trying to make my argument work, Rodney.
Well, neither one of you can do it. Basically, it's attached to the Hangout. No. Not you.
Well, just
Right.
try to get her to reload. It may adjust it.
No. Neither one of you reloading will help. Two of
I've
you
not.
can do the Hangout at the same time at once at this point, from this point onward.
Well, how long has this one been going on?
One of her stock accounts.
Let's see. I can look.
Atheists always have a couple stock accounts. Go ahead.
Been going on for
Sign in under
about
that.
almost 4 hours. Yeah, about 4 hours now.
I have 0 sock accounts.
No, 5 hours. It started at 11 p.m. Pacific. You're in, what is it, Alberta?
I'm in Ontario.
Ontario? Okay, so...
It says 4 hours, the counter on the YouTube version of this hang.
Eastern Central.
Eastern Standard Time. But did you go live right away, or did you have part of it off air?
No, we went live right away.
Because the
about
counter,
11:15.
the counter on YouTube is indicating 3:59. 3 hours and 59.
Well, accounts can get disabled by flagging, so you will end up like, I guess, making new accounts and having old accounts hanging around when they get disabled.
I like what Lyrics of Death says. Sock accounts are for cowards.
I'm gonna get going, guys.
All right, Rodney. Oh, it's
Okay, Tony. It was nice sharing a few words. Don't work too hard.
Okay.
If you have an alternate, then maybe you can, I don't know, get in, but or renegotiate or something. But anyway.
Nadia, ask him why he blocked me.
That's the only account.
Question. The two accounts can't be together in here at the same time, no matter what, for longer than the Hangout will be live.
Yeah.
So that's.
Well, she's just going to have to learn how to be an adult then. That way we don't have these problems in the future. Oof.
I saw it come up. I voted not to block her, so I think she would have been kicked if everybody voted to block her. I don't think, I think she, I don't think that she's specifically to blame for anything that took place there. I mean, it was, it's difficult for one person to have a conversation, unless you're me. I can sit here talking to myself all day, obviously, But no, but there we go.
It's proof that idealism is true.
Huh?
I don't buy it. No, I'm a theist. No, I'm hiding away again anyway.
So, Aramine, if you don't mind me asking, have you always been a Christian, or what is your exact theological views? Go ahead.
Well,
haven't always been one. I kind of went to church, I would say, as a kid. But really connected after I had a kid. And I didn't want her to grow up not knowing God. I guess that was the real precipitous of it. And through like my best times and my worst times, it just got me closer. So yeah, I just think more about leaving a legacy and one that's positive. And I mean, I want to see my family and the ones that I love, and continue a relationship with them. And there's no way to do that. And it's not even that there's no way to do that. I would hope that you want your kids to be saved. So I think that was probably the biggest reason. And I mean, I don't want to tell any personal stories on air, but I can just give that one as a generic one, if that's okay.
Cool.
Oh, church was my playground,
I
especially
definitely
Pentecostal
would
church.
suggest, and I tell all my my friends out there that they probably shouldn't in public air share their personal stuff. There's some really cruel, horrible people out there. If you want to talk sometime, whenever you
And
get
it definitely
to
didn't
trust me or
strengthen
whatever,
my
and earn
relationship with
respect
my son.
and all that, I'd be more than happy to hear you.
Part of my
alright?
deep conversion story, it was a messy deal for him mentally and emotionally, and for me. It wasn't easy to go through. But he's a strong
Oof,
atheist
it's hot in
now.
here.
I'm proud of him. Because he saw what religion did to me.
Yeah, religion to do that to you.
Pentecostal, yeah. It was
But not-
Pentecostal,
but
Christian.
not Christ. Difference between religion and Christ.
Oh, Christ was non-existent.
Yeah, and probably.
I found
at
that
your-
out.
Probably during the time you claimed to have been a Christian.
Say that again?
You said Christ was non-existent, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And that's when I
That's-
really tried hard to believe too.
That's what I'm saying.
It's odd.
I missed
90%
it,
of
what you're
scientists
saying.
out there and 100% of historians.
Explain
well,
to me,
I'd say
Beckel. I'm
98%
simple-minded
of
right now.
historians accept that Christ existed. That's strange.
Uh-oh.
I guess we'll have to take the word of some imaginary unicorn believer in the room.
Come on, Beckel, do your best.
Brett's talking, so and I know you can't hear him, so.
Nope, can't hear him.
But,
What's he saying?
well, y'all were both talking over each other for a second, so it's kind of frustrating. Man. I wish.
Wish he didn't
Tell her
block
to
me,
use
eh?
one of her many atheist stock
Screw
accounts
himself.
and just come back in.
Hey, Fiction, you don't have a psych account. Come on, you're an atheist. You gotta have a psych
Nope,
account.
I do not.
Okay.
I've only joined the Google Plus community this summer.
Oh, okay.
I haven't needed a sock account. I'm an honest person. I'm not a, a hypocrite.
Well, what is the definition of a psych account? You use it to heckle people, or is it just used as a backup account? I mean, because I have multiple accounts, but
through Google Plus or through YouTube? How? Like
they're both.
you got multiple channels and multiple Google Plus things?
Yeah, I have 2 other YouTube channels and 2 other. Well, I guess they're both connected to the channels, I guess.
Yeah.
Right?
So some people, what they do is they create a YouTube account, right? And then of course Google Plus is a part of that channel, and you have another channel, and then that'll be part of and you'll have another Google Plus account. And so what people do, they'll have their main channel, and then they'll have their sock accounts where they don't do anything except do whatever they don't, you know what I mean? They don't care if it's flagged or nothing. It's just something to use as a puppet,
Well, I gotta say there, Mr. Lyrics, I'm glad you learned something.
right?
Okay.
So
Yeah.
what were you guys talking about before?
What do you mean?
Well, like, what were you guys talking about? Because it sounded like it was a good hangout.
damage
What?
damage
I'm
of
sorry, your
religion.
mic's a little
I
quiet.
was
It
kind
was
of
doing
sharing.
great earlier. I don't know what happened.
Becca
but
was
it's
trying to tell me, I
saying-
think he was trying to tell me it wasn't really a church of God,
What were you
a
asking?
genuine church of God. But yet we have dozens of them all over the place.
No, you said no fiction. You said that when you were, if I heard you correctly, you said that you were in church. You said Christ was non-existent during that time.
Yeah, it was a bunch of BS.
Okay, and that's
Bunch
what
of
I was
people,
saying.
bunch of people playing God with people's lives.
That's why I was agreeing with you.
Yeah, I thought that's what
That
you were saying.
You said that Christ was non-existent at that place.
But I wouldn't really know because I don't believe. So.
Okay. Well.
What
Okay.
were you talking about before? Lyrics?
When
Hi,
I fell
Sid.
asleep, it was Coles.
I don't remember.
Hi, Sid. How are ya?
Good buddies.
Guess who blocked me? Can't get back in. He's itching to get in again.
Who blocked you?
Brett King.
He's already in there.
He's in there, but I can't hear him. He blocked me.
Oh. You're one of the lucky ones.
Yeah. He's in denial.
Well, people like Brett Keane make the world an interesting place.
Oh, yeah.
Oh boy, it's so
Kinda like
sad.
the
He's
devil,
looking
right?
to jump right into some drama. Let me make sure that doesn't happen for me. Nadia, I
Bruto's in
enjoy
here.
hanging out with you,
He just
talking,
blocked
but you let
me.
some rowdy clowns in
Oh,
here.
did
I'll
he?
tell
He
you
blocked
what.
you?
Yeah.
He's on a blocking rage now, eh?
Oh, I really don't mind people disagreeing with my
Touchy,
theological
touchy,
views, but
touchy.
when it starts
You're just
getting personal
sadomasochist,
and
I
turning
think.
childish, I'm not going to put up with it.
No, he doesn't realize he's doing us all a favor when he does that.
Oh, yeah. This is beautiful. Not to listen to any silly questions.
God.
I like genuine questions. I don't like these silly,
goodness
do you believe you're
gracious.
evolved from a rat?
So Nadia, what you
Buto,
going to be doing
get your
today?
butt in here, dude. Talk to us. You've been itching to talk to me, haven't you? Yeah, Brett has a problem with reality.
Yeah, that'd
He
be
can't
good.
deal with factual information. It doesn't quite process.
I just think he's
Well,
just
I
a
don't really
lonely,
care to talk to Sid anyway. Having a
sad
discussion with him, he
fellow
just yells
sitting
and talks
somewhere
over
in,
everybody anyway, so
you know, behind his
that's pointless. I
computer
could have a conversation
monitor
with you, Nadia. I
without
could have a conversation with
life
Hazy, but
You know, I
Good
did-
through a little bit of
world.
Yeah,
I
you're
can't help
just
but feel
talking.
sorry for him.
I would just
Can't
like
help
to
but
talk
feel
about
sorry for
something a bit more interesting instead of like people that frustrate us. So are there any issues that we could just generally talk about without trying to kill each other?
I mean,
sure, I
are
was
you
wanting to
ruling
hear
us?
about your
Are you telling
theological
us what
views
to talk
earlier,
about
and
and
I
how to
felt
talk?
that was
This is a public
fascinating.
hangout, is it not?
Um,
Nadia, do you have a problem with what we're talking about?
Nadia described.
I'll ask Nadia. I'll ask Nadia.
Like a universalist, Unitarian. I can't remember what she said.
Yo, Nadia.
I don't believe in.
You're
I
the
don't-
moderator here. Hello. Let's her run the show. If you
I'm
don't
listening.
want like this hangout, Hermine, you can go run your own little show, and then you can talk and tell people what to say and how to say it.
And then we can. And then what was the other question? And then I don't believe in.
Oh, I guess she's got me blocked too. I don't know. We're not computing.
Like just damnation forever and all that stuff. That it's just there's too many scriptures for Hades and hell and what do we call it?
Sid, this is weird, isn't it? I don't think Hermine can hear me either.
No, she's
So
talking about Bible stuff anyway.
You're a Christian,
I know.
but you
It's
don't
burning my
have
ears.
a view on there being a hell.
I heard enough of that for a lifetime.
We need to get one of our power.
I'm having a hard time understanding
hangouts going again.
going in and out of
Yeah,
your voice.
yeah.
His name is Yahweh. Actually, that could even be.
This is all fellowship stuff.
And then there's that Christ died on
Puke in my mouth a little.
for our sins. And
Oh no! The fire of hell is just enraptured me. Ooh.
I can't understand you. Your
Watch
mic
out for
keeps
that
going in
rapture
and out
now.
here. I mean,
Yeah. I thought it was unrapturable.
Excuse me, now I'm never disrespectful to you. What's the problem with me sharing what my Christian views are?
I have no problem with it, but I can't talk over. You know, you've got people blocked, and everybody's talking at the same time. Even though you can't hear her, we've got everybody talking over each other because some people are blocked and some people are blocked each other.
I don't have anybody blocked.
Hmm?
I don't have anybody blocked.
Well, you don't seem to be able to hear
You don't
me.
have anybody blocked?
No.
You can't hear me, Hermine, can you?
Oh. You don't have fiction?
No, nor do I. We can all hear each other. There's only, I think there's only a couple of you that have blocked each other. You know.
I know Brett has blocked me.
guys, the conversation was going great for 6 hours until this wild, unevolved baboon came in. This is sad. They're having such a good
But I can't tell who
conversation,
else is blocked for everybody else. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you can hear me, if somebody can hear me, then I obviously don't have them blocked.
No, I can hear you for sure. Fiction, I don't think can hear you.
I can hear her,
She
but
says
she
you-
can't hear me.
I think fiction can hear her, but just thinks that it's okay just to sort of not listen. I suppose.
Hear me.
Yeah,
See,
she
I'm trying to
doesn't
address her.
listen.
She
That's
doesn't
the
hear
reason why I had
nothing.
to put her
Oh,
on the
her
board
mom
at the
can
moment.
hear
I didn't know it was
fiction
going to
then.
be a permanent
Yeah,
situation,
exactly.
you know? Isn't that?
She thinks I'm interrupting her, and it's like she's really interrupting me, but she can't hear me, so
Oh man,
it's really fucked
I
up.
just hate it when you get these people who need this unbelievable amount of attention.
Yeah, I'll start up a new one.
But if you invite,
Sounds
if
good,
Brett gets
Nadia.
in it before me, I'm gonna have to not come in because I'm.
Hey, Sid, why don't we just go have our little hangout? Are you up for that?
Sure.
All right, but we'll have to have it on your channel because of the back again to the flagging, I can't have a live hangout.
Oh, is that right?
Yep. Yep, that's what the
Hermine,
whole blow
wouldn't
up with
mind
me and
asking
Brett
some
right
more
now.
questions and
We're
talking with
confronting
you.
each other
Seem
because
like
he
an
keeps
interesting
running
individual.
away.
Yeah, he'll do that.
Okie dokie.
You too, Rodney.
See you soon there,
got some
Sid.
fascinating concepts going
Bye,
on
buddy.
if you wouldn't be interrupted over and over by fiction.
Bye,
all over there.
Nadia.
All right, bye, fiction.
Nice chat with you. And you too, Veckel. At least it was civil.
Oof.
And
I felt like
Hazy. Yeah.
50% of the
Punto.
intensity just
And
left.
who else? There was somebody that was really nice in here. Go up a bit here. And Lyrics of Dust. I don't think I've talked to you before, but it's all good.
Oh,
Ciao, ciao.
goodness gracious.
I'm actually amazed there aren't more blocks in the community. What do you call it? Like where you guys block people in the background and then just a lot of people can't get into Hangouts?
It does happen, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, every time G-Man invites me to a room or a Christian and they happen to have atheists in there, they make sure they block me so I can't get in as well as everybody else. So it ends up turning into one Christian versus 9 non-believers. It's ignorant.
Oh, I don't get it. But I've been in a few Hangouts with Fiction and I've seen her before, and I don't have a problem with her views. I mean, they're her views. I don't understand her approach. Maybe somebody can educate me.
Well, it's basically this kind of concept. God didn't get me my little red whistle and my little toy ambulance for Christmas, so I'm pissed off at God and I'm going to make everybody know about it, kind of thing.
I think a lot of it as well is it can be difficult. I know it's like, you know, sometimes you've got this idea in your head and it all makes perfect sense, but it's difficult to express it in a way that other people can understand it, so that can be a bit frustrating for some people. I know I often, you know, that often happens to me, and you know, I try and think about it, but you know, it's difficult. So maybe that's partly to do with it. Anyway, I wish you all well. I've got to pop out for a while, so you know, take care and thanks for having me as well. And it's always good. It's always great listening and
care, mate.
See you later, Rodney. I'd love to talk to you in the future, pal.
And you. All right, take care then. Thanks again, Nadia. Bye.
All right, cheers, Rodney.
Veckel, what we did was we put some logic and rationality on a carrot and threw it far from the room and said, fetch it, and they went. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I'm sorry, it's 6 in the morning my time, and I haven't had a cup of coffee in a while, so I'm a little tense. I apologize if I've hurt anybody's feelings. Nadia, are you still there? You look like you're sad. Are you okay?
I'm still pretty tired. I'm like trying to conserve caffeine because I'm close to being out of money, and you're seeing the results. I'm asleep all the time.
I want to know why she said that I just think I'm better than everyone. Is that just like the personal attack? I've never heard that before.
She is anti-theist. I mean, there's atheists, and then there's atheists that are anti-theist. She's pissed off at anybody that says they believe in God.
But I don't understand the personal attack just because I thought her conversation was hogwash to come into a room and start talking about something as trivial as a video being taken down. Give me a break.
Well, of course you don't understand, Ermina, because you think you're better than everybody else.
Well, to clarify a little bit,
I'm just teasing.
Yeah.
When videos get taken down like that, it disables the account.
Yeah, that sucks.
I can't start up.
Hard thing to get, as long as you weren't doing anything against terms of service, all you have to do is put in, like, you just have to say this is valid because, and they put it back up in 72 hours.
Yeah.
If you don't,
they deny it a lot of times.
Well, the thing is I don't even know if she actually got flagged or lost the video. She's been running around the internet telling everybody that my friend J-Dubs and myself did this to her. And I don't even hardly know her except for the fact that she
even
comes...
if you guys did, let's just suppose that she's right, or somebody did. It doesn't matter. It's so easy to get it put back on that it's irrelevant. Like, you know what's going to happen now? People are going to constantly troll her, and every video she puts up, somebody's going to use a fake account to raise a flag. Because, like, you just keep pissing people off, and this is the type of stuff people do online.
Right.
So I don't understand the short-term game, because it's irrelevant in the short term, and I certainly don't understand the long-term game, because it just seems like a very frustrating thing.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself.
I got flagged out for 6 months.
You did? How you doing Hangout?
6 months is up. Was up a while back. I think September or something like that.
That was terrible.
Can I see what?
What?
Bunto is asking me if I can see this, but I can't see anything.
There better not be no penis thrown out on that webcam. We get people who like to flash and nonsense on these hangouts. That's why I don't host my own hangouts. I don't want people coming in and slinging their ding on their video and getting me flagged.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes share screen hasn't been working if you're trying to share screen.
Do you really want to see what a guy who is called Butthole Sniffer has?
No, it's Bunto Skiffler.
Yeah.
Let me take a look at the screen. Oh, yeah. I don't have my glasses. Oh, geez, I feel terrible. I'm sorry about that. I thought it said something else.
Oof. Well, Brett, the radio show with Rain Cam sounds like a promising venture, especially if you guys really do include somebody like Gary on the other side. That could be pretty cool.
Include you, Hazy. You sound like you're pretty. You don't get emotional or all wrecked and everything inside. You're able to have a good discussion. I think I want to have people on, if we're going to do this, that we can learn from each other, not some mess. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be up for it.
Sounds good. Now, I would definitely recommend to Rand that we have you on there if you got the time. And of course you, Nadia. We dig you. You know that.
Yeah. Well, it gets difficult sometimes.
Are you okay, Nadia?
I guess not going into ketoacidosis again, I can tell.
How long has it been since you got you some sleep?
I'm not sure if you have video or not, or can see video.
I can see you.
Well, you watched me sleep then.
Yeah, but you look like you only slept for like, what was it, 15, 30 minutes? That's not really enough. You got to get you a few hours in there at least.
I think I was sleeping for longer than that.
That's possible. I wasn't checking my time, but you look like you're kind of pale right now.
I am in general.
Well, Nadia, you realize you get you some sleep. We'll still, we can come back. We can still talk to you later. You don't have to sit up and go through pain.
I don't feel like sleeping right now.
All right. You promise me you start feeling sick, you'll try to get you some sleep, though?
Well, I start feeling sick, they'll pick me up at the hospital, put me on with morphine.
Mm. All right. So, does the butthole sniffer got a microphone?
Butthole sniffer? No, it's not butthole sniffer.
I was actually going to respond first. I was like, hey, who are you talking to? Did you guys see the hangout? Oh wait, Brett, weren't you in G-Man's hangout? The one that was just 2 days ago? Was it 2 days ago or yesterday?
What's going on?
Were you in G-Man's hangout yesterday?
Yeah, it took me about 20 minutes to get in because those atheists blocked me, so I couldn't get in. It's always nice when atheists make sure God believers can't hang with God believers. So what's up?
Oh, okay. Now I was just wondering, because I didn't finish watching the rest of it, but he had that fruit guy, whatever his name is. What's his name? Forbidden Fruit, something like that.
Yeah, I came in there and gave Forbidden Fruit a little bit of fun. I played with him a little bit, but I'll tell you what, I need to talk to G-Man because every time I come into his room, he's like, oh, boy, Brett Keene's in here. He's going to open up a cold can of whoop ass. He kind of builds me up, and I'm like, whoa.
What G-Man does that with a couple people, and I think Yeah, it is a little too much, but in a way, I think he means well when he's doing it because he's trying to encourage believers and stuff.
Oh, I know. He's got a lot of charisma. I admire him for that. It's awesome. It's just, boy, when he puts that build up on you, it's like, man, I better say something clever.
I know, right? You're like, you guys believe in pond scum? That's that's the most profound thing I can say though. after that introduction.
Four-legged goldfish today. Hey, Dubs, what you up to, bro?
How you doing, Brett? So are you in a hangout?
Yeah, man. Took a lot of hell and stuff over an individual. Ugh.
Yeah, they're in their own hangout right now.
That's good.
Yeah, that's why I stay away from hangouts.
Well, I guess we'll try to come up with something intellectual to discuss in here. They're probably talking about imaginary unicorns over there.
Yeah, it's funny you were saying that, Brett, because while you had her muted, that's exactly what she started talking about. She started talking about the analogy, same old thing we hear some atheists bring up, prove to me prove to me that I don't have a magic unicorn.
I've heard her talk about 8 times now through various hangouts, and it's always the same song and dance. Unicorn. Come on.
What were we talking about?
You believe in Santa Claus? It's the same stuff.
I think we're talking about fiction fighters, I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I don't think she understood what I was saying when I said that Jesus Christ wasn't, that I was agreeing with her about Jesus.
Oh, I totally agreed with her. Christ did not exist for her.
Yeah, I agreed too, but I don't think she got it though. I don't think she understood what we were trying to say. When we told her that we agreed with her, I don't think she got it. Maybe she's just tired and she was just, I don't know. But I said, yeah, I totally agree. Jesus Christ was not in your life.
Yep.
Because if he was, she wouldn't be saying the stuff she is now.
You know that Rodney individual that was in here earlier, I've ran into him a couple times, but it always ends up where people are talking so much he never gets a chance to get in. But what I have heard of him, he's very interesting. I'd like to get into a discussion with him.
Yeah. So Rodney is a Christian?
Yeah, I'm sorry, he is.
Yeah.
And what is an idealist?
Not even.
Yeah, so matter is a product of mind. So that it's like people, I guess, bring matter into existence by thinking about it.
What? So he believes that?
Yeah.
Sounds like Pentecostal word of faith type stuff. So he believes that matter can be brought into existence by people speaking. Did I hear you correctly?
Thinking about it. It's like an expression of people's thoughts or minds or whatever.
So if I want a piece of toast, I could just think about it really hard till I get a nosebleed, and then it'll pop in.
Well, in principle, if one had, I guess, the appropriate kind of discipline or something like that, they might think it's possible, but usually it's not a sort of conscious, voluntary, or whatever kind of expression of the mind.
Do you believe that our mind controls reality, that we could basically spontaneously make toast appear there, Nadia?
Well, like I said, strictly speaking, idealist.
Please say no.
Don't think that it works that easily. Number two, the mind of God is kind of imagining or thinking up most of the universe and so on. So
But Nadia, I was asking you if you believe that it's possible to spontaneously make toast appear.
No, I certainly don't think so. Rodney has ideas that, because reality or matter in reality or whatever is
So that's a yes or no?
whatever you.
What do you believe, Nadia?
Oh, I don't think anything like that. I think matter is primary and materialist.
Okay, you said no, you don't believe that can happen.
Of course not. I don't believe that.
Oh, okay, okay.
Nadia, do you believe it's possible to tap into the universe kind of like that of a matrix?
No.
Speaking of toast, I'll be right back.
Hey, get me some too, pal.
No, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to speak yours into existence. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go get my refrigerator and get mine. So.
Oh, damn. Looks like I won't be on no toast.
Actually, I'm fixing pancakes. I just got home, ready to eat some breakfast. So I'll be listening. AFK, people.
Get me hungry. So, Dubs, what you been up to, man? Merry Christmas, by the way.
Christmas came early today. It's only the 17th.
I hear you, but you know how it is. It's Christmas every day, you know.
No, I hear you. Thanks. Appreciate it.
All good.
Christmas to you, too.
So, Aramine, if you don't mind me asking, I hope I got your name right. If I get it wrong again, just slap me upside the head. But what was the spark that got you to go in the direction you did? I always enjoy these kind of conversations. If it's too personal, you don't have to share it.
No, I don't feel comfortable sharing it on this HOA. It just wasn't as. I mean, I did say once I had my kids, so I shared that much. There's definitely more to the story, but I just don't feel like this. I don't know who's watching, and after what we just went through, I just don't feel comfortable.
Exactly. I hear you. Yeah, if it's that personal, definitely don't put it on a live broadcast. If you want to talk later sometime where you feel good about it, it's all good. Easy, what about you? You had said that you were Catholic, and then things changed. What happened? You still there?
Yeah, I was raised Catholic, and you know, I was just an intelligent, sensitive kid. By the time I was 16, the church had gone through, you know, Vatican II, that kind of stuff, and I was just becoming intellectual. I was reading a lot of my own and reading about the history of the Catholic Church and reading about the schism, and I had friends that were of other faiths, I mean other Christian denominations as well as like Buddhist. And I read Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse, and I read The Razor's Edge by Somerset Maugham, and I started reading philosophy, and that was enough for me to, especially given the kind of church that I and my family were in at the time. I didn't really have a lot of respect, I would say, for the clergy that were there.
So why not just you know, politely way of saying it, just flick off the church but still believe in a God anyway?
Well, I think you know, my perception of Christianity as like a cultural phenomenon, and my understanding of mythology and the other mythic stories that, in a sense, informed early Judaism and Christianity, was something that was difficult for me to like retreat from. So that forever essentially turned Christian religiosity as a personal belief system and a personal God into something else for me.
Well,
it's been that way ever since.
I hear you bring up Catholicism and Christianity and all that, but why would that completely knock out your view that there's an intelligent mind in the universe, whether you put a label on it or not? Just something.
Well, I don't see any evidence of that, given the amount of scientific knowledge that we have, and given the number of different traditions on the face of the planet. So, I mean, my view is if God had a message for us, that if a personal God existed and he had a message for us, he wouldn't make it so convoluted and difficult for us to arrive at understanding him.
Well, how do you, whenever you deal with folks, feel like the signature's right there, that it is obvious?
Well, so you're saying that, so for example, you're going to discredit a lot of what science is telling us about history and evolution.
Well, the beauty of that, I find it interesting. Yeah, Richard Dawkins, Stephen Hawking, and a couple big players nowadays do sit there and say they don't believe in a God. Fine. But Isaac Newton, Albert Einstein, a great deal of scientists for thousands of years have believed that there is an intelligent mind behind the universe, whether Christian, Catholic, deist, whatever the case may be, even Muslim.
Right, but it's not, but it wasn't the God of the Bible or the Torah, you know. So I could appreciate that. I mean, I can appreciate, you know, I've read some of Einstein's stuff. I appreciate him as a thinker. But of course, you know, his view of a deterministic universe brings a lot of philosophical questions to mind. And of course, the other element is that he was essentially proven wrong thus far on some of his, you know, intuitions in regards to the clockwork universe.
When you get an opportunity, Hazy, because I've been discovering more and more in these rooms that it's been getting to the point where a lot of non-believers have gotten to the conclusion that there just simply isn't God believers in science that are doing any good. See that link right there? When you get a chance, you don't have to do it anytime soon. I literally went through hundreds and hundreds of great scientists that came up with the founder of thermodynamics, the Big Bang, all these different things here show God believers behind it. Even computers themselves were put together by theists. So, I mean, obviously these guys were very intelligent. Some of them were philosophers as well. Why all of a sudden a guy comes along and tries to convince us all that we're monkeys do we go along with that for? I'm all ears.
Well, it's kind of demonstrable.
You do realize that Charles Darwin himself was a theist, and the very founder of biology himself was a theist. So
yeah,
I get it. Richard Dawkins says there's no God, so that's it. That's the end of the story.
Well, pretty much, yeah. I mean, the idea you're objecting to so much was advanced by a Christian. There you go.
Why do you keep on saying Christian or Catholic and things like that? I'm just stating a mind behind the universe. You don't have to throw a label on it.
I would consider it useful, but okay.
You, how many sentient conscious beings do you observe in this world right now?
Well, it depends on what your definition of consciousness is.
Oh, come on. Seriously?
Yeah.
Go down the Alice in Wonderland rabbit hole, are we? You know what consciousness is.
I would acknowledge certain definitions and deny others.
Okay, then we'll go with the dictionary definition. How many would you say exist? Sentient being, consciousness.
Well, sentience is somewhat less than consciousness and generally doesn't invoke qualia. Where consciousness invokes qualia, I would deny it.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're talking about sentient life forms, yeah, I don't know what that number would be. I mean, if we utilize some of the ideas of, you know, the long history of life on the planet, that would go, you know, stretch all the way back to the earliest or early life forms that were sentient and could experience pain. So that's a big number, and that's a lot of animals and beings that have suffered diseases and parasites and eaten each other alive and all that kind of stuff. So it's a real horror show.
Yeah, there's some rough stuff that goes on in the world, that's for sure. Biblically, it's even says that. You know that. You were Catholic. So, being that there's billions and billions throughout time, life forms that have come and gone and that are still here, you have observable evidence that life is possible here. Why not within the universe?
Yeah, I think it's possible, but the historic record that we have thus far indicates that there's a lot of, calamitous accidents, fortunes and mysteries involved in the processes of the kind of Goldilocks phenomenon that got things just right, so that human self-awareness might have a chance to evolve. So, I mean, obviously, a simple example is the idea that an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs and gave warm-blooded mammals a chance to dominate. But we could go. I mean, those kinds of fortuitous events seem to have occurred again and again and again on planet Earth, and they involve such things as the moon, or having Jupiter in our solar system to act as a shield to block other asteroids from hitting the planet. I mean, it just gets very complex in terms of all the fortuitous events that would have led to the chance for humanity to be here.
What do you think about the shields that are around the Earth?
Magnetic field, that's critical to maintaining the atmosphere.
Well, they actually they have found another one that they have no explanation for, that is actually even further away. Check this out right here.
Inquisitor.com.
You can type it in on Google if you don't like this particular site. There's plenty more.
Yeah, I did read about that like last month. The other thing, Brett, that I find interesting, not just me, but that is talked about a lot, is the fact that there's, it seems almost like singular events to kick off the evolution of prokaryote life, of eukaryote life, of having this transformation in which mitochondrial DNA essentially became synergized with RNA and DNA. I mean, there's just, and we don't understand all that, but it's interesting that there's no evidence that it's happened multiple times, or that it has happened more than once.
So let me try this on you there, Hazy, just something to get you buzzing. But do you believe that the system of replication and reproduction would have had to been set in place from the beginning? Like, I'll give you an example. Do you think that a life form could exist if it could not replicate itself?
No, so that is what's fascinating, is that it seems to be a tyranny of genetic machines that are replicating themselves as DNA. And I think it was just a few months ago that in Scotland they found what is claimed to be the earliest evidence of male-female reproductive sex in a form of fish. I mean, that's bizarre to think about, that life went on for so long without having that kind of reproductive system. And then there was one animal, which they're suggesting led to all other male-female, reproductive evolution in various species.
But don't you get what I'm saying? Whether it's some kind of organism that can replicate itself and doesn't need a co-op evolutionary like female or a partner, it would already have to have a system set up in place to replicate. If it doesn't, it's going to die. It's not going to. Go ahead.
Yeah. And you probably are aware that they have found some non-life complex chemistry that replicates itself. So, I mean, I'm perfectly willing to admit that thus far we don't understand, all the dynamics of exactly how that happens. So you gave the example of the what was it, the cosmic soup or the creationary soup, that kind of thing. So they still don't understand that, and they keep revising it, and we haven't been able to duplicate it.
Yeah, the primordial soup thing. Me actually talked about that. That was actually refuted. Now they're saying something from the ocean.
Well, that's it. So it's not necessarily refuted. They're basically just saying, well, instead of happening on land, we think it happened in the ocean at volcanic vents, which makes sense.
How do you feel about, being that you were Catholic? Obviously, you know in Genesis it says that life actually started in the ocean.
Yeah, I saw that on your video, and I think that's interesting. I don't know. So I can't remember enough about how much of the Genesis myth that's in the King James version of the Bible has parallels to some of the earlier myths of the Babylonian and Assyrian culture, where there's a lot of, it predates Judaism or and Christianity, obviously, but there's a real tie to some of the mythic stories, and I don't know if that supposition of life beginning in the ocean is in there or not, but I would suppose there's a good chance that it is. So we should look at the creation myth in the Babylonian tradition and see if it says the same thing.
How old do you think that the book of Genesis and Exodus is?
Hi, Disposable Gorilla.
Hey, Disposable, how you doing?
Hey guys, what's up? Just listening.
Hazy, how old do you think Genesis and Exodus is?
Yeah, I don't know exactly. I'd have to look that up. My memory's rusty, but I know that there are earlier mythologies than the Hebraic mythology. So I'm guessing that's supposed to be around 3,000, 3,200, something like that years old. But we have real historic evidence of some of the Genesis myths, elements of the Genesis myth existing in other prior cultures.
I think they hold it like 2,800.
2,800, okay.
Yeah.
What do you now, Hazy? You seem like a guy who's done a great deal of research, and that's awesome. Have you seen some of these cave drawings as well as some of these rocks and stones where primitive men actually drew pictures that appear to be like what we would resemble as dinosaurs?
Well, I don't know of which ones you're talking about, so
I'll get you.
I don't know. I know that there's there's a lot of very interesting, strange pictographs, from human history that are hard to explain or understand what they were attempting to depict. But it's interesting that, for example, like in Australia, I'm sure you know that they have an oral tradition that has passed down tales of animals which were unknown until they found fossilized remains not that long ago in contemporary times that seemed to validate that there was actually an oral tradition where there were humans that had seen these animals when they were still alive, and they'd been, extinct for thousands and thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, but the culture had still held on to the myth.
Here, take a look at it here. Let me put that up for you.
It's so funny, Brett. You just pop out links, dude. Just as soon as people are talking, check this out, bam, you just whip it out. It's.
Well, I've been doing this kind of thing for a couple of years now. To be honest with you, the whole dinosaur and stone thing, that's kind of even new for me. I find this very fascinating.
Well, I could see the picture, but there's no information. Could you share more information about it? I do think it's interesting.
Yeah, actually, I can give you a whole bunch of stuff. Just type in dinosaurs on stones by primitive men, and you'll just look in Google Images and just scroll the hell down. You'd be freaking to see the kind of stuff they got.
Well, I meant potentially, something with a little more academic authority than just doing a random search on the internet, but that's okay.
I thought that you would like to see what primitive men were drawing on caves and stones and stuff. I think it's pretty fascinating.
Yeah. Well, so for example, when I was a kid, I read Chariots of the Gods, right? And Von Däniken had a lot of pretty wild theories about what was being depicted as astronauts and aliens and rocket ships and that kind of stuff. And since then, the understanding of especially Mayan and Aztec mythology and their languages evolved quite a bit. And we know that isn't what was going on.
Here, check that out right there. I'll show you one last picture there. And by the way, if you'd like to see the whole thing, just remove the JPEG part so you can see the main page if you want to. You see that?
Yeah, it looks like a triceratops, which is pretty cool. So, I mean, my understanding is that some of the earliest, you know, the origin of the dinosaur may very well have come from fossil remains of dinosaurs that were discovered. And even some of the other great mythic beasts, especially of the Greco-Roman period, may have also been inspired by the discovery of fossils, and it was written about. So, I don't know if that might have anything to do with something like the image that you just posted, which seems to be some kind of a triceratops-like creature.
Well, what's weird is even on some of the hieroglyphics, I think is how it's pronounced, Egypt and all that, they actually had drawn pigment. However, they etched the stuff into their stone or whatever in walls. They got it looking like they're actually riding on these things, like they're damn Warcraft mounts. I find that fascinating. How would they know what the skin structure and all that looks like?
Yeah.
Their bones.
Well, exactly. And I think you had another video that was pointing out kind of the fudging in science on the idea of ancient dinosaurs having feathers and how it was, you know, inappropriate for one of the major gallery displays to depict and represent dinosaurs as, for certain, having these feathered appendages and things like that.
Oh yeah, you about my video about where some fraud was committed, where they were sitting there doing that when the science.
Yeah, you shared that the other night. I did watch that.
Yeah. Well, don't you think that's wrong to just, before they actually know for sure or have the facts, if they've been told, look, this isn't the real deal, you don't go and put it in National Geographic, especially.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
It's going to hurt science. It's going to damage science doing that kind of stuff. That's not healthy. Hey, what you been up to there, Mr. Gorilla? We're just sitting here looking at dinosaur pictures. I'm trying to find one of these ones where they're... Oh, there we go. Look at this.
Yeah.
Here you go. Check this out. This dude's riding a dinosaur.
It's like it's 2900, not 2800.
You know what one of my favorite things is that atheists have said to me? They go, so, are you a creator? Do you believe that dinosaurs walked with man? And then they'll turn around in the same sentence and say, dinosaurs evolved. They're with us now, man. What? Okay, I'm confused. No dinosaurs work.
What are we talking about?
We were talking about dinosaurs on stones and all that kind of stuff.
I don't know, I guess creationism or something.
Now, I got to throw that question that I threw at you earlier, Nadia, because unfortunately some people came in and kind of cut that conversation short, but you are convinced, as well as a lot of non-believers, that chemicals came together in such a way that it was able to create life here on this world. Now, if all the energy and power in the universe came from one single spot, that means that every element known to the universe was in that one single thing. Now, why is it that you could not convince yourself that a mind could have came from this or been within it?
The early universe was very homogeneous, so it couldn't allow for the accumulation of negentropy in what we see in living beings.
I don't get your point. Wouldn't it have been more organized? Entropy gets worse later on, so it seems like it would have had more chances for a great mind to be?
The trouble is with the locality of organization, right? So, in the current universe, the way complexity or entropy or whatever is about as such as by having localized accumulation of negative entropy.
Now, Dubs, you just gave me a link to a game about shooting dinosaurs. I don't want to shoot a dinosaur. I want to ride a dinosaur.
Well, no, it's not shooting. You live within dinosaurs and you have to survive.
Nadia, how long have you been awake?
About half an hour.
Oh, okay. Okay. Because you look sleepy. I mean, you look pretty sleepy.
Yeah.
And I've been noticing because, like, every time you start one of these hangouts, I get a notification, and, like, you like doing these marathon hangouts, man.
Well, you realize I sleep through them. Like,
you nap in between, or what's going on?
No, I nap during them.
That's fucking hilarious.
You'll see. It ain't much. Like fast forward, back and forth, and you'll see I'm sleeping through most of it.
Yeah, I found that funny yesterday. I came from somewhere. I forget if it was work or on my way to work. I can't remember. But I think I was in that same hangout earlier, and then I left, and then came back a few hours later. I said, hey, it looks like the hangout's still going on, but there's a picture of Nadia sleeping, so let me see what's going on. So I clicked on the video, and sure enough, there's Nadia sleeping, snoring and everything.
Beckel, I was going to show you this earlier before you ran off to make magic toast. This got right here. This is going to make you trip. Look at this. This is neat. So, Nadia, I still don't understand what you're getting at on the whole universe. Because it was the early universe, it couldn't have had a mind thing. I don't get the point on that.
Well, it's true that it couldn't have because it didn't allow for sufficiently organized matter.
Well, look, here's the problem with these arguments. None of us were there, okay? There's all kinds of conjecture and theories and math up into, the singularity, but even the mathematics break down at the singularity. Without the singularity, the theory of the Big Bang really falls apart. It really hinges on our observation of the galaxies moving away from each other faster and faster. And this is my argument. My argument is, what if the universe is vastly bigger than we can even imagine? So in the area that we can see, the 14.5 billion light years, the bubble that we can physically see, it appears as such. Well, what if the universe is hundreds of trillions of light years across?
Actually,
And maybe there's maybe there's areas of swelling and contraction, in different areas. But it just so happens that where we are in the universe, everything looks like it's going away. So, I mean,
actually, the boundary of the observable universe is where things are retreating faster than light speed. Now, there are ways to estimate. I don't know what they are. The size of the whole universe, and their estimates of the size.
Yeah, but that's just based on what we can see. And my point is that I'd be willing to bet that what we can see is probably just a tiny fraction of what's actually there. So to extrapolate the beginning of the universe based only on what we can see, I think is a little bit short-sighted. Because there could be so much more that we don't see that would throw these theories in the dumpster.
And it's not just based on visible light. It's based. I don't know exactly what it's based on, but I'm guessing some kind of gravitational interactions. So
Yeah,
Apparently,
it's the
yes,
gravitational waves, but these all relate to what we can observe. The gravitational waves, um, the redshift. These are all things that we are observing. My point is, how do we know that what we're observing is actually the entirety of the universe? How can we? You can't know that unless you can be outside of the universe, looking down on it. Since we'll never be able to do that, I mean, I think I think it's a bit arrogant to assume that what we observe, is it is.
And I get your point on that too, Gorilla. I think that for if atheists aren't getting what we're talking about, I say we take a group of atheists into a giant dark gymnasium and drop trash all over the floor and see if they can guess where the hell the source of it is.
Well, and Bruto is why don't you use your mic, dude? I mean, if you're gonna mock me, why don't you use your microphone instead of being a keyboard hero? And I never said therefore God. I never said God at all. You're just presupposing that that's my response. And to be frank, I was in an earlier hangout where I stated very clearly that I believe that the universe is knowable and understandable. So.
All right. Okay. I agree.
So
I agree.
why are you trolling me in the comments then?
Well, let's talk about the sensitive Christian who can never look at anything even-handedly, correct? Who is upset when somebody might offer a little bit of, what would you say, criticism to their thinking process.
Talking about the universe, man.
I'm talking about the universe, and there are other physicists, that agree with me that say that the mainstream thinking may not be the correct one. As a matter of fact, history will show that a lot of the fringe thoughts that were laughed at turned out to be true.
I agree.
So all I'm saying is that I'm not saying that I don't believe in the Big Bang. I'm saying that I'm skeptical because there might be more information out there that we don't have yet.
I agree, Gorilla. But this is, you lead on with this, what would you say, assertion, and then you say at the end, therefore God.
I didn't say that. You said that.
Okay, so we're not going to end up at God with this conversation.
No, that wasn't the point of what I was I was trying to have an intelligent conversation about the theory at the beginning of the universe.
Right.
You assumed that that's my position.
Okay, the meta of your conversation
actually, the idea of the Big Bang would be more suitable to the of that argument. If I were to make an argument for God, then the Big Bang would be more suitable for that argument, and I'm arguing against the Big Bang.
Okay, listen. The meta of your argument is that we don't know there's everything there is to know about the universe, correct?
Correct.
Then, I mean, there you go. 5 seconds.
Yeah, we don't know, and I think we should be careful and skeptical of what they're teaching us.
Okay.
As fact.
Right.
But
I want you to know something, Gorilla. The difference between religion and science is that science tests its, assertions and premises, and they have theories to verify if these things are true and what they witness in reality. Okay. They're not going off, sacred scripture or whatever feels good or what the church says.
But when did I ever bring any of that up?
I'm trying to tell you that's, why, you can not to say, how do we believe what these people are saying is fact? Well, they test it.
Banto, let me ask you a question, all right?
Sure.
Do you believe that your position is one based upon facts and evidence?
I try to, maintain that. You bring up a very good point, Brett, because it's like a scientist can tell me something, right? And I have to like take his word for it, correct?
But I'm not done.
I mean, he has the machines.
My question, though, I mean, the first part I just want to know, do you believe that your position is based upon facts and evidence?
That there is no God? Yes.
Okay, here's what I'm wanting to ask you. If you are basing your position on facts and evidence, can you prove to me that atheism is accurate and true? Go ahead.
Can I prove to you that atheism is accurate and true?
Yeah, go ahead.
As in that there is no such thing as a God, that gods do not exist?
Go ahead and prove that atheism is accurate and true. I'm listening.
As far as that gods do not exist, yes, I can prove that.
You can prove that God does not exist.
Yes. I mean, if our sun goes nova and there's no human mind for the God concept to affix itself to, like all the humans are wiped out, then there's no God concept to affix to. There's no God. It's a complete man-made construction.
Wait. That's your evidence for the non-existence of God?
Yes. I mean, once we go, there goes God. Okay. How about this, Veckel? Where's God? Where's the evidence of God? Outside of that.
Wait. Why could that event of the sun going supernova could not be the result of God doing something? Why do you immediately come to the conclusion that if the sun goes supernova, therefore there's no God? That's a ridiculous claim.
Oh,
can I go ahead and answer that? I have a video on that one.
Can I say
two.
something?
Okay.
Quickly? Michael, it's because Bunto works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, that's a good one too. How about this one? Okay, there's only, to the God concept, right? There's only two essentials to the God concept, Beckel. It's interaction and utility. People invent a God, and then it interacts with your reality in some way.
All right, come on, butthole sniffer. Listen. We were having a
Listen, I'm not gonna hang with people that are, what would you say, aiming at the pejorative. But if you want to have, a substantive conversation, yeah, I'll have it.
Well, I would argue this. I would argue that, okay, if the God concept is only real in the minds of human beings,
yes,
and the extinction of the human race would therefore disprove God because
there's nothing to affix itself to.
There's nothing to affix itself to. But then I would argue, well, then you have to assert that there is no alien life, and not only that, but
okay, so aliens believe in God.
That this intelligent alien life doesn't have its own God of self.
Very good point, Gorilla. Very good point. Like the ants' God looks like ants, and the dolphins' God looks like dolphins. The aliens' God looks like they're like them. The aliens. These are man-made constructions. They're inventions.
So what you're saying is that in the entirety of the universe, any God concept would be therefore a result of the naturalistic mind.
Well, I'll tell you this.
It would have to be, under your definition, under your pretenses, it would have to be.
Well, naturalistic mind. I mean, there must be obviously some artificial life created out there, I believe. If we can invent computers...
Well, even the artificial life would have a creator, and in that sense...
And that would prove my point that it's an invention. It's a contrivance.
But it wouldn't be if there's if there's artificial intelligence, then it wouldn't be a contrivance, because indeed there would be verifiable proof of their creator.
And it's like their creator... What lends deity to the creator if they're creating their subject to believe in? You follow that? I mean, it's sort of like we invent a computer, right, Gorilla, and then we tell it that we are the God. I mean, Can you not see how that's an invention?
Well, now, in my opinion, you're kind of moving the goalpost on defining what is God.
Yeah,
what is God?
He's actually equivocating here, which is very obvious here. What you're doing is you're at one point saying that God is a creation of man,
right?
And then you go to this example of ants of us creating a computer. Therefore, because the computer is created, therefore we're created. Or is that what you're trying to say?
What I'm trying to say is that these are constructions, inventions. Okay. we can invent an artificial God, I believe. You know, we can invent something and call it a God. You follow that?
Yeah, of course. The Bible
It's an
has all
invention.
kinds of examples of that. Yeah.
Right. So it's sort of like what the theist is positing is that these are outside of, what would you say, the invention, right? These things come naturally in our universe.
Right.
Right. Well, what I've seen, you know, in many, not only me but other people, but we can see that these are inventions. Gods are inventions. They're like conceptions of man.
Okay, I'll grant you that. The Bible does talk about false gods. Right.
So what we ask you, the materialists ask the theists, is like the proof, the evidence that these things, like Brett said, is a naturalistic, you know, the naturalistic mind, it's sort of like, what does that mean? But I took it that you meant like something that arises in nature, Gorilla? Sorry.
Right. Yeah.
So, I mean, where is this ounce of God? Where is this thing that we can test to say that, yes, it's completely outside of our invention?
Wait. That wasn't the challenge, though. The challenge was for you to to prove that God does not exist. Lack of evidence does not prove that God does not exist.
Well, now we're in word game territory. What I'm trying to say is that this is a man-made conception that affixes itself to the human mind to exist.
Got to back that up.
Well, I'm showing you. Okay, it is a invention that exists. You know, that is created by the human mind, right? If it wasn't, then yeah, we could go nova, right? Our sun could go nova, we could go bye-bye, but there would still be the proof of God existing. Follow that?
Yes.
I'm not.
Can I jump in? Can I jump in here just quickly? And
I don't see the connection. Go ahead.
This is not going to be a funny comment, even though I'm a little bit buzzed here. I swear I'm going to do my best to make a concise argument. When a theist asks an atheist to prove there is no God, that's not really a fair question, because first of all, atheism doesn't necessarily imply the claim that there isn't a God. But even if an atheist does claim that, the burden of proof for something not existing doesn't have to be absolute, doesn't have to be deductive. Just like, for example, the claim that no goblins or aliens or pixies don't exist does not require an absolute proof of them not existing. We just have to establish that there is no sufficient evidence to support that.
Okay, yeah, but here's where I disagree. Here's where I disagree with you on that, though. Again, if you are making a positive claim about something, whether it's something that doesn't exist or does exist, doesn't matter what it is, you are making a positive claim, you have now the obligation upon yourself to substantiate that claim. So either if you're saying God does exist or God does not exist, if you're saying it in a positive manner, you have an obligation to substantiate it.
Correct.
Rebuttal is saying that there is no evidence of God, that God does not exist, that God is
outside the human mind.
That God is a creation of man, so he needs to substantiate that. That's in an objective manner.
I agree. I absolutely agree, but it depends on.
And the same burden rests on the theist too.
Sure.
If I, as a Christian, say to you, "Oh yes, God does exist," now I have the obligation to prove it.
Exactly, but not all claims are equal. It depends on the person making a claim.
No, but it depends on how the claim is made, though.
Well, okay, so let's try to kind of make it more nuanced. If, for example, if someone says there is necessarily no God, absolutely, God cannot exist. Now, that's a huge burden to substantiate, and I agree.
Right.
True.
He would have to then establish a logical impossibility of God existing. But when someone says that God doesn't exist, he doesn't necessarily have to claim that. Normally,
he does.
Not necessarily. That's the thing. It's like when you say that goblins don't exist, right? Or unicorns don't exist. We're not necessarily meaning that absolutely they don't exist. Normally, in a human vernacular,
yeah,
right. In the normal human vernacular, when people say that,
Yeah,
they don't mean absolute. They
yeah,
mean
yeah, yeah.
they just basically mean, hey, there is no fucking, there is
I
no
get that,
reason.
Art. Yeah, I get that. I get that. But again, in a philosophical discussion like this, okay, the burden is on the one making the claim. Okay.
Right. Well, yeah, but let's maybe just ask Bunto to clarify.
Yes.
Bunto,
Yeah, I would like for him to clarify.
do you mean that absolutely, necessarily, God does not and cannot exist?
No, what, like I was telling Veckel earlier, we could create an artificial God. You know, because we have the God concept there, Veckel. I mean, we could follow the God concept, and you know, maybe as a more advanced species, we could invent something that's very, very similar to God, and you know, does God-like abilities.
This is
So I agree with Art. Yes, I agree with Art that you know, you can't absolutely say, well, there can be no gods, because you know, we have the God concept we could follow as a blueprint.
Okay, we were having a fascinating conversation about the universe. You know what bothers me, Veckel? Are you still there, by the way?
I think he went AFK.
Okay, well, Gorilla, you know what annoys me big time here? You know that for a long time I used to be an atheist. You know, I couldn't talk about science with other atheists because they were too busy pissing on God. I could never talk to them whenever I was a non-believer. It was always, God this, and God's a big bad man. He didn't give me my little red whistle for Christmas. Can we not talk about the universe?
Brett, I have to say, first of all, I'm sorry, but you're not a true atheist, because if you were a true atheist, you would not be a theist right now.
What?
I'm just, that's stupid.
Oh, I
that's
see.
that's
That's the no true Scotsman.
That was kind of a joke.
It was a joke. I get the joke.
I know.
On what Calvinists used to say, or say, you know what? If you're an atheist right now, you never were a true Christian. Just
amen.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll argue any one of you atheists. I would gladly argue and publicly debate any of you atheists right now, and in that argument.
That's my boy.
Oh, you mean that if I was a true Christian?
Which one of you atheists want to debate me on that issue? You name the date, you name the time and the date, and I'll gladly debate you on that.
You mean that?
I'll debate I'll even debate a Christian on that. Christians who believe that Christians can lose their salvation. I'll debate any of them.
Theology. Okay.
Well, yeah, I would not debate
it. It is a theological issue. That's right. That's why the atheist cannot win this argument, because it's a theological issue.
It's a kind of a tautology in a vague way. I mean, if you define
this is what Christians say. This is what a Christian should say. We should say this: either you never were a truly believer in the first place, as 1 John 2:19 says, or you are still a believer, but you're in a heavily backslidden state.
Right. That's kind of
so there's a science there, right, Veckel?
Well,
proving if you're a Christian or not, the litmus test.
Well, no Christian has the right to say dogmatically who's one of God's elect or not. However, we do have standards given to us in Matthew 18, 1 Corinthians chapter 5, Galatians chapter 6, on how to behave towards people who are claiming to be a Christian, but are doing things contrary to God.
Scripture is testable.
Yeah. What do you mean by testable?
That we could run it repeatedly over and over and figure out who is a Christian and who is not.
Well, let me tell you this. If you are an atheist, any argument you can bring to the table is null and void. Here's why. Because you already reject the Bible as a valid source of information.
Okay.
So you cannot go by any of the attributes in the Bible about what a true Christian is. That's not going to work for you.
So there's like a qualitative direction to the Bible.
See, here's the problem. You're not gonna find it. I can load your boat. You don't have enough hard drive for me with all the information I have that talk about the true attributes of a Christian. But you're just going to discredit it, though.
No. Why? I mean, let's not get our panties in a wad here. Let's say the Scripture is testable. That's what we're saying, right? We can use it repeatedly to figure out who is a Christian.
Yes.
All right. Why has this not occurred? You know, in like the why is there no universal Christian that we could, run this test over? Yeah, this person's a Christian. Let's get rid of denominations.
Because you are an atheist. You already reject the Bible as a valid.
Okay, now Veckel, I know that Because I'm an atheist, that somehow affects what we observe in the scripture.
The problem is that because you reject the Bible as a valid source of information, then nothing I say to you, all you're going to do is discredit everything that's presented to you.
Why does there have to be some sort of qualitative utility
Why not?
to the Bible that way? Well, I mean, science isn't that way. I mean, we can test science like a Brazilian can test, H2O, and a Japanese guy can test H2O, and you can arrive at
non-believers like you who
similar.
Wait, please hold on. You don't know that he's a true atheist. He might be.
I didn't say no.
He might be the elect, right? He might be the elect, right? You don't know that he's not.
Yeah, I would say that. Yes, I would say that. Yeah.
Okay.
But he's talking like an atheist, so I'm going to treat him like an atheist.
But it doesn't matter what he says because he's saved by grace if he's the elect, right?
Yes, if he is one of the elect, then he is saved by grace. He will be saved by grace once he puts his faith and trust in Christ.
That means that intrinsically he could understand the Bible. All that you have to do.
Yeah, but neither one of us are God here, so we don't have the authority to declare who's the elect or not.
Exactly. So why do you do that? Let's talk about the Bible. Maybe
No, because when you talk about you used to be a Christian, okay. By what standards are you going by? You going by the dictionary? You going by what people around you told you?
No,
or you going by what the Bible says?
That's not what Bunte was talking about. He was talking about.
That's what I'm talking about, though.
Well, okay. Let me clarify. What Bunte was talking about is the standard for a true Christian that's supposed to be in the Bible, and he wanted to talk about that. He's asking
we can talk about it.
There?
We were talking about the universe.
I don't have a problem with talking about the true attributes of a Christian. However, you're not going to like what I'm telling you is that because you are an atheist, because you have your own presuppositions on what the Bible says, you're just going to discredit it. I've been through this many times with many so-called ex-Christians, and all they do is the same game. All they do is they just simply reject what the Bible says about what a true Christian is.
Okay, Vecco, let's talk about discrediting, okay? Discrediting is a bad thing in your mind, right? When it comes to testing Scripture.
I think when you're looking at Scripture, you should look at it with honesty and sincerity. Okay,
I agree.
Yes.
Now.
Same thing with science. Same thing with science.
Right. I agree. Can we test Scripture?
What do you mean by test Scripture?
Like run it repeatedly. Based on what it asserts in the Bible to prove who is a Christian and who is not.
Oh, yes, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, if that was so, Vecco, why hasn't that happened like thousands of years ago?
What are you talking about, why it hasn't happened?
Well, I mean, we have so many denominations and so many flavors of Christianity. I mean, and you will say this, like let's pick a good one, the Unification Church, right? Do you believe they're Christians?
No.
See, that's what I mean. They believe they're Christians.
So?
No, because there's all kinds of different forms of atheism out there. This must mean you guys are untrue.
Okay, that's a good point, Brett. I mean, the atheist that believes in God, I would have problems with that.
The thing is, Brett, we as atheists don't have an overarching authority on what is the true definition of atheism. You kind of do. You have a God.
Yes.
Supposed to declare what it's.
You know what I find fascinating, and I would like to ask Gorilla this and Veckel to see if they've also had the same issue here. Have you ever been able to get into a conversation with an atheist where they don't mention God for at least an hour?
No, because in order for you to be an atheist, God has to exist.
Yeah, we all believe that Christianity is the true religion, and we try to destroy it because we want to sin
without God.
I could sit here with Gorilla for hours and talk about rock and roll and music editing, video games, all kinds of cool stuff. Books we've read, movies.
Yeah, but Brett, the problem with that is that when
guys cannot get a good damn conversation.
No. The problem with that is that when you come into a room with atheists, you want to bring up the shit that you want to bring up all the time. Like this, as soon as you see there's an atheist in the room, you're like, so how do you explain this about evolution, and how do you explain that about?
So what?
But
what's wrong with that?
I'm not saying there's anything.
Came into the hangout for the purpose of trying to debunk God.
Dude, let me finish my point. he's complaining that atheists, non-believers, are always talking about God. When he gets into a room with atheists, the only thing he wants to talk about is evolution. So it's going to be the similar back and
We're
forth.
discussing the universe before someone pulled your string and got you going.
You just told me to come in here. You don't remember that on the thread?
We were talking to you about the universe. You're the one that brought all this up.
Well,
what is wrong with it? I mean, I don't get what is wrong with talking about God.
I don't have a problem with people talking about God.
Unless
I'm just curious why you can't make it through an hour without bringing up God.
What is your point? So we do whatever. So what?
Because some of you talk more about God than some Christians I know.
So what? Yeah,
unfortunately, that's
more about God than I do.
That's because we're interested
in church, man.
I wish I had some Christians to talk about God as much as you guys do.
Yeah, well, that's because we're interested in the topic. I don't know what you're implying here.
Well, I see Brett's point because, we were talking about the universe and I was proposing, another theory for the origin of the universe, and I got trolled in the comments, therefore God did it. And it's like, dude, why can't we just talk about evolution, talk about, the stars, and talk without someone trolling us about our belief?
Well, it's not about trolling. The problem is, the thing is that this clique of people is from the great debate community. We all know each other because we tend to talk about it, tend to talk about God. So it's not really surprising that people who like to talk about God like to talk about God.
Yeah,
that's it. That's the nature.
Me and Art are daily off-air hangouts where we're not talking about this. Like we are constantly in off-air hangouts. Me and Art and a few others of us, not in here. Hermine sometimes too is in them, and we're not talking about this stuff. We're talking about everything else but God. So the label of Nadia's hangout. Hold on, chill out for a second. The label of Nadia's hangout is relevant to the conversation. It's not irrelevant. So if you don't want to talk about philosophy, you don't want to talk about these things, then go away. If you do, then you can stay.
We were talking about the universe before this guy started rattling on about that.
Okay, hey, dude, listen, dude, Brett. How many times have we talked about something not God, and you suddenly ask a question of, well, how atheists do justify that, and why should I care about? Why should an atheist care about me?
Because the majority of the times that Brett is in these hangouts is the title of the hangout is regarding something theological.
Sure, but so is this one.
Why not ask the question?
But so is this one.
I thought the damn room was called Zombies or something. What is it, Nadia?
We are all philosophical zombies, number 11.
Okay, so we were philosophical. We were talking about the universe, and
this is
philosophical zombie is something that's biologically.
All I'm saying is this: when I hear people say, "I'm sorry,"
being only it lacks subjective inner experience.
Which has something vaguely to do with also religion, because religious people have a view on this as well, in a way.
Yeah, and according to Bunto, whatever his name is, there is no God. So I'm just curious.
There's no God.
Bunto.
There are no gods.
If there is no God.
Wait, please hold on. Don't talk. Okay, you're talking in a room where there's a guy with a picture of Thor, and you're saying there's no God. I mean.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry.
All right, Bunto, I'm curious. If there is no God, then you're positive about this.
I'm positive.
Then what's your thoughts on people like myself and millions and millions of others who assert that God exists based on personal experience and based on what they believe is to be evidence? What's your thoughts on people like that?
And I can elaborate without getting jammed up 10 seconds after I start?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm eating toast.
What do I think of people that do believe in the unreal? I think it is admirable about their conceptions, the ability of their conceptions, that they want to stretch past our reality to see things that aren't there. I understand that. That's like a fantastic capability of man, to conceptualize things that are better than reality. Do I believe that they should start welcoming reality as it is, as science has proved in the last, I'd say, let's go 500 years, right? That we can do testable, you know, with our mythology and stuff like. I think we should go more towards that than the ancient conceptions that we invented. How's that?
Okay, so you don't think there's people who are mentally ill or anything like that? Do you think
caught me. I do think it's a mental illness to believe in biblical fairy tales. Let's say like you can be a Christian.
So what about
to adhere to the species? Yes, you're mentally ill.
Okay, so now Brett earlier mentioned something about a list of very intelligent scientists,
right,
who contributed to society.
Right.
They were theists. They were believers.
Right.
Now you're telling me that all of that stuff that they've studied is automatically devoid of its value just because they were theists?
I don't believe that they're like at the same time that they're performing their science as theists. You know what I mean? Like using and God did it. The reason that these molecules combined was because God did it. You know, and like put that forward in their scientific paper. You know that. You know, you look in the abstract in there, it said, well, because angels pushed the ball through the hoop, that's why it happened. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you can have a lot of scientists that don't use their crazy beliefs in their science to prove what's true.
It's actually God believers that came up with the scientific method to prove.
Fine. I mean, of course, 600 years ago, people thought a lot of things.
That was smart.
And, a dueling Thor profile. Or not profile.
I like Art's Thor better. I guess I'm retro that way.
Well, no,
I mean, yeah.
Hold on. In the new comic series, the brand new comic series, Thor is a woman.
Yes, that's what I heard. I guess they're trying to get another audience selling.
Well, no, in that universe, the Thor's hammer has been passed several times. So
yeah, but girl, like you ever read comics from the way past how they used to like to have a comic character for every race type? Like Omega was for the Greeks, and they would have some guy for the Spaniards. You know what I mean? So that's how I interpreted that. They were aiming for a segment.
I think if we look at all religions, I think there's an overall an overarching theme that goes on, and that's why these comics and the Norse beliefs and the even back to the Sumerian beliefs. I think it's fascinating to me. That's why I've studied so many different religions and beliefs. I agree. But to say that belief in something greater than yourself, i.e. a God, is therefore a mental illness. Number one, I think you need to do some research on what defines a mental illness, because you're making the assumption that all people that because somebody thinks differently than you, because somebody's perspective of the universe and existence is different than yours, then somehow they're defective.
No, what I'm trying to say is that if we can no, listen to me.
Yeah, that's what.
Well, don't create the straw man. Let me explain myself. I'm trying to say is that if we can test it, then if there's a scientific consensus to God, I'm more than happy to go with that. But the thing is, there's nothing you can test about the unreal, guys.
No,
it's all a construction of the human mind.
Let me give you an example.
Just deny what you just said.
Black holes.
Right.
Do you?
But we can deduce. that there's black holes.
By your definition. Now, answer the question. Do you believe in black holes?
By my definition, yes, I believe, because we can deduce that science can deduce that there's something out there that has this behavior, and we call them black holes. We cannot do the same. We cannot do the same for any sort of deity or God concept.
Actually, Stephen Hawking said we've got issue with the whole black hole
thing.
thing.
Well, that's the beauty of science. Can you not see that there is a testability there?
You believe in something that's been debunked. There's a link.
Look, there's more guys. There's more proof for black holes than any God.
Did you just hear me? It's been debunked. There's the link right there.
Okay, so everybody. Okay, you're saying that one person says that black holes has been debunked.
Hawking said it, man. When he
But so Stephen Hawking can, but other scientists who still believe that there are black holes and can come up with proof that there are black holes at the center of every galaxy.
realize that Stephen Hawking's the dude behind the
Well,
black.
look, this is my. Can I finish my point? My point is that by your definition, the testability, the repeatable testability is vacant in the theory of black holes. I agree. We have mathematics and we have theories that strongly suggest the existence of black holes. But you made the claim of testability.
Right.
You cannot test these
We can
theories.
test. We can test that there's black holes. We can test.
All right, go ahead and tell us how we go about doing it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not exactly a scientist, but I know that there's smart people who can come up with ideas of how to test that there's a black hole, and and then they present their paper.
You mean
We're
you
not
believe?
dealing with an atheist here.
You don't know that for sure.
We're
You
dealing with an atheist. We're dealing with
Well, I mean, they went to the school and they got their,
You're missing my point.
Uh-huh.
But I think you understand what I'm trying to say. Is it would be unfair for me to say that you're mentally ill because you believe in the existence of black holes because you can't physically go out and test that there are black holes as defined by quantum mechanics.
There is a scientific consensus that can produce testable experiments and evidence that there are black holes. We cannot do the same for the God concept or anything that deals with unreality.
Well, when's the last time you heard about scientists reaching up and grabbing a black hole and pulling it down for us?
Well, that was before my BC days. I want to talk about that.
Well, guys, it's been an interesting yet fatiguing conversation, but I do wish you all well. I wish you wouldn't stereotype atheists so much, but
Oh, this is coming from the guy who said that.
I wish you wouldn't stereotype believers so much.
Well, I didn't. I didn't say it was. I said specifically. I said people that believe in biblical fairy tales, I think, are mentally ill. I didn't say all Christians were.
So Christians are retarded.
Over there in the chat. Ridiculous.
That's
you
amazing.
Get in trouble with us and then sit there and act like we're doing that to you. Come on. No, I'm so
From the guy who just called me butthole sniffer for 8 times he said this. I mean, the angel.
Talking about. Oh, okay. I didn't know he was talking
But look, no guys. I mean, okay, Veckel, you wanted to have a theological discussion with an atheist, but you can't have it because they're not an adherent to the sacred scripture.
No. It's not what I said, and I noticed you did that a lot, quite a few times in this discussion.
Forgive me, guys.
I said the discussion would
Christians
be about whether or not you can prove that you are a true Christian or not.
Right.
That was the discussion.
And
I'm saying that as an atheist, you can't do it because if you already reject the Bible as a valid source of information, then you already lost the debate.
What I mean. That doesn't happen in science, Veckel. You understand that? I mean,
you don't understand. If the Bible is the only source on the planet that tells you the true attributes of a Christian, then what other source
very good. I agree. I mean, that's what you're saying. That there's nothing outside of the Bible says so. I believe it.
Right. Suppose you made up a term. Suppose you made up a term that no one else made, and then here I come telling you that. Oh yeah, that's I used to be that.
Right.
And they use and I say you're going to argue with me and say, well, do you meet these standards? Do you have these attributes? Yada yada yada. And I say, no, but in my mind I did. You're not going to buy that because this is something that you made up, and it's only privy to you. It's only true because it was something that you created.
Right, Veckel. Why does it have to be that way for the Bible scripture?
Why?
Yeah. Why? Why does scripture have to be qualitative? Why can't it be testable?
What do you mean? Why can it not be testable? It is testable.
But, Veckel, how many types of Christian are there in the world right now?
Matter of fact, God commands His people to examine themselves, and I'm not talking about physically. I'm talking about spiritually.
That's a good advice. But I mean, how many types of Christians are there in the world?
I don't know.
Plenty. You got more than one, right? I mean, if Scripture was testable, there would only be one type of Christian.
No. No,
there would be many types. I mean, we would say.
No. The reason why there's there's various reasons why there's different denominations in the world. Okay, it's not because the Bible cannot be understood.
Oh, it's not because the Bible cannot be understood.
That's right. That's right. There's various reasons behind it. You said you're about to leave, so if you want, we can set up another time to talk about that. I'm sure any atheist would be interested.
But the only thing, Veckel, I ask is like, not that it's, what would you say, an attack or ad hominem stuff like butthole sniffer and equivocations. And
I didn't have my glass.
This is what you're saying and straw man. I mean, it's an interesting idea that you came up with. I wouldn't mind trying to see the bottom to Scripture.
Well, you were doing some of those things earlier.
I was too. Well, forgive me, guys. I apologize. But yeah, it'd be an interesting type of hangout, just from the atheist perspective.
I'd love to talk to you about it.
And
myth of 33,000 denominations within Christianity, that's a myth that's easily debunked.
That's a myth that's easily debunked.
Yes, it is. Yeah, easily.
Okay.
Yeah, there are no 33,000 Christians.
Well, okay, no, 33,000, but I was thinking just anything more than one. Really, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I would agree. There's a lot of them, but not 33,000 or more.
Not 33,000. Okay, well, yeah, guys, take care. Have a good day.
Get some good rest.
Hey, but it was good talking, bro. I added you to my circles. Hope we'll talk some more later, dude.
Yeah, I followed you for a long time, Gorilla. When I first found you was when you were talking to Greg K. Remember that one you did? You were like debunking his prayer thing. I actually did a video about that, but I don't think anybody looked at it. Yeah, you can go through my YouTube.
Put your channel in the chat, bro. I'll go sub.
All right,
check you out.
But yeah, I mean that's when you did a takedown of how useless prayer is, and then I did one about what is prayer, like how to break it down.
Okay.
Could talk about that too.
Yeah, maybe I'll come out of retirement and do a response to you, dude, and give you a shout out.
Okay, hold on a second. I don't know. I just sort of moved on from atheism. I go art now.
Yeah, I'm trying to move past the whole debate thing and go into music and stuff, but
yeah,
I'm trying. It's hard because there's just so much asinine everywhere on both sides, dude.
It's true.
On both sides, there's just tons of asses. So.
Tons of ass.
It's a whole bunch of ass.
Hopefully mine out there. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I'll let you go, and thanks, Natty, for the hangout. Take care.
All right, take care.
Oh, goodness gracious.
One thing I do appreciate. I'm sorry, go ahead, Natty.
I said I've got an ass. People need to work it more.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we asked for that. Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate the bluntness of Bunto.
Yeah,
I just don't like his arguments. I mean, it just seems like, again, when we hear arguments like this, there is no God, there is no evidence of God. I don't mind it if it's stated as an opinion in a subjective format, but when you make it as an absolute. And then you refuse, and then you try to put the onus on a Christian after making a statement like that. To me, that's just, asinine.
Well, I got to tell you, Veckel, he probably is the first time I've ever heard an atheist try to use a unique argument against God, and it's original. I've never heard this one before. Because stars blow up, there's no God. It's the same time I've ever heard that in my life. Go ahead.
I should point out there is
it's not straw man is argument. He did have an original argument, and his argument stemmed from consciousness. And that really that could have turned into a good conversation about consciousness and belief, but instead it got derailed by Mr. Art into semantics. So
no, because he said something about, this is before Art came in. He said something about, if the sun goes supernova, that's proof that there's no God, or something along those lines.
What he was saying was that if the sun were to go supernova and human race was extinguished, then the God concept would die with the human race, and so therefore no God would exist. Because he believes that God only exists in the minds of human beings. And that's when I brought up, now you have to presuppose that there isn't intelligent alien life, and you have to presuppose that this intelligent alien life doesn't believe in God.
Yeah, I remember that.
And that's when he was like, well, that's a good point. And I go, so we could you know, and I pretty much debunked his argument with that statement, and then we went off into a semantics tirade.
It's our fault. He screwed the whole damn deal up.
Yeah, damn Thor.
Well, there are rather serious, I guess, definitional issues with consciousness that do play critically into whether it's acknowledged under one's theory of mind or not.
Well, you don't actually believe you have a consciousness, though, right, Nadia? You're predetermined soulless hamburger chemicals, right?
Well, the trouble is that the notions of consciousness actually vary. So different people give different definitions. The point it hinges on is actually whether consciousness includes what are called qualia. And it's the notions that involve qualia that I hold don't exist or are incoherent by their reliance on another incoherent concept.
I don't understand why qualia would cause you to have some issues in this area of consciousness.
Qualia are demonstrably false and so on. At least under the, I guess, highly eliminative materialism I hold to.
What about altruism? What's your view on that?
It's well enough defined. There's, I guess, the selfishness paradox, but I don't hold much stock in it.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, it claims that everything is ultimately self-serving.
So you don't believe that there's actual, true, pure altruism?
No, I believe that, but the selfishness paradox is an argument that claims that. So, I haven't gone working on fences against it. I don't find it compelling.
How can altruism make sense in an atheist worldview?
Well, your motives do not necessarily reflect survival. I mean, granted, you'll go extinct or drop dead or whatever, but you can be motivated in such a manner.
The idea, obviously, is what benefits the species, what causes you to continue to survive and all this. Wouldn't it go against nature to be altruistic?
Well, one, trouble is that the is or not gap there, where that sort of quote-unquote order of nature, which isn't an accurate description, but the general gist of all the knowledge, is not the way. It says nothing about the way things ought to be. Now, the next point is that evolution allows for ephemeral instances that are ultimately not survivable. I mean, in fact, we have plenty of evidence of extinct species all over the place. They were ephemeral, ultimately didn't survive, and so on. Right?
Yeah, but how does that fall into an extinct species? How does that have anything to do with altruism, though?
What does it have to do with altruism? Okay, so to the extent that altruism is, say, counter to survival, or otherwise evolutionary, I guess propagation, if you want to call it that, the differential breeding success that would cause something to, evolve to be the state of a species to, increase its frequency within the allele distribution of the species. To the extent it's contrary to that, it can still ephemerally arise. You can have occasions of it that, end up dying out.
Okay. Let me try something on Chocolate Rainbow here real quick so he doesn't feel lonely over here. Chocolate, are you there so I can ask you a question?
Yeah.
Right. Chocolate, if you were to see a child run across the street, a child that you don't know the parents, anything, would you run across the street and allow yourself to be killed in order to push the kid out of the way, if that was the only way you could do if you chose to do this? Or would you allow the kid to get hit?
That's kind of a weird question, but so the exact circumstance would be I'm walking down the street and I see a little kid crossing the street without a guardian. Is that what it is?
You only have enough time, not really.
Just a kid by themselves, no parents around, nothing.
No, it could be whatever. The point is, a kid runs across the street. You only have a little time, no hesitation. You either got to go save the kid and get killed.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. No.
You would?
No.
You know what I mean? Atheists have a hard time with altruism. That's the 98% atheists that I've asked that question to, and they say, "Hell no, I wouldn't die for no kid."
It's not about the kid. I wouldn't do it for an adult. I wouldn't do it. I would probably do it for my kid, or my brother, or my dog, or my friend, but I wouldn't do it for a stranger.
You would do it for a dog, but you wouldn't do it for
my dog. I would do it for my dog, or my friend, or my brother, or my kid, if I had one, but not a stranger, no.
You would die for your dog, but you would not die for a child.
I also said a list of things that I would, right? My dog being on there. You can choose to highlight the dog if you like to try to straw man me, but I would die for things. I would die for things.
For it, though. What's the gain from that?
I would die for things that I care for deeply.
But why would you kill yourself for a dog?
Because it's my dog and it belongs to my family, and my family would be very sad without my dog, and I care for my dog, and I don't want my dog to die. So it would be the same thing with my brother, it would be the same thing with my mother, it would be the same thing with anybody that I care about. Because my dog, I don't know if you have a pet, but my dog is a part of my family. It's like a human to me. It has the same, I feed him, I walk him, I take care of him, I bathe him, I speak to him, we play, we have good times together. So to me, it's no different than a human being. Maybe to you, my dog would be different from a human being, but to me, it's a part of my family.
Okay, but what about the value of your life? Wouldn't your family...
The value of my life is what I am willing to sacrifice for somebody or something that I care for, which is how I view altruism, right? But you're speaking more of altruism as like a constant, right? It's how it flows through everything, and I don't think that's how altruism even works. Because strangers are constantly not helping strangers. It happens all the time. There are videos of people being stabbed, and you have more people taking. Hold on. You have more people taking video of it.
Hello.
You have more people taking video of it than people stepping in to help.
Anybody home? Please don't tell me what you think is going on in my mind here. I was going to say that is an altruistic act to die for your dog.
Yes, okay. I know. That's why I just said that's how I view altruism, right? Is that I would die for something that I deeply care for.
Okay.
Not a stranger, though.
But wouldn't that go against nature itself? The idea
nature doesn't have a preconceived notion of rules or something. I don't know where you get that from.
Okay, so what is causing you to be willing to give up everything for a dog?
For my dog that I care for very deeply, that's a part of my family, or just a random dog? Like, which one are you asking?
So it would have to be your dog. It couldn't be anybody else's dog.
Just like it would have to be my brother, or my mother, and not your mother. It's the same thing with people. Like, did you not listen to what I said? You keep focusing on the dog. I said people or things that I deeply care about, and that my family.
What I'm trying to figure out, what I'm trying to understand, is your value system. You said you'd let a child die, but you would save the dog.
Or my child. But the child is not my child.
But you value the dog over a human child.
What do you mean the dog? Are you talking about my dog?
Sure, if you want to say your dog.
Well, I have a dog right here. I have my dog. I'm talking about my dog that exists.
But you're stating that you would die for your dog, but not a child.
A stranger's child? No, not a stranger's child. I would die for my niece, which is my brother's kid. So I would die for that child. If it's my niece, if my niece is put into that equation, then yes, no hesitation jumping in front of that car. But just some random kid, no way. I don't know this kid. I don't know the parents. I don't know why the kid is out by himself. Why is the kid crossing the street on his own? You know, like, there's so many questions I could ask, and so many reasons that, for me personally, that I don't feel the obligation to save the kid. And I don't see anything wrong with that. You can, and if that's fine, and we can disagree about that. But that's my value system, and I haven't harmed anybody with it, right? So.
So you're only willing to save that which you care for and what means something to you.
That's called kin reciprocity. Yes, I am willing to do that first. On strangers can come second if need be, but my family's first. People that I care about are first. Everybody else is irrelevant. If you're a friend of mine, I'm helping you. If you're not, I could care less. And that's the truth of the matter, man. And that's just people. That's not. There's no special group of people that go out of their way. There are like the one or two good Samaritans that might help somebody out if they see someone in trouble. But for the most part, people either whip out their cameras or they walk away and they mind their own business, because that's just how we are.
People that risk their life every single day in this world.
I just said that to you. I said there are the few good Samaritans that will go out of their way to help people. I'm not denying that. But I'm saying for the most part,
police. I mean, there's a lot of people.
Well, those are professions. I'm talking about civilians, right? Let's talk about regular civilians. Like, let's keep it on a civilian level. Because I don't even think a police officer would jump in front of that car for that kid. I don't even think that would happen. And I'm pretty sure that anyone here can agree with me. Right?
You don't think there's cops out there that would die for a stranger?
No, man, not even close. Otherwise, we wouldn't see the kind of brutality that's going on with police right now, right? They're killing civilians, not helping them. What are you talking about?
Wait a minute. I understand that there are some cops out there that have done some horrible criminalistic-ass stuff, but let's not generalize all cops. Come on, man.
No, I'm not generalizing all cops. I'm saying that we're talking about, because you're asking me if I would just do this out of the blue for a stranger. No, I have a life to live, right? But would I do this for my family? I would. And someone said that's sad. I don't think that it's sad. But I think that I'm being realistic. Everybody else.
Well, what about, let's change the viewpoint of the family, though.
Yeah,
would your family rather you die by being hit by the car or a dog?
What do you mean, my family? Like my dog?
Yeah, if your family got a choice in the matter between your dog or you, who do you think they'd sacrifice?
I don't know.
You don't know if he would sacrifice you or the dog?
What do you mean? Like, is I don't know a funny answer? Or I don't understand why you're laughing.
I mean, if it was a choice between you or the dog.
You're asking me to think for somebody else. I don't know.
You don't know if your parents or family members would care more about your existence than that of the dog?
Of my dog? Like the dog I own?
Oh my goodness, is this...
Dude, you keep saying the dog.
Am I not articulate, Gorilla and Vecla? Am I not coming through all right here?
So if you're talking about my dog, I don't know. I don't know the answer to your question. You're asking me to think for somebody else. That's silly.
You don't know if your grandparents or parents...
I don't know my grandparents. You're assuming who my family is, number one. My family is who I make family.
You said you had a family. I assumed, like most human beings, you had something, whether they're adopted.
My family doesn't include my mom or my dad or my grandparents. My family is...
Yes. Would they value the dog's life over yours?
Well, let's see. Here, my lady, I can't answer for that because she equally loves me and the dog. So I'm sure she'd be totally right. Right? My brother, that's pretty obvious. I'm pretty sure my brother would rather me live than my dog. Right? But that's not how we value. That's not how we're evaluating things when we make those decisions. Right? It's not when I'm sacrificing myself for someone that I care for, I'm not thinking about my life being taken and them losing out on my life. I'm thinking about that person's life because that's what comes into my head. Right? So I think, okay, what would the world be like without this person? I imagine lots of people would be very sad, so I'm going to save this person's life. Right? But when we're talking about a stranger, I don't know this person. I don't know their circumstance. I don't know who they are, where they come from, what they're doing. Right? It's just, you're just asking me if I'm willing to sacrifice myself for just anybody, and the answer is no. And I'm pretty sure any person, any sensible person would say the same thing.
No, I think that there's lots of people out there who've been willing to sacrifice.
Well, ask the panel. There's tons of people here. There's 9 other people. Go ahead and ask them.
All right. I'll start with Veckel then. Veckel, if you seen a child crossing the road, would you give your life for the child? Maybe he just went away, or he said he probably would. Gorilla, would you be willing to give your life for a child?
No, not unless it was my child.
Okay.
Because I have a responsibility to my children first.
What about you, Aramine? Sorry. I can't hear her. I've already ran out in front of vehicles and stuff, and I ran in front of a vehicle to save a child before and ended up getting hit, so I know I'd do it.
I think there's always a calculation involved. I mean, when we can sit here, in safety and ponder what would we do in the real circumstance. Some people freeze. Some people who might say, no, I wouldn't do it because I have kids, might find themselves doing it, actually losing their own life. That happens.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can't say what I would do. I'd like to think that I'd make a calculated risk, but I don't really know what I would do in that instance. I mean, I think for some of us, maybe this paternal instinct might just kick in, but yeah, I think it's hard to say what you would do in that situation. We're all sitting, comfortably in our homes right now, and not in the situation. So, yeah, I don't know what I would do. I'd like to think.
It reminds me of like the trolley problem, right? And then Schopenhauer suggested that people sacrificing themselves for another was evidence of compassion and atonement and a kind of metaphysical unity, where you recognize the spirit that informs you in others. So there's a transcendental quality to it. But contemporary psychologists will say, no, this is our culture puts this kind of heroic value of saving others into us as a heroic ideal. So it's the idea that we couldn't live with ourselves if we didn't make these kinds of sacrifices, because we've morally been grown up with that story.
Well, yeah, I mean, the theme to just about every single superhero movie or every hero is this idea of self-sacrifice,
Exactly, and if you consider human beings as being hedonically driven, where we avoid pain and suffering and seek out pleasure, on that constant hedonic treadmill, it includes such things as our own self-image, so that people might end their own life, which is against the survival mechanism, but it still satisfies their own internal hedonic, behavior. So they're satisfying some desire in themselves, even if it supersedes their own life.
Yeah.
Well, I agree, Hazy, and I have to say that if I were to just stand there and watch a child get smoked, it would be too much for my psyche. It would break me.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I agree. I don't know if I'd be able to rationalize that, and I think in the split second that it would take to make a decision like that, yeah, I'm afraid that I might put myself in harm's way. And that terrifies me, in a way. Because it means that, maybe I'm not in control of my actions in that regard.
Yeah, the other weird thing is with human psychology, the idea of having a functional in-group be supposedly under 200 people. So it's like our capacity to have real, vital empathy for others is essentially negative, and it was talked about in the chat, where we can witness, people experiencing tragedy on the news, on TV. It's not the same thing as if we were there and it was involving our own family members or friends or people in our community.
Like when I heard about there were some girls that were killed on Halloween out here in LA. They were hit by some idiots that were driving like jackasses, and I actually felt tears welled up, and I think it's because I have a daughter who's around the same age, and it struck a chord with me, and I took notice of that, like, that's interesting that I would well up with tears on the news of a total stranger being killed, and then I started to think about it more, and then I noticed that after that, anytime that I heard of anybody dying, even an elderly person, I start to well up. Just the thought of the loss and the families, and and that person's last moments of life. So now it started off as an identification, that I felt with having a child the same age, and it's grown into anybody, and that's why it's getting harder and harder for me to listen to the news, because I end up crying like a little girl,
Well, I think that's healthy, and it speaks well for you. It sounds like you've always been somewhat sensitive and empathetic to others.
Yeah.
But I mean, certainly as you get older and you realize, how profound life is, and how deep our connections to other are, and how fleeting it can be, and how precious it is, then I can understand where you're coming from for sure. I mean, I don't have kids myself.
Yeah,
but I mean, I've heard so many times that is transformative.
Well, I think it is transformative, because before I had kids, I could go and I could watch all kinds of horror movies, right? And after having a child, I mean, within months of having a child, having a little baby, I cannot watch gory horror movies. And it bothered me at first, because I used to really enjoy, the shock and the scary parts. And now I'm more, I don't like gory films. I like thrillers. I like, intellectual thrillers, mysteries and stuff, thinking movies. Because for some reason, it just, becoming a parent flipped this switch in me that it has no interest in the gore and any of that stuff anymore. So,
yeah. Well, I don't intend to delve into your psychology regarding that, but I think a lot of people, when they realize how precious life is, they also vicariously realize what a horror show life can be.
Yeah, well, I talked to my therapist actually, and he said the same thing. He said that becoming a parent changes your perspective on life and how fragile it is, and your disdain for seeing people chopped up is a perfectly natural reaction to that realization.
I hear you. One of the reasons I bring up this question that I did, Chocolate Rainbow, is I have noticed a huge difference between if I ask a Muslim or a Jew or a Christian or just someone who refers to themselves as a God believer theist or atheist. I ask, would you sacrifice yourself? And I'd say that 90%, there has been some God believers that have went along with the atheist on this. 90% of God believers have, without hesitation, said they'd do it. No problem. They would give their life if need be. But almost every atheist I've spoke to, there's only been a couple that have stated without hesitation they would do it. So why is that?
I don't know. Why do you
Well,
think?
I qualified my response that I hoped I would do it, but wasn't sure I could actually muster the courage.
It's one of the things that whenever I was a non-believer, I was asked this question myself, and I know that I already did it, and I had to sit there and question myself, why would I do that for? Why would I sit there and do this if we're nothing but chemicals? Why would it even matter? So I think there's a little bit more to us than we like to admit.
But if you heard my answer, I had no problem saying no. I don't see it as an issue, right? That's the thing. You're trying to make it like, I don't know what the point of your question
I'm not saying that you're evil or you're bad or anything. It just seems...
Well, you said it to me before, which is what made me come in the Hangout in the first place.
It seems to me that people on the theistic side seem to be willing to give more themselves.
But that you're talking about... I don't get that. You're talking about giving life. Because there are plenty of people, believers or non-believers, that give a lot of themselves to people. But you're talking about giving one's own life for somebody else's life, and then a stranger's life at that, right? Not like someone that's close to you or something like that. Like, I can understand people, if they can relate to a young child being hurt and they would want to stop that from happening, they might be first in line to do it, right? I'm sure a lot of these people that you asked have children, right?
You do realize that whether you believe in God or not, you have to at least accept that we are cosmic brothers and sisters.
I do accept that, but that doesn't mean that I have to hold myself accountable or responsible for every single living creature on the planet. I still have my own life to live. I have my own responsibilities to take care of. I have my own stresses. I have my own issues, and I'm sure everybody does. So I can't sit around and worry about every little thing that everybody's doing. But what I can do is come together with people that agree with me about these things and try to come to conclusions on solutions, right? I really don't understand the point of your question. I think it's kind of a strange question to ask somebody, but like because you're really trying to, pick at their.
No, I'm trying. I literally am trying to understand the way people think, and I'm telling you that after asking many, many God believers, would they do an altruistic act such as sacrifice himself for another individual, 90% of theists, whether Muslim, Christian, Jew, pagan, have been willing to sacrifice for another person. 90% of atheists, however, it's whatever's for me and my own. That's what I've noticed.
Do you mean 90% of the people you asked?
My personal experience, not the entire world. I haven't talked.
You should try to find the actual numbers on that so we can have some real perspective on what people think. If you could, that would be great. No. Polls, they don't really mean much to me. You could have asked like 10 people out of each group, and then 9 out of 10 is 90%, right? So it's like I don't know the numbers. I don't know the actual impact that this thing has, right? So let's just for the record say the majority of the people you ask that are believers, don't go around throwing these 90% of atheists, 90% of theists thing, because people are going to misconstrue that as that's the actual consensus.
Well, I'm not saying that you're wrong or right or anybody's better than the other. I'm just stating that that is the statistics of my personal experience.
Okay, your personal experience, yes. But that may not be the case at large, right? Can you at least agree to that?
What does it matter? You just said
it does matter. It matters because of the way it matters.
Hey, you generalize.
It's just an opinion, guys.
Are you going to listen? Most people.
Get to this guy.
Well, it's just an opinion, but it follows that maybe if somebody believes their body is just a vehicle, and by helping others and doing good deeds and having faith that they will go to heaven, that they would be potentially more willing to sacrifice themselves. I mean.
Well,
but you would make you wonder if that would carry over to other parts of their life. So, for example, why wouldn't they completely dedicate their lives to God and become a servant of God and essentially serve as a pastor or a monk or a preacher or a missionary or something like that?
One thing I also know is that Christians and pagans and Muslims and Jews are just as afraid of dying as a non-believer would be. The point is that they are more willing to sacrifice. I'll be right back. And by the way, Mr. Chocolate, you said yourself that most people would only do for their own. You said that. Your words. I'll be right back.
That's just how it is. It's not my words. It's what it is.
Well, actually,
to care for people that are close to them, like family, than they are for a stranger. And if they're not, if they work the opposite way, I would love to hear why.
Well, just out of point of reference, since you did ask Brad Keane about his background knowledge in terms of the people he's analyzed, it being anecdotal, on what evidence do you base your assumption on people being, just naturally greedy?
I never said that. That's the thing. He's totally misrepresenting my point of view here. He's saying because I said one thing, I'm saying this for everybody.
Okay, you said most people will tend to look after your own.
Yes, in terms of family, I'm talking because he asked me the question he initially asked me. I don't know if you're watching. He asked me if I would save my life for a child that was crossing the street. And I'm assuming in this scenario the child's a stranger. I don't know the person, right? So my answer was no, and I'm just being honest. I'm not trying to play lip service. I'm trying to sound like a nice guy, right? I'm being honest, and I think that if most people are being honest, They'll be like, yeah, a lot of people say, I would think I would like to, or I think I would hope I would, right? But it's like, in reality, you would not jump in front of a fucking car for somebody else's kid. You wouldn't. And if you would, I'm sure you probably had a really, really, really good reason why you did. And I'm not judging either or. I'm saying it's most likely than not that you're not going to jump in front of a car for somebody else, especially if you don't know them. You're going to be a lot quicker to do it for family or people you care about or consider family than a stranger. That's all my point was. And I'm not saying that based on a statistic or anything. My own induction.
Right, I'm back. It's basically a question of altruism. I've asked God believers as well as non-believers, if you've seen a strange kid going across the road and you only had a second to react, obviously there's going to be some people who get scared and have emotional issues, but would you sacrifice yourself for a child if you would have to die in the process? And most of the God believers of all types of different religions I've asked have been willing to give their life. Non-believers, not so much. There's been a few that don't hesitate. I'll tell you that. A few of them said, I would do it in a heartbeat. But most of them, no. They said, hell with the kid. He's pancake.
I would do it in a heartbeat.
Who said that?
Lyrics. But I've had like military training, so I think amongst other things, so I think it's kind of inbred in me in that kind of fight or flight moments. I'm always kind of acting. I've always had that thing.
That's amazing. Now, how do you feel when you hear an individual in the same room with you tell you that people wouldn't do that when you know yourself that you would?
That's fine.
All right, I'll be right back. I got to pour some more coffee.
I don't think of them as less of a person if they did that or not. I mean, kind of, what is that junk?
I understand you guys feel convicted right now, but I never said you were bad or wrong or horrible for whatever decision you made. I just simply asked if you would do it. That's it.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting qualifiers that could be put on similar scenarios. So there was a scenario that I discussed with a friend of mine who's married and had an infant at the time, and that was if he heard somebody calling for help, like screaming, would he go to their aid, not knowing what the situation is, and would you go armed or not? And his answer, even though he's got a young wife and a child, was that he would go investigate unarmed, without knowing what the situation was. And that was brought about by a real case that happened in my neighborhood.
I know for me there was a situation that happened about 2 years ago in my neighborhood where I'm in an apartment complex in a gated community, and my neighbors across the street or across the way, it was right next door, their house was getting broken into, and I didn't even like think about it, but I just grabbed my rifle and went out there, and I had no idea what was going out there. It was a very stupid decision, but I was compelled to do it. It was weird, very weird.
Well, I'm glad everything worked out for you. At least it sounds like it.
Well, it's one of those instances where you don't know how you would react until you're in that kind of situation. And I really think that people that don't have any experience with that, they don't know what they're going to do at all. It's always up in the air.
Yeah.
Yep. So the case of the screaming woman was an attempted rape that happened in a park nearby where different people heard it, but it's one of those situations where, because it was in a dark park, nobody went out there. They just called the police. Now, she managed to not get raped and survive, but it could have been a different story.
I think a lot of that has to do with previous experience to situations like that. First-time experiencers of shock, and they're put in a situation like that, they automatically freeze. It's a normal thing to do. But I think the more experience you get, the easier it is to deal with traumatic experiences like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the same feeling of of EMTs when they go to work, like what their job is, or police officers. You eventually get trained to react in a specific way for situations like that.
Is anyone there?
Yeah.
I don't even think that question has a bearing on religious beliefs at all. I don't even know why I brought it up.
That's what I asked, and that's why I was confused by the question. Because when you ask a question like that, you're usually trying to make a point. And he's saying at the end, he's like, I'm not trying to make a point. I'm like, so then why do the poll that way? If you're going to poll people, just ask anybody in general. Don't label them theist, atheist, Buddhist, whatever. Like, I don't see the point unless you're trying to drive at something. See, this is the thing with Brett Keane. Like, he indirectly drives at things and then says he's not, and then, you know, I don't get him sometimes. It's very strange.
Well, no.
He likes
Obviously,
to.
I don't really consider it much of an issue apart from denial.
Well, he likes to drive conversation, and I think that's his motivation. It's just to drive conversation. I don't think he's trying to be difficult. I think he's just trying to drive the conversation, into an intellectual type of, conversation is all.
Well, he
used to do the same kind of thing when he was an atheist. He and I would get into similar debates when he would, do the same thing from the other side. So, and he would tell me, well, I just like to have conversation. He likes to play devil's advocate a lot. And, that's really what he's trying to do is just, have an intelligent conversation.
I don't know. I saw some of his videos when he was an atheist, and really...
Some of them are fucking hilarious, man.
Well, see, I'm not huge on the theist satire stuff. Like, I already think it's cheap shotting anyways. So it's like when I see like religious jokes and stuff like that, like if they're inside jokes, they're funny. But like on the outside, it's just kind of whatever, very bland to me. But to each their own, right?
Yeah. So you guys want to know what I'm pissed off about right now?
Let's hear it.
30 minutes.
I'm pissed off at the Amazing Atheist. Because it seems like...
That's cool, man.
Because no matter what he's talking about, he's shitting all over it. The guy never does anything or says anything positive about anything. And he did this video about, the lasted Hobbit movie. And where he basically just shits all over the whole movie. And he admits in the video that he's, not a Tolkien fan. He wasn't a fan of the Lord of the Rings and was, not a fan. And it pissed me off because it's kind of like if I were to do a critique of Pokemon, right? I'm not into Pokemon, so of course I'm not gonna enjoy the movie, and he's just benefiting on. I mean, that's all he does is he gets paid to shit on stuff publicly. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Irritating. It's just irritating. Anyway, I'm done. I feel better.
Well, yeah, I guess that's his fan base, right? They like people who complain about shit. So, and he does a really good job complaining about stuff and shit against. Yeah. So I guess that's what, because there are people that are like that. You know that phrase, "misery loves company," right?
Yeah.
There are people that are just negative people that just want this kind of attention, and then there are other people that like to indulge that kind of thing too. So
yeah, I mean, I'll admit the movie wasn't perfect. I read the book, and there were lots of things that were, that were different from the book, and lots of things, that obviously Peter Jackson took creative license, and I take that all into consideration when I'm going to see a movie. And I also take into consideration that this movie wasn't aimed, at my generation. It wasn't aimed at my demographic. This movie was aimed at a younger audience, and I still had a good time. I enjoyed the movie. Yeah, it wasn't perfect, but I enjoyed the movie. And why is it so hard for people to just go watch a movie and enjoy it for what it is?
I'm back. You talking about how horrible some movies are?
No, I'm talking shit about The Amazing Atheist and how he likes to shit all over everything, and it's annoying, But
Well,
anyway.
the good news is, Gorilla, once enough bananas get up there won't be no shitting. So it's all
Yeah, well, I told him, I'm like, well, what, did the movie not have enough bananas in it for you? I mean, we'll go see the Minions movie.
I hear you. I'm just joking now, guys. Let's see. Oh, boy. So, if you don't mind me asking, what is the, where do you feel that you get your value system from, Mr. Rainbow?
I'm sorry, repeat that, sorry?
Where do you feel the value system comes from?
What do you mean, the value system?
Well, obviously, you put value on certain lives, or what's important enough to live and die for, and others, of course, not. What's the value system? Where does it come from?
Like, how do I assess my decisions? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, decisions on life and death, sacrifice, that kind of stuff, sure.
28 years of life experience of dealing with all kinds of characters, learning about people, being homeless, being in foster care. I learned what ideal behavior was by not repeating the bad behavior that I saw around me. So for example, if I were to have a family, I would do everything in my power to make sure that the child that I have doesn't end up like how I ended up, right? Which to me would be a good thing. So in essence, what I'm saying is I create my value system based on my life experience.
So you'd say it's relative and subjective?
Well, I'd say it's more subjective than relative. It is subjective. I'm a moral subjectivist. I believe in that. I don't accept objective morality, at least in the sense people argue for it. But I believe that all morals are subjective, and that most people can agree on most things because we're social animals. Life is more preferable than death. Pleasure is more preferable than pain, etc., and we navigate through that spectrum trying to reduce that behavior as much as we can, any type of harm to people. So from my point of view, if I'm doing that, I'm acting as a positive moral agent. And my behavior thus far has not got anybody hurt or killed or anything bad happen to people. So I think I'm doing a pretty good job so far.
But ultimately, would you say that you're a moral nihilist and that there's ultimately no good or evil, but thinking makes it so?
Well, good and evil are concepts that we've made up to label certain actions. So what we would call evil is probably the most heinous thing you could think one human being can do to another. We've just labeled it evil. I don't think that good and evil are I don't want to use the word entities, but I guess forces that exist in the universe. I don't think that there's an actual polarity in that sense. I think that we just recognize that there are behaviors and we label them as this is good because of X reasons. Because things are good because of things. It's not because of this it's good, right? It's it's good because of this, and this is bad because of this, right? So that's how we assess stuff. We look at generally the outcome of things. People like to argue that we don't, but I think that we do because that's how we phrase a sentence. Well, that was good because of this, right? So it's that's my point of view. I don't think I'm a moral. I don't want. I guess in that sense, I don't believe that there's such things as good and evil. I just think that they're labels that we've given things. Does that make sense?
Yeah. All right. Do you feel by definition of evil that you have ever committed evil?
By the definition of evil, have I ever committed evil?
Mm-hmm.
No, I wouldn't be in a position to be talking the way I'm speaking, right? The thing is my life history has led me to my value system because of how much horrible things I had to deal with growing up, right? I learned to not be that way. Sorry about that, that was my dog. I learned to not be that way.
Would you say that your morals are based upon nature or society?
Well, nature and society are a part of each other. We're natural animals, and we created society.
Okay.
So,
do you feel like there's anything, since you feel like nature and society are combined into one, is there anything about society that you disagree with?
you have to be a little more specific, like in terms of what, like morals, politics, like what?
Anything to do with society, whether it be rules, laws, or just things going on. Obviously you do. You don't like what some of the cops are doing out there, right?
But that's not, like, okay, I don't like the behavior of the people doing those things. That's not saying society is this way and these are the way cops are. No, it's like, I don't like the behaviors, but in terms of like what I don't like in society, if I were to phrase it that way, I don't like that pot is illegal in most places in the world. There's an example for you.
Well, that's my point. Obviously, you could probably point out several things that you disagree with about society, and being that it's part of nature, you would disagree with that. Now, what I find fascinating about that is if your morals are based upon nature and society, yet you see that there's corruption in society, would that not make your own morals, since you're part of nature, corrupt?
Sorry, my dog was like going nuts. But no, I don't think that I would be corrupt because I think that there are corruptions in society. I think that I learn from those things to not behave in that way, right? And that's my moral compass. If I label something as bad, it's because the outcomes of it are bad, or there's a reason for it. It's not just arbitrary, right?
Well, what's fascinating about it, though, and I don't know if you've noticed this, but you've combined society and nature, and you've stated there are things about society that I find that are immoral. And you say that you just said you had a moral compass. So basically what you're saying is that you have a higher system of morality in your mind on how things ought to be run. Where does this independent morality come from if it's not agreeable with nature and society?
Where does my independent morals come from? It's not about what's agreeable. You keep saying nature and society. Like, everything around us is nature, right? We've come up as natural beings, right? So what my system is, it's not like a system that exists, right? It's my internal evaluation of what I think is good and bad. Do you understand that?
Lyris obviously is an understanding when I'm getting that. When you look at society and you say that there is corruption in society, and if society allows the corruption to continue, and you state, I do not agree with society, and you're claiming that's where you got your morals from, then you are stating that you have independent morals outside of that of society and nature.
I never said that.
But it is, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's a derived from. Do you understand that?
Your morals are outside of...
No, they're not. My morals are based on my life experiences that I've learned growing up what is bad behavior. I do the opposite.
Okay, and can you explain to me where you come to the conclusion that they're bad and you're right?
Well, let's see. Is it good to give away your children? Is it good to beat your children? Is it good to abuse your children? Is it good to be raised in an alcoholic family? No, it is not. Right? I don't. Like I said before, if I ever have children, I would do everything in my power to make sure that they don't grow up in that environment, because that's a bad environment.
Well, from a naturalistic point of view, your morals would be subjective, would they not?
I said this already. I said earlier I'm a moral subjectivist. I believe morals are subjective. I've admitted this 5-10 minutes ago.
Okay, well, there are some people out there that think that rape and murder and beating their kids and doing abortions is fine, according to them.
I don't even think that that's what they think. I think that they just do it. And internally, they know it's wrong. That's just my opinion. But I could be wrong about that. But I think internally, these people know they're doing wrong, unless you're like a sociopath, where you have like no empathy at all, right? But I think people with even the slightest bit of empathy know that what they're doing probably isn't the best thing to do, but they do it anyways, for whatever reason. But I'm not going to go and jump the gun and say that people who rape and people who murder and people who beat their kids are doing this and getting some kind of enjoyment out of it. I'm going to say that some people may do that, but those people tend to be more serial killer-ish, and we tend to catch those people and put them away. But I think like the everyday abusive person or the everyday harmful person, they know that they're doing harm. I don't think that they're oblivious to that fact, and I don't think that they're getting actual enjoyment out of it. It could be a temporary satisfaction that they're feeling, but I don't think that there is a prolonged effect from that, which is why they habitually do it. So that's a place of unhappiness from my point of view. I don't think that that's a positive thing. So I don't know, but that's just my opinion about it.
You know that these folks who choose to do this, whether it's a psychopath, sociopath, or a demand from a general or commander to do it, they do it and they justify it, they validate it.
So I don't think that they say that it's morally right. I don't think they would ever say that. Have you ever heard anybody say that?
If it's not morally right, then why are they doing it?
Because some people just do shitty things, man. That's reality. That's just how life goes. And that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that I observe those things, I recognize them as shitty things. I don't want to be a shitty person, so I don't behave that way. I'm typically a nice person. I say sorry when I need to. I say thank you when someone gives me stuff. I'm very polite. I try to not, curse people out and be rude and stuff like that. I try to behave in a manner that is civilized to other people, not just to me, right? So if I'm getting a good, reciprocity in return, right? If someone's reciprocating my behavior, that means I'm doing something right, and I'm not going to stop doing that. But if I'm doing other things and I notice that I'm pushing people away or people don't like me too much, I'm probably doing something, that's not too good for me and maybe for other people because it's clearly upsetting them, and I don't want to do that. So I'll behave in a way that's, habitable for everybody. I try to, at least. I'm sure that that's what everybody does, but I could be wrong again.
I hear what curiosity is the value system that you have. Why do you think that you're right over the man who feels he needs to go to war?
That's where you're misunderstanding me. I don't think that I'm more right than he is. I just think that his behavior is a bit messed up because you're choosing to put people in harm's way. That to me is not a good thing, right? It's if you do the opposite to that, then you're doing a good thing. For me, it's not a moral superiority, and I think this is where you guys misunderstand us sometimes. We don't think that we have moral superiority, although some people do. Some atheists say that. I'm not one of them, right? I just think that we all come to the same conclusions. I don't think the how matters. If me and you can sit here and go, killing is wrong, or murder is wrong, and rape is wrong, I don't think it matters how we got there. All that matters is that we agree. And then we can move on from there. The how we got there, I think that's just people nitpicking and wanting to...
Don't you ever find any kind of fascination in the very concept that we have a mechanism in our head that causes us to try to do as you state, to be polite and good and well-mannered, yet on the other hand, we got a guy that might live right down the street that thinks that going out and shooting damn dogs all day is perfectly fine in his mind. Don't you find it weird, that mechanism that stops people from doing things?
I find it fascinating, which is why I read books on sociology. I read books about cultural evolution. I read books about all of these things, anthropology, all of these different subjects that come together that tell us about the human mind. I read about them and I am curious. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to sit there. I'm an artist. I have my own things to ponder. I have my own things to come up with. So I'm not going to ponder these things all the time, as much as I like philosophy. If my actions aren't harming anybody, I have nothing to think about. I really, really don't. And I don't think anybody else does either. If you're doing things that aren't putting people in harm's way, you have nothing to think about. And just keep doing what you're doing. You don't fix something if it's not broken. You leave it the way it is, and you don't question it, right? So that's just my point of view. That's my opinion, and it's worked for me. It's worked for me, and it hasn't, so I'm not saying this is good for everybody, but I'm saying this is a system that's worked for me. I'm still alive. I've never been to jail. I've never been arrested. I've never, had to, deal with anything too crazy except for when I was a teenager. But what teenager doesn't? But now, like, I'm fine. I'm good. I have a good home. I have a good family. I have all that stuff, and I don't see anything wrong with not having an account for that.
Okay, let me ask you more something a little bit different than the moral question. Is I think that you've answered pretty well on that anyway. We don't need to drag that down into the dirt. If you were in a room that had two doors in it, and one of the rooms was called Universe Without a God, and the other door said Universe with God. Now, if you walk through either one of these doors, the door will slam behind you, and you will be trapped in that universe forever, or at least until your life ends. Which door would you choose if you had the choice?
So, okay, so there's two doors. One's God. The reason why it's a hard question to answer because we live in a universe where this is the question. Right? This is a big question of our current universe that hasn't been answered on either side. So, right. That's a tough question to answer.
Let me make it easier for you.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
This is what you want the universe to be. You choose the door.
See, but my desire in that shouldn't matter, right? Because, like, if I go, let me go to the universe with a God. I don't understand the big difference unless you're talking about a specific God, right? If we're talking about just a theistic or deistic universe, where the God doesn't care about your actions, there's no heaven or hell, none of that stuff happens, and there's just, then it doesn't make a difference which one I choose. But if we're talking about specific gods now, like the God of Christianity or the God of Islam or, one of the many gods of Hinduism or something like that, right? Then we're talking about something different, and then I would actually have to evaluate and assess my decision. So if you want to narrow it down to a specific God, you can, but just a theistic universe or a non-theistic universe, I don't think to me would really make a difference, so I don't know which one I would choose still. I would still be in a position of unsure.
Well, it's really a matter of what you want. I understand your specifics, and I'll narrow it down a little bit for you. I'm just going to go with an intelligent, advanced, powerful mind that is aware of the universe that it created.
Sure, that'd actually be pretty cool.
So that's the door you would want to go through?
Probably, because I'm a very curious person as it is. I'd be very curious as to what this thing is, especially if there's an avenue to get to it, right? But when you start getting down to specific types of gods is when I would be like, no thanks. Like if it was, for example, like the God of Islam, I'd be like, no thanks. I'll just go with the one without, I'll go to the universe without, or if it was like the God of Christianity, no thanks. Because they have like ultimate punishments for finite crimes and stuff, and I'm not a fan of that kind of thing, so.
Yeah, but the only thing Christianity actually tells you to do is choose a door.
Yeah, but I'm not going to go there because I don't think it's that simple, but sure.
Well, isn't it?
No, it's not. Because for someone, okay, here's the thing. One of two things can happen when you read the Bible. You can take it at face value and have 100% faith in it, or you can study it, pick it apart, and try to figure out how it's actually consistent. Now, in either case, if you just take it at face value and you don't bother to read about it historically, where it came from, how it was put together, etc., then it's not to be an insult, but you're being kind of ignorant, right? And you're just accepting something blindly without even looking into it at all. You just read the book once, and not even the book. You just read verses, right? Because that's how most people are raised to go to church. You just reference the Bible when you're having trouble here and there. You go to John, whatever. Matthew something, right? It's never read the Bible back to front. Now I think it's a little different. People are becoming a little more critical of the book, so they're reading it back to front. But when I was growing up, not so much. But in any case, sorry? What are you saying?
Somebody was getting ready to say something. I didn't want to stop them. Did somebody have something?
I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. The switchover is in like 4 minutes, so I gave the link and we can, I don't know, hop over, I guess already, but...
All right, I'll head over.
Okay.
Chocolate and Ermine, did you see the link? Okay. Okay. Ermine, are you there?
Yeah. Mhm.
Oh, we're switching over to the new one.
Oh, thanks. For letting me know. Okay.
You can have incognito sessions in Chrome to do it all within Chrome, or you can have like 2 different browser versions. I'm doing it between Chrome and Firefox.
Oh, got it now. Okay. Cool. See you in a minute.
Oh, yeah. Well, oh, sorry. I will hit live in about 2 minutes. Well, Yeah, well, it's more, for me, the answer is, well, somewhat to do with desire versus, actuality. I think it's pretty clear that I would have some kind of second order desire or whatever, but in the Frankfurt model. Oh, and Rodney's on his way over, I hope. Rodney, it's in the sidebar text chat. And, well, I don't think I kind of doubt I would have the courage, but I at least would like to think I would think that's the ideal thing to do.